Naruto looked around the small clearing, knowing that they were thoroughly boned. After being attacked by Orochimaru in disguise, he and Sasuke had gone unconscious from exhaustion. Apparently, Sakura had gotten them to the forest floor and into a hollow at the base of a tree. When he awoke, it was to a battle between a beaten Sakura and a darker Sasuke versus two teams of Sound Ninja. After about a minute, another team from Konoha showed up and started helping out, but to no avail. These Odo ninja were much stronger. Even Sasuke's new power quickly faded in the face of such opponents. Still, they had done some damage to the opposing side. There are now only 5 ninja, but they were on a whole other level, more than enough to deal with a weakened Team 7 and a beaten Inoshika-cho. Naruto spat out a glob of blood, swearing under his breath. Sasuke was injured as it was. Shikamaru was out of chakra for his jutsu. Chuji was barely standing, and Ino was no different. Sakura had passed out, though if it was from exhaustion and injuries or sheer weakness, he didn't know. Damn it, if only I was stronger. I can't be the Hokage if I'm dead. And I refuse to use his power, but do I have a choice? Naruto, though desperately. He wasn't expecting to get an answer. There is always a choice. But to make it thou needs voice. Power lurks in your body and soul. More than enough to reach thine goal. Yet here you stand, you hesitate. Now tell me, boy, why do you wait? Naruto looked around frantically, trying to locate the voice. He would have pinned the voice on the fox, but he had heard the thing speak before, and this new voice sounded much older, much more powerful, and possibly darker. I refuse to use his power to fight my battles. I don't want to be anything like that fox. Now who are you? Show yourself. The voice only seemed amused by the boy's nervousness. 10,000 years I have slept, and in the oblivion my power kept. Something about thee woke me up, kid. Listen to my proposition, and a fox I may rid. Naruto's eyes widened as the world slowed to a crawl before stopping completely. He mentally nodded to the voice. If it could get rid of the fox, it might be worth listening to. My name is Blood, the Lord of Hell. Power you'll get if you listen well. I need a body to see this age. Along with my company comes the advice of a sage. I'll rid you of the fox and give you my might, young child. In return for you to house my soul and power, chaotic and wild. Lord of Hell, Naruto just about shouted. He could see the advantages, but he knew too little to jump in head first. What's the catch? Gonna steal my soul or something? Blood seemed genuinely amused, and soon a barking laughter rang out throughout the forest. A figure cloaked in a shifting black cloak of shadows appeared before Naruto, towering over him at least 8 foot tall. Red eyes stared back from beneath the hood. You shall lose your right to call yourself human first. Then your powers will grow till ready to burst. A third demon, third dragon, third archon as well. Righteous or not, you'll have the powers of hell. In your future, I do see you becoming what you truly want to be. Demon or not, you shall have you soul. Hokage and love would be achievable goals. Just know this darkness can make a better shield than a sword to wield. So in return for my human side, I'll gain the power to reach my goals and protect my precious people. Naruto asked, slowly riddling out the ancient's words. Blood nodded, but raised a clawed hand that seemed to be coated in a thin layer of blood-red fur. I wish to see the age, that is all. What is done with my power, I couldn't care less at all. Murder and destroy, protect and save. Or live alone in the forest within a cave. But I will help you in whatever path. And it is you who will decide who faces your wrath. Naruto paused, thinking over the offer. He wanted to take the offer, but he had to do one thing first. The one thing he was grateful to the QB for was the one set of useful information he had told him in one of his rants. Demons cannot break promises, dragons refuse to break pacts, and archons couldn't lie. Is that absolutely everything? Is there any reason you could take control of me? Don't lie to me, Archon. Tell me everything. he shouted. Blood grinned, showing sharp white teeth. Simply put, I'll take the QB's place. And to accommodate my power changer race. If you find yourself in a bind, I'll save you by controlling you. Any more is prevented by the contract signed. There will be some physical changes here and there, but they shouldn't be big enough for you to care. Blood pulled a contract from his cloak and unrolled it, handing it to Naruto to read. Naruto hesitantly took it and steeled himself, getting ready to look for anything the contract might let Blood do to him. Contract to Vessel. Naruto Uzumaki, carrier of the Kyuubi no Kitsune, hereby agrees to be the vessel of Blood, the Lord of Hell. The Kyuubi, being a demon, will be absorbed by Blood to rid Naruto if it, and bolster the power they share. All of Blood's powers will be sent through the seal formerly used to bind the Kyuubi in order to filter them to a level that isn't fatal to Naruto. The powers will change Naruto into a form more suited to using such demonic, dragonic, and archonic powers. Naruto may change this form as he wishes, as much as desired. Blood shall not have any control of the body unless Naruto is in a truly life-threatening situation that is clearly beyond his abilities, and shall retain control until Naruto is safe or 3 days, whichever is less. There will be a mental link established, and any attempt at corruption of the vessel shall result in excruciating agony. Blood is permitted to give advice and his own opinions on subjects, wanted or not, and will see out of Naruto's eyes unless this is an inconvenience, at which point a clone can be made and Blood's mind can be put into that will last for 29 hours before dissipating and returning him to the vessel. Blood may also manifest himself in a spiritual manner, having no true physical body but able to interact with his environs to the same level that Naruto may, though he may not interfere with anything that Naruto hasn't given express permission to do. As a show of good faith that he is not bent on corruption of the host, Blood offers a demonic summoning technique, which will be turned into a summoning scroll upon the signing of this contract, and the ability to summon Castle Hellcry when Blood deems ready. In return, Naruto Uzumaki must, at some point in his highly elongated life, see most of the world and, if possible, hell. He must also master his abilities to a sufficient degree. This contract may be altered with the willing consent of both signers. Below that was a place to sign. Blood's name was already on it, written in red ink that looked incredibly like blood, ironically. Naruto gazed over the contract, noticing it was hastily written, but it was binding and it didn't allow Blood to do anything bad, as long as he saw the world. Naruto looked at one of the spikes near the top of the contract and, acting on impulse, pricked his finger before pressing it to the blank space, watching in detached fascination as his blood turned into his name. The contract disappeared along with Blood, but his voice echoed throughout the clearing. Thank you. Now I can stop that damned rhyming routine. Anyway, as you can imagine, I can't simply just jump into the seal without killing you. It'll take about a week for it to finish. But seeing as you're in the middle of a fight, I'll give you enough to destroy these fools. Oh, and by the way, kill them. Dead things don't come back to kill you nearly as much as wounded enemies. And the jumpsuit is going to. For now, I'll garb you in what I wore when I was training. Have fun, young one. His voice faded as Naruto felt lighter, yet complete, like he had been freed from some sort of dire bondage. He watched as his wounds were healed by the black and red energy that was undoubtedly Blood's. After a moment, it wrapped him in a cocoon, lasting no more than a few seconds before bursting open to reveal a new Naruto. As the world went back to normal, the entire clearing stared at Naruto, shocked by the change he had gone through in only a nanosecond to them. He smirked as he rolled his shoulders, falling into a stance on sheer instinct. He also took a moment to gaze upon what Blood had garbed him in. He had on black ninja sandals, with metal plates on the front and back for extra kick damage. He also had on black cargo pants, bearing red runes running up the sides and a multitude of pockets. Over his torso was a tight red tank top, showing off his now well-toned torso and six-pack. Over that was a sleeveless black trench coat. On his hands were black fingerless gloves that bore small metal plates over each of his knuckles. His hair had turned blood red and now had black tips along with a few black streaks going through it. Very nice blood, thought Naruto, getting a grunt in response. He could feel the ancient presence getting settled in his mind, waiting for the conclusion of the battle to evict the fox. Naruto turned his gaze to the enemy, but he spoke to his allies, noting that his voice was slightly deeper and calmer. Rest for now, friends. I'll at least buy you time to do that. As for you, he said, motioning toward the sound ninja, I'll give you one chance to surrender. Fail to do so, and I will show you what a true demon is capable of. If you surrender, however, you'll get to live. The sound ninja stood still for a moment, caught off guard by his words, before bursting into laughter. The one wrapped in bandages recovered first. We have you beaten, and you tell us to surrender? What are you on? Asked Dosu, getting support from his teammate Zaku. The third teammate stayed silent, though. Kin was torn on what to do. Part of her said to fight this odd person, transformation or no. Another part told her to run like hell, and a third part told her to simply surrender. She backed up to a tree, drawing out her sunbon before laying them on the ground, kneeling soon after. Her allies took no notice, but Naruto looked at her and inwardly groaned. Demons had to follow promises, and Archons couldn't lie. She would live. You may want her alive anyway. Archons were often viewed as pillars of strength and courage, and oft had apprentices and followers. Demons would generally take prisoners of war as slaves. Not nearly as bad as it sounds, by the way. Dragons were torn on the matter. Not all of them enjoyed the fame and followers, but giant flying lizards attracted some serious cult worship. Regardless, there's a binding spell that I use on my servants that you could use on her. It makes it painfully difficult to disobey orders, but allows for free will. If I wanted zombie slaves, then I would have made some zombies. Can you show me the binding spell? That actually sounds like a good idea. She could tell me what the sound is planning. Naruto thought, a feral grin appearing on his face. Think, Alucard. Get to the tower. I'll tell you once you arrive there. The spell is simple, but it can leave you drained, and her unconscious. You must come up with a mark on your own, however, as it is what creates the bond. Enough talk. Show them the might of hell. Naruto started laughing in an insane manner, scaring the shit out of everyone. Naruto calmed down, but the grin remained. Time's up. See you in hell, he shouted, rushing forward, catching the sound ninja off guard with the sheer recklessness of the maneuver. Zaku could barely utter a curse as Naruto's fist slammed into his gut, winding him. Naruto didn't stop there, continuing the assault by punching and kicking in a wild fury, finishing the flurry by throwing him into one of the other sound nins. The impact was harsh, but it was only made more damaging by Naruto appearing behind the two and planting a spine-shattering kick in the other nin's back. The impact was insane, killing him and launching Zaku into the third nin. This one was faster, though, and managed to dodge the attack, taking a defensive stance immediately after with Dosu following suit. Naruto grinned and picked up a kama, small one-handed scythe, that one of the sound nin had been using. Casually dragging his tongue across the blade, he saw the slightly disturbed looks from the sound ninja as he licked the blood from it. In a flash, he threw a kunai he had been holding towards the sound ninja, and, as predicted, they split up, the dumbest thing they could have done. Naruto appeared in front of the other ninja, put the kama so the blade was digging into the back of his neck, and kicked his chest with enough strength to force the kama through his neck. Naruto steadied himself as the head hit the dirt, not used to his new speed just yet. Before he could admire his handiwork, Naruto felt bile rise in the back of his throat as the sound waves hit him from that damn melody arm. Now, I'm going to kill you painfully, Naruto stated as he blinked out of existence, using his speed again. Where did he go? Questioned Dosu. Before he could register the assault, a burning hot pain shot through him from his right shoulder. He looked over and almost had a heart attack from the shock. Naruto had stiffened his hand and used it as a blade to tear off Dosu's right arm, and with it the melody arm. Dosu jumped back, screaming in pain, and he kept moving back until his back was to a tree. "SSD, stay away," he yelled, going insane from the pain and blood loss. Naruto gained that feral grin once more as he picked up the arm, holding it from the bloody shoulder. He disappeared, coming back into Dosu's field of vision too late. All the mummy-like Genin saw was a sadistic smirk and his severed arm, mid-swing. The melody arm crushed Dosu's head between itself and the tree, leaving a bloody mass dripping down the tree. "That was fun. Too bad there aren't more," he said, genuinely wishing for more. The rush he had felt when he killed them was simply wonderful. The failing rush left him very aware of his surroundings, specifically Kin. He let the melody arm fall from his grip as he turned to Kin, walking towards her with a slow gait. The Leaf Ninja gained mortified expressions as he approached the only sound Nin to have the brains to surrender, thinking he was going to kill her in cold blood. Shikamaru tried to move to intercept him, but his legs gave out, forcing him to watch in horror from the ground. Naruto stood in front of Kin, noting that her eyes were screwed shut. She was waiting for pain. When none came, she slowly opened her eyes and looked up. What she saw was the slightly annoyed expression on Naruto's face, like she had cheated him in a game. The lack of action on his part seemed to relive some of the tension in the air, but they waited to see if he would kill her or not. "You have no idea how lucky you are, girl," Naruto finally said, offering a hand to help Kin off the ground. The clearing went silent, the Leaf Ninja trying to figure out why he didn't kill her. Kin wondered if this was some sort of sick joke, but Naruto kept his hand there, a serious look in his eye. "What is this, some kind of sick joke? Going to give me some kind of hope before you kill me? Huh, is that it?" she yelled, almost in tears. Naruto sighed. He would have to explain this eventually, but later sounded a lot better than now. "I said if you surrendered, you would live. You did, and as such you get to live. Now then, get up and come with me. Unless, of course, you'd like to stay wounded in a forest full of hungry carnivores, in a clearing that reeks of fresh blood," he replied, offering his hand once more. Kin looked at the hand for a moment, hesitantly took it, and was quickly lifted to her feet. He turned on his heel and strode towards his team, Kin following behind him like a lost puppy. Naruto got Sasuke and Shikamaru to their feet, having to restrain a laugh at their expressions of respect when they gazed upon him. Sasuke for his power, Shikamaru for the sheer ruthlessness that was obviously not planned. Ino seemed wary of the blonde-turned redhead, but she got her team together and left quickly. Naruto looked at their retreating figures, taking a moment before he answered Sasuke's unasked question without even turning to look at him. "Yes, I will explain it later, but I'm in no mood to do so repetitively. So wait until we reach the tower. We'll get there tomorrow, provided we hurry, and that will give us a day or so to rest, during which time I will tell everyone who needs to know. Now rest, Sasuke. You look like shit. I'll wake you in Sakura at dawn." He seemed almost detached as he spoke, almost as if he was off in his own little world for a short time. Sasuke cast another glance at his changed teammate and vowed to find out how he got such power. The girl he was very wary of, however. Only moments before Naruto's transformation, she had been trying to kill them. At the same time, though, she now seemed to obey Naruto like a servant would a lord. He drifted into an uneasy sleep filled with memories best left forgotten. "And so he sleeps," said Naruto nonchalantly. He turned his gaze to Kin and asked a question she wasn't expecting. "Do you wish to serve me?" "What?" she sputtered out. Naruto cast her a bored glance as he rifled through the contents of the sound corpses. "When we get to the tower, everyone is expected to give a full report. It's basic Chunin protocol to report on every mission. I know Orochimaru is connected to the sound, and as soon as I say that, they'll take you into custody and interrogate you day and night, and we have some talented interrogators. But if you serve me, then I become your guardian, and you are placed under my custody. It might not sound like much, but the Hokage is like family to me. Not much could be done to you." He paused and seemed to go off into his mind for a moment before coming back, So what do you say, life in a Kanaha cell, or life serving as a servant to me? I really don't like the word servant, but I'm afraid there's no other way to put it. Water the plants, feed the fish, stupid shit like that. Kin sat there, silent. She was thinking about what he said, and no matter how she though of it, he was right. If he took her as a servant, the Leaf couldn't take her for interrogation, but she would have to tell them everything she knew. The Yamanaka clan would also, more than likely, do a mind scan to verify the information. She didn't know too much, but might be enough to save her. She turned her gaze to the redhead that now bore a satisfied look, having found the scroll he needed. This Naruto, as she had heard him called, was clearly strong. He completely decimated their team after that transformation. But what was it exactly? She decided not to push her luck. Her life was in his hands. Okay, she said nervously, trying to force the images of carnage that he seemed to inspired out of her mind. She really didn't like her teammates, but their dispatching was just violent. Her eyes suddenly widened. "Saku," she shouted, surprised. "Who?" asked Naruto, moving back to the hollow and sitting against the wall. "The spiky-haired one. You didn't kill him," she said, worried. Zaka didn't know when to quit, and that meant he'd come back for Naruto. Said redhead looked up over to his worried, soon-to-be servant. No hint of concern in his eyes. "Man, don't worry. The mummy may have dodged him, but I wasn't aiming at him. I was aiming at the tiger den about 100 yards back. By the time he wakes up, the tiger would have as well, so he's fairly well fucked over right now. Anyone else you're worried I didn't kill?" he asked nonchalantly. Kin stared at him, unable to speak. "Now then, you may want to come over here and lay down. The tree will keep out most of the wind." Kin hesitantly walked over, deciding to take a chance by laying down next to the man she was to serve. As she started to nod off, she couldn't help but notice that he seemed to have a calming aura when he wasn't in the middle of carnage. As she finally felt the last bits of consciousness leaving her, she could have sworn that a sudden burst of heat came from the redhead. A cold wind blew through the clearing as night fell. Sasuke, Sakura, and Kin were asleep. Naruto was merely meditating, helping Blood with the Kyuubi. The pressure of his aura kept the creatures of the forest at bay and twisted his teammates' dreams into nightmares. Mindscape. Naruto looked at the Kyuubi with no fear, only loathing. Everyone had thought the Kyuubi a demon, but as it turns out, the Bijou are only juggernauts of chakra. Blood was still absorbing the damn thing, though. But the thing irking Naruto was the fact that he had been called a demon when he didn't technically house one. He did find it terribly amusing, however, to wave at the Kyuubi as its power was torn from it, all of it entering Blood until there wasn't a fox to wave at. Naruto looked on with awe as the sewer changed, turning into something he didn't expect the Lord of Hell to find appealing. A sunny island, plenty of grass and trees, and freshwater pools here and there. The only thing that redeemed it, in the sense of hellishness, was the giant citadel of death that loomed over the landscape. Everything about it screamed hell, but the island contradicted it incredibly. "The castle is mine, and the island is yours. I will try not to set anything on fire," Blood said, dark cloak billowing in a non-existent wind. His sudden appearance startled Naruto, but he quickly recovered. "Right," was the only coherent reply that Naruto could manage, though a thought did pop into his mind as the ancient king turned to his castle. "Hey, Blood, didn't you say something about the binding spell?" "Yes, I did. You have ears. It's a miracle," he said sarcastically. "It's simple. Draw your mark somewhere on her skin, using a mix of ink and your blood. Then, and I will help you channel this as you're not used to your new energy sources yet. Just pour energy into it. The flow will shut off by instinct when the binding is over." "Are there any words for the spell?" he asked, wanting to make sure he didn't bleed into ink for no reason. Blood paused for a moment, black cloak still shifting. "The spell has to be spoken in a language both people understand. So say their name, then I do bind thee to my will. My bidding will be yours to do, as will my whims." "Bind. That should do fine, or at least something of equal meaning. Now go wake up and get to that tower, Your regeneration powers are much stronger, but some sicknesses can still get to you. Cold and damp aren't the best places to rest while your immune system is being reconstructed. Blood disappeared in a cloud of energy, leaving Naruto alone. He's got to teach me that, he said, turning on his heel and walking out of his mind, right back into his body. He was about to see what this body could pull off. Just as he finished fading, blood reappeared out of thin air and stared at the spot Naruto had stood on a moment before. Shrugging as he turned back to his castle, he couldn't restrain a small chuckle as he gazed upon his now blazing right hand. Well, trial by fire was always my favorite method. I'll let him figure it out. Reality. Naruto opened his eyes and found that it was midnight, yet even with the lack of a moon, he could see very well. He shifted his weight slightly to get comfortable when he noticed an unfamiliar weight on his lap. He quickly looked for the source, only to find that Kin had moved over to him at some point in the night and rested her head in his lap. He wasn't sure why she had moved, or even if she was aware she had, but it wasn't causing him any discomfort. He shifted his weight slightly against the tree he had been leaning on and absent-mindedly began stroking Kin's hair, much to her unconscious delight. He began musing over designs for his mark, and eventually deciding it must have a dragon, a great sword, the traditional weapon of Archons, and some demonic element in it. He was slightly surprised to find sunlight hitting him in the face, wondering how long he had been thinking. And so the day doth start. He mumbled out as he pushed Kin's head out his lap and stood. Stretching as Kin began to swear loudly, not appreciating being awoken from her sleep. She sat up and looked at her surroundings, the morning light giving little visibility, but she could see the form of the one who she was to serve soon. "Get ready, we're about to haul ass," said Naruto as he went to Sasuke and Sakura, nudging them with his foot until they awoke. They were obviously not used to taking orders from him, but a small burst of demonic aura changed their minds, although they were still weary of Kin. An hour later found them outside the tower, resting to get their breath. Naruto was trying to find words to express his gratitude to Blood. The 6-mile run had done absolutely nothing to him. Blood merely reminded him that everyone has limits, and that he had best not forget his end of the deal. Naruto nodded mentally as his teammates complained about aching muscles and sore wounds. "At least you have a day to rest now," he responded. Sasuke sent him a glare. "Yeah, but if we went a little slower, it wouldn't have been this damaging. We would have still had a day to rest, Baka," Sasuke said angrily. Sakura agreed with Sasuke enthusiastically as usual. "Yes, why don't we spend as much time as possible in the Forest of Death? There's a reason genin aren't allowed in, you know. It's because most of them die. If you want to go back for a stroll, be my guest, but I'm going in now," Naruto replied, a look of distaste on his face. He turned and entered, Kin following with the dynamic duo following soon after. They deciphered the riddle on the wall with ease, though Naruto wasn't fond of the small brain buster after busting his ass in the forest, and quickly threw the scrolls on the ground when they began smoking. In a poof of smoke, Yumino Iruka stood before his former students, a proud look upon his face until he saw Naruto, changing to shock at that point. He pointed and managed to stammer out. "In Naruto, what the hell happened?" he shouted. Naruto let that feral grin spread across his face once more and answered. "Something wonderful. I'll give you a hint." He paused for a moment before continuing. 2 in the 1 became only 1. When the third, 1 came for fun. Human to something not. For the third, 1 had a thought. He offered and the other agreed. Now, there's a new tale to read. He grinned even more when Iruka gained a look of understanding, then grew pale. Iruka turned to the other 2 and put on a fake smile. "Sasuke, why don't you and Sakura go get something to eat, then go rest? I'm sure it would do you good." The Hokage said to bring Naruto to his office so they could talk about a few things, so he'll be back in a few hours. He lied through his teeth, but it was enough to fool them. They knew Naruto and the Hokage were close, so Sarutobi asking to see Naruto after this test was predictable. "Take Kin with you to the room. Tie her up if you're paranoid, but if I find 1 hair out of place, bad things will happen, Naruto said, letting their imaginations do the work as they went off. They walked off, heading to the medical area first. Irika turned to Naruto with a worried face. Let's go to the Sandaime then. He'll definitely want to know about this, he said, Naruto nodding and grabbed Irika's shoulder so he could use the body flicker technique to get them there much quicker. Hokage's office. Sarutobi was perfectly happy. All the paperwork was done. He was alone to read his Aika, and there weren't going to be any disturbances. He was going to send a Joun into the forest tower in an hour or so that they could bring Naruto to him when he got to the tower. He was surprised, then, when Irika appeared in his office in a swirl of leaves with a red-haired genin with him. Before he could comment, though, he saw who the genin was, and his jaw dropped. Naruto smiled softly and gave a small bow, surprising both of the adults. This must have been big for him to be showing respect. "So, how you been, Gramps?" he asked nonchalantly. Sarutobi gained his voice once more and answered. "And Naruto, what happened to you?" he shouted, quickly putting up a sound barrier. Naruto let out a dark chuckle, sending a chill through Sarutobi. "Well, the QB didn't do this if that's what you're worried about," he said, taking a seat. Both Sarutobi and Irika let out breaths that they didn't know they were holding until they realized what he just said. "H, how do you know about the QB?" They both shouted in unison. Naruto gave them a half-hearted glance before answering. "When you live in a village that calls you QB brat at least 5 times a day, you generally catch on. Now then, would you like to know what changed me so?" Sarutobi sighed and lit up his pipe, knowing he was going to need it. Naruto proceeded to tell them everything that happened in the Forest of Death, starting with the starting gates, ending with the arrival at the tower. The more he spoke, the more concerned the two became. Orochimaru's presence was a bad sign as it was, but given the deal Naruto had made, it only made matters worse. Irika had heard of legends of a demon named Blood, but Sarutobi knew the whole story of the Lord of Hell. Or at least more than Irika. Sarutobi tried to explain this to Naruto, that he needed to cancel the deal, but the response he got wasn't one he had expected. "No, I never break a vow. I do not lie, and I refuse to break the contract that I signed in full awareness of its meaning. Naruto, please, listen to reason." "No, you listen, Sandaime-sama. I am no longer the vessel of QB. I am free, the one thing that you failed to give me. You think you know of Blood, but tell me, what is it you know?" Naruto shouted. Sarutobi suddenly rose, letting a little killing intent into the room, but it did little to Naruto. He was a purebred demon born in the depths of Hell Dash, was all he could say before a massive amount of killing intent flooded the room. Blood rose for the shadows, his eyes showing disdain for the aged man. "Boy, do not tempt me to kill you by insulting my heritage. My name is Blood, son of a half-dragon demon, a hound archon." Blood let his cloak fall to the ground, revealing his form to the three. He stood tall as ever, but now you could see that he was very muscular. A fine coat of red fur covered him, and on that red fur were designs in black. Natural or not, they didn't know. He wore no shirt, but he had on heavy boots, baggy pants tucked into said boots, and heavy metal guards on the outer sides of the pants. Upon his right shoulder was a metal band that wrapped all the way around his arm with a similar one on his wrist. Both seemed to be part of him, and there were at least 100 chains connecting the two. From his back came 6 black dragons' wings, but it was his head that gained the most attention. It was that of a dog, but it had the sharpness of a dragon's as well, along with 2 black horns pointing back from his head. "I do not take pleasure in being called an honorless demon, and you would do well to remember that. I shall honor the contract signed, as will Naruto, and as such you too are to stay out of this." However, he paused a moment, pulling out a large scroll out of nowhere that Sarutobi recognized as a summoning contract. "What he does with what I gave him is up to him. I only wish to see the world. He may share this summoning contract with whomever he wishes. He may grant power to those he wishes. He may fight as he wishes. It does not matter to me. I suggest you begin thinking with an open mind, though. It's much less likely to get you killed." Blood turned and was consumed by the shadows. The only things marking his arrival were the summoning contract and the burnt carpet where he stood. Naruto grabbed the contract and looked at the almost tribal markings that were put onto it. Sarutobi and Irika stood still, scared stiff. The most powerful demon in history had just come out of the shadows, spoke to them, and was more than slightly pissed. Sarutobi wasn't known as the professor for nothing, so he quickly saw the usefulness of a container with a demo, an entity that would willingly give him power. The only part that bothered him was the fact that everyone was about to use someone he considered family as a weapon. Irika, he said, gaining the man's attention, you have the rest of the day off. Go relax. I wish to have a few words with Naruto regarding his new status. Naruto cocked an eyebrow, confused. Irika nodded. The rest of the day, spent at the pub, sounded wonderful right now. He left, mumbling about how he would send the bill to the Hokage's office. So tell me, what do you mean by new status? Asked Naruto, a smirk tugging at his lips. Sarutobi sighed before responding. You aren't the container for the QB anymore, so I have to change that. But the problem is I can't say what you contain now without some big issues. So perhaps you or Blood, in his infinite wisdom, can come up with something. He said, the last part dripping with sarcasm. Bloodline would be pushing it. A Jinjutsu that has been maintained all these years is way too unrealistic. Well, I have an idea that might work, but those issues you spoke of would still pop up, but much farther down the line than originally planned. Naruto paused, and Sarutobi made a motion for him to continue. Say exactly what happened, just change a few words. Like what, pray tell? Say, I made a pact with a demonic dragon for power, but an Archon interfered and gave me its power as well. It's either that or Plan B. Plan B. You call the ninja into a meeting after the preliminaries, and I tell them what happened. After the Chunin exams, if the rest of the villagers don't know, then I tell them. If they wish to kill me, then they must first realize that I do not contain the demon that destroyed the village 12 years ago. After that, if they try, I will kill them. As easy as that would be, you'd end up killing just about everyone. Any other bright ideas? You could just say any attacks made on me will be counted as treason, punishable as such. That would discourage the bulk. The rest who try to kill me would be either too stupid or too blind to live. Next question. Sarutobi sat there a moment, seeing the truth in his words. It would cause problems in the village for a while, but it would reduce the chance of an enemy finding out and spreading the word that way. Eventually, everyone would know exactly which demon Naruto made a pact with, unless he told them first, but better break it to them easy. Fine, it's you condition. Given the power boost that will no doubt be coming, I can have you moved up to Chunin right in dash. No, I will earn my rank. I don't want to be handed things. My archonic side won't let me. I will proceed as normal. If I fail, I fail. Having all the power in the world isn't any good if you can't use it. Naruto quickly said, cutting Sarutobi off. Suddenly, he zoned out, coming back to in a few seconds, wincing. What is it? Asked Sarutobi, mildly concerned. Naruto winced once more, as if the very thought pained him. Blood just told me the only way to control, or at least filter my power well enough for me to use it. Remember those chains on his right arm? Sarutobi nodded. The metal plates they are attached to were grafted into blood skin when he was a child. Back then, there were 5 chains, each one representing 20% of his power. The stronger he got, the more he added until he had 100. Sarutobi paled slightly when he realized what he meant. You don't mean? Yes, I'll need 10 chains. Blood can preform the ritual, but I'll be immobilized for about a week after. He said he'll do it after the preliminaries. But if you could, find 10 of the highest quality chains in Konoha, and keep them here until it's time. The lengths won't matter. The spell makes the conform to my arm. Oh, and I'll need the location of a tattoo artist. Why a tattoo artist? He asked, slightly confused. Naruto chuckled. It's tradition for demons to have markings, and Archons often did the same. So I figured why not? I'm not going to be able to do anything more strenuous than walking for about 3 days after the initial week. Naruto responded with a feral grin. Sarutobi shrugged, adding this to the fuck it list. Naruto, there's one more thing that you should know before you leave. It's about your parents and your inheritance. Naruto froze. This had always irked him, and now he would finally know. Sarutobi proceeded to tell Naruto about his parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto listened with completely, never missing a word as the aged Kage told the boy everything he knew of his parents. At the end of the tale, Naruto had a few falling from his eyes and a glad smile on his face. When it came to the inheritance itself, he was smiling like he used to. That had left him the clan compound, a small fortune, and their jutsu library. It slightly saddened Naruto when Blood told him that he wouldn't be able to use the jutsu until he converted them to using one of his new energy sources, but it gave him a new goal. Sarutobi told Naruto he would give him the keys and lead him to the house after the preliminaries. Naruto nodded and walked out the door, a smile on his face and the contract under his arm. Sarutobi gave a small chuckle when Naruto stuck his head back in and asked if he could get taken back to the tower. At the tower, Sasuke stared out the window, rage on his face. How could his dope of a teammate get so much power when he needed it? It infuriated him to no end, yet at the same time he couldn't help but feel this could prove beneficial. His rival was stronger, so he now had a chance to grow stronger. Naruto wasn't weak anymore, so he now had some respect from the brooding Uchiha. Sakura sat in the corner, trying to figure out what had happened to Naruto. Before she had fainted, he was the same old orange ninja, but when she awoke, he was a red-haired badass. She couldn't make heads or tails of it, but she was sure of one thing. He scared her now. Kakashi leaned against the wall reading his porn, unaware of what was troubling his two students. He would have asked, but this was the good part of the book. He was half curious where Naruto was, but he would have been informed if he had died. He shrugged, going back to reading his porn. Power, private room. Naruto had finished the array and was applying the mark onto Kin's bare back. She had been slightly upset when Naruto told her to remove her shirt, but he said she could turn around and hold a sheet over her breasts so long as he could get to her back. So there she sat, still annoyed, but she complied, while Naruto put the finishing touches on the mark. It was a great sword of a holy make with a WRM wrapped around it, and the background was an ancient demonic rune with similarly ancient runes around it, each the mark representing a different dragon, mainly ones of great power, such as Bahamut and Tiamat. It was complex, but the more runes of power the mark held, the stronger the control of the subject would be. Blood told him that since Kin willingly joined him, the mark would simply make it hard for her to refuse direct orders, instead of breaking her will first. It would take absolutely no concentration for him to keep the mark active, so the only thing that would free Kin would be the total destruction of Naruto's soul. He had also warned Naruto that, as is the case of servants of the opposite sex, Kin would be sexually attracted to him. It would be little more than the feeling of having a crush, but any further feelings would be Kin's own. This may hurt, Naruto said quietly, tapping into the archonic power he had. It made him feel so good, as if he were truly in heaven. But he pushed the feeling aside and uttered the spell, slamming his hand into the center of the mark that took up the majority of Kin's back. He felt blood channeling his other two energies, but they were far off rivers to him. She cried out as the mark was sealed onto her skin, but it was over quickly and they were both panting. Naruto put his hand on her shoulder and called upon his archonic power, once more for the simplest spell that every archon knew by instinct: heal. Kin felt a soothing wave of energy rush through her body that made her sleepy, but she remained awake as Naruto removed his hand to wipe some sweat from his forehead. He could barely tap into his power and could only do one or two spells or techniques from any of the three. He cracked his back and handed Kin her shirt before moving to one of the two beds in the room. He dozed off fairly quickly, while quick enough not to notice Kin slipping into bed with him or Blood's barking laughter. Next day, 2 hours before start of prelims, Naruto opened his eyes and looked around sleepily, noting that the alarm clock said that the preliminaries were in 2 hours. He tried to roll over, but found his right side weighed down. Having a vague idea what it was, he turned his head to the side to find Kin snuggled up to his side, mumbling some interesting things in her sleep. Naruto tuned her out before he was too tempted to take advantage of his servant and got out of bed by slipping out the other side. Kin whined a bit before grabbing a pillow and using it in Naruto's place. Blood wasn't kidding. She really wants me, Naruto said under his breath, careful not to wake her up. He quietly slipped in the bathroom to relive himself and get a quick shower, and to his delight, Kin was apparently a heavy sleeper. The shower was very loud. He left the bathroom to find another set of his clothes on the unused bed, a note from Blood explaining that a new set would form when he needed one until he learned to materialize his own, rested on top. After donning his clothes, he wrote a quick note for Kin to stay here until the end of the preliminaries so she wasn't caught. With that done, he left the room, locking the door behind him. He checked the clock in the hall to find it was almost time for the preliminaries. The main battle room, or whatever it's called. Naruto stood by himself. The only people recognizing him were Ino, Shikamaru, Chuji, Sasuke, Sakura, and the Hokage. The rest either paid him no mind, thought he was a backup proctor, or something of the like. The Hokage announced how these preliminaries would be carried out. Mainly, the match will continue until one opponent is dead or incapacitated in the random selections. Naruto leaned back against the wall, waiting for his name while others fought. All the fights are the same, but Temari fights Kiba instead, still winning though. Shino and Chuji fight and Shino wins. Naruto stifled a yawn as the blonde girl from Suna decimated Kiba. The only interesting match had been between Rock Lee and Gaara no Sabaku. That sand power was obviously from a demon, the Shikaku, if he wasn't mistaken. In truth, the only thing keeping him awake was the wait for his match, which was apparently the last. Finally, he heard his name called. Well, Naruto Uzumaki and Tenten Midahara don't know what it means, if anything. Just came to mind. Please come down for their match, said the proctor, the call filled with coughs. Naruto walked down slowly, taking his time while Tenten merely jumped. They got to the center and faced off, getting into their stances, Tenten with a katana, Naruto in a feral stance that bellied great power. Ready? The proctor asked after a moment, and getting nods, he continued. Begin! He jumped out of the way in time as Tenten went on the offensive. To her credit, she wasn't swinging wildly. This was a deadly dance the two were pre-forming. Tenten swinging and Naruto dodging. But the cycle was broken when Tenten lashed out with a kick that landed in the center of Naruto's chest, knocking him back a good 5 feet from the surprise of the blow. Tenten smirked. You should have waited a year, kid. I'm way stronger. Give up now, and I won't hurt you, she said as she pulled out 2 scrolls. Guy's eyes widened as he realized she was going all out. Naruto merely smirked back, slightly unnerving her. Now, why would I go and do that? I'm just warming up. Tenten glared and undid the scrolls, calling out her technique, which has escaped my mind. Holy hell, Naruto said as the rain of weapons came down on him, a sight that would have frozen just about every other genin. Naruto smirked and decided to try something. Demon's Art, Hell's Guard, he shouted as a large burning sphere surrounded him. The use of a demon technique was surprising, but its effect was truly shocking. Not only did it protect Naruto, but it incinerated any weapon that touched it, and the wires attached to them were superheated, burning Tenten's fingers and made her release them or face the inability to use them for the duration of the fight, if not longer. Damn it, she thought, her fingers still aching from the wires. She glared at Naruto as the shell went down to reveal the red-haired genin panting. 1 demonic spell down, 1 to go, he thought as he decided to try his luck. He inhaled deeply, his chest expanding. Blood decided to comment at this point in time. Do you know the saying, trial by fire? 'Cause you're off an element. Blood laughed as Naruto cocked an eyebrow. He expelled the breath, expecting some sort of flame, only to find a line of electricity shooting from his mouth. To his credit, it burned a hole in the wall and several trees outside the building as well. Till he fit, Naruto said, finding his tongue was numb. It wore off, but still. Damn. Luckily, for her anyway, Tintin had managed to dodge the beam with only a bad case of static charge, which made it very hard for her to hold a weapon. Naruto smirked as she finally lost enough of the charge to pick up a weapon. Ready to lose yet? Or shall I drag this out some more? 'Cause I gotta tell you, kicking you ass is the most fun I've had all week. Well, aside from killing those teams from the village hidden in the sound. The arena froze, save for a select few. Having killed at Genin rank was no small feat, but having killed teams was something unheard of. Tintin tried to call him on it only to be surprised. "You're right, you probably showed up after they were dead," she yelled. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Tintin didn't realize what she said. Unfortunately for her, she decided not to shut up. "What kind of ninja are you? Lying is the act of those without honor." She would have continued, but the arena was flooded with a volatile energy that seemed to reek of power. Naruto glared with the force of an army of demons, his stare burning a hole through her very soul. He then uttered the last words of the match. "Art of the Baler, Vorpal's sword," he said as a spectral blade made its way into his hand. It looked to be a long sword with its blade shaped like a bolt of lightning, and its edge looked sharp enough to cut souls. As if on command, it burst into flames, the act shocking everyone. He charged, the arena seeming to shift with each step due to his aura distorting Tintin's senses. And in a flash, he appeared behind her, the swing complete. A jagged cut tore its way up her back, and the flames cauterized the wound, immediately leaving no chance of healing without a scar. The pain made her black out, and as she fell, the aura faded until Naruto stood with the sword in his hand, the blood boiling from its edge. "Winner, Naruto Uzumaki," the proctor shouted, yet no one moved nor made sound. The only noise made was from the crackling of the flames from Naruto's blade, which soon disappeared in a flash of flames. He turned and walked up the stairs only to be halted by the Hokage's voice. "Will all winners please come to the floor to decide who will fight who in the next round?" he shouted, slightly wincing as Naruto turned from the stairs with that burning glare still on his face. They lined up with Naruto at the end, as far away as possible. As they were drawing numbers, they silently prayed not to fight Naruto, save for Sasuke and Gaara, who wanted to fight the demonic boy. Oh, if only they knew. They were glad that Naruto was at the end, as when he reached into the box, it burst into flames along with the paper that held his number. But it took no great mind to figure out he was number 2, the only one left. That meant Neji was his opponent. That also meant there would probably be a charred corpse in that ring before he was done. The genin stared at the opponents, but Neji was forced to look away when Naruto sent that blazing glare his way. It truly was something that seemed to scar your soul. As Naruto left the ring, everyone let out a breath of relief. If nothing else, he was scary as shit now. Sarutobi sighed. The ninja meeting afterwards would be hectic enough without the addition of an irritated hybrid. "Will all Jounin please come to my office at 5, and anyone who is late will be demoted to genin. No exceptions," said the aged Kage as his body flickered back to his office to await the arrival of the Jounin for an hour. With Naruto, he walked to a training ground, intent on mass destruction. "That bitch," he shouted, cleaving a tree in half with his blazing sword. "How dare she insult my honor? Call me a liar? Ah." With every sentence, a tree fell. He heard footsteps behind him and swung, but the blade was caught by a clawed hand. Blood stood, his cloak of shadows back in place, with an amused look in his glowing eyes. Naruto mellowed out slightly, and the blade disappeared in a quick flash once more. Not bad, calling forth your sword twice in one day, using a fraction of you berserker mode, and using your pride and honor as a base for it all in one day. Still, you must learn restraint. I speak from experience when I say killing everyone who insults you is relieving, but it causes more difficulty down the road. As much as I'd like to inform you of some of these difficulties, you're going to be late for the meeting that the Hokage is having, the one where you're supposed to explain the situation regarding my residency. Now, go." With that, the aged hybrid disappeared in the usual way, stepping back into the shadows. Naruto sighed and ran towards the Hokage tower, trying to find an eloquent way of breaking it to the Jounin and Shunin. All genin and civilians would either find out from the ninja from today or the day after the finals. The tower, council room. Most of the ninja here were used to being called for group meetings by the Hokage without knowing what they were here for, but the council member were more irritable. They were usually the one who called meetings, not the Hokage, so they were quite annoyed. Danzo called out to Sarutobi, trying to pry the purpose of this meeting from him, but to no avail. Hokage-sama, why are we waiting? All the ninja are here as you requested, and we are her as well, so why are we waiting? He asked, trying to mask his anger. Sarutobi cast him a detached glance, furthering Danzo's anger, and said one sentence. We're waiting for the guest of honor. With that, the doors to the council room burst open as if on cue, and in stepped Naruto, trenchcoat moving in an unseen breeze. His presence alone created an air of anger. It was expected when only a handful of people liked him, though. He ignored it and made his way to the Hokage. Sorry I'm late, destruction therapy. Shall we begin? He asked, a small grin on his face. Sarutobi nodded and stood, clearing his throat before starting. Thank you all for coming here on such short notice. There is something that should be brought to your attention, an event that happened in the Forest of Death that will more than likely alter history. Sarutobi paused a moment before continuing. 12 years ago, the Yondaime saved the village from the Kyuubi no Kitsune by sealing it into a newborn. I made a law that no one could tell this boy about the fox, but it seems he found out on his own. I don't know how long Naruto knew, but it doesn't matter anymore. The fox is gone. Murmurs went through the crowd as this news was told. Many looked at Naruto, hatred still in their eyes. This is where I leave the tale to Naruto, as I don't know what happened in the Forest of Death. There was a long silence as everyone looked to Naruto, who in turn merely waited a moment. Then as things began to get tense, he spoke. I'm going to be blunt about this, but listen to everything before your feeble human minds lock onto one train of thought again. In the forest, my team was attacked by Orochimaru in disguise. We lived, but he gave Sasuke a cursed mark and left us beaten and bloodied. The next day, we were attacked by 2 teams from Sound. We defeated 1 ninja with the help of Team 10, but the other 5 outmatched us. He looked out the window in silent recollection before continuing. I was forcing myself not to call of Kyuubi's power. I refused to let him fight my battles for me. When all hope seemed lost, the world slowed to a crawl before stopping completely. An ancient voice spoke to me, offering a deal. He gets rid of the Kyuubi and gives me his powers in return for me, becoming his new vessel and seeing the world. I agreed and signed a contract he made. Then his energies garbed me in what you see now. The world started turning again, and I gave the Sound teams a chance, surrender and live. Because of what I am now, I couldn't go back on my word. When one of them laid down her weapon, she lived. On a whim, I suppose, I made her my servant, and as such out of the reach of you idiots, he said, motioning to the council. The rest were killed. I got Captain Emo and the pink weakling to the tower. The rest is either already known or unimportant. There was silence in the room. Then a storm of shouts filled the room, mainly saying that this was one of the Kyuubi's tricks or that they should kill him for insulting the council. Silence, fools. The room went quiet as Blood emerged from the shadows without his cloak. While his appearance had silenced them, it was his choking aura that was keeping them so. You humans cease to amaze me. I've been asleep for 10,000 years, and nothing has changed about you idiots. Demon this, devil that, Satan hit me with a wiffle ball bat. If it isn't human, you think that makes it 3 things: bloodthirsty, evil, and something that should be killed. I made a deal with Naruto, and part of it was to remove the Kyuubi. Want proof? Here's see for yourselves. Blood took out an orb from his pouch and held it out. In the orb was the Kyuubi, writhing in agony. Everyone's eyes widened. It was true. Blood returned the orb to its pouch before continuing. Do not think for a second that I'm some kind of savior. I am the king of hell. I used to kill you empty things in droves for fun, and I'm very tempted to start doing it again. If you piss me off, I will bring your dead loved ones back to life to kill you, after I kill the ones that are still alive. The seal keeps most of my power back, but I still have enough to make the QB look like a kitten. It does not, however, bind me. I can come and go as I please so long as I'm within a few miles of Naruto, so one night I might get bored and kill you all. He turned to the council, a sadistic smirk on his face. He moved his arm and aimed it at Danzo, and let out a dark laugh as the Warhawk's eyes widened. Suddenly, one of the chains that didn't control his power detached itself from his shoulder, though still attached to the wrist, and moved like a snake in front of him. "Get over here!" he shouted, the chain shooting out and impaling Danzo through the center of his chest. Blood pulled the chain, and Danzo was pulled from his seat and was caught by the throat by Blood. I know a demon who just loves skinning people alive, putting salt on the wound, and then putting their skin back on. I think it's about time he got a new visitor. His knife might be a little rusty, but I'm sure you won't mind. Blood opened up a red, spiraling portal and stepped through, taking Danzo with him. As the portal closed, the room looked to Naruto and Hokage. "Any questions?" Sarutobi asked. He was actually planning on thanking Blood. He just saved him a lot of trouble. When one of the Jounins actually raised her hand, his sweat dropped. She was jumping around like a little kid. "What is it, Anko?" "Can I have his autograph?" she asked with a smile. Naruto blinked a few times, unsure of what he just heard. Not many humans would ask for such a thing for Blood. "Next time I see him, I'll ask him. Now, any other questions?" "I do have something to do today," replied Naruto, hoping that he could get out of there ASAP. To his relief, it looked like they were going to stay quiet. He turned to the Hokage and nodded. Sarutobi, in turn, handed Naruto a sheet of paper. Naruto made his way through the crowd, restraining a dark chuckle when some of the weaker Chunin parted for him. Namake's clan compound, living room. The place was huge, if nothing else. The living room alone was at least 50 feet across with a similar width. Not to mention it already had all the furniture he needed and then some. He spent some time looking around and found a large number of bedrooms and bathrooms, a fully stocked kitchen with a note from the Hokage. The fully stocked bit was his doing, a hot spring, a dojo inside, an outdoor training area with dummies, a meditation room, and a room that held a small shrine. The shrine itself was confusing, though. It bore no mark of a particular deity, nor did it really resemble a shrine of any sort. It just felt like some kind of shrine. Naruto had to pick his jaw up from the floor when he saw the size of the library. It was the size of a house on its own, a house full of jutsu. Before he got two Crazy Blood's words rang through his mind. He wouldn't be able to use any of them until he figured out how to convert them to an energy type he could use. He shut the door and looked around some more, eventually finding the master bedroom and bathroom on the top floor. After unpacking, he sat down to the living room once more, only to find two unexpected guests. Blood stood calmly, the chain from Sarutobi in his hand, and Kin sat in one of the chairs, fast asleep. Naruto sighed and put a blanket over Kin, who was once again muttering some interesting things involving whipped cream. Turning his attention to Blood in hopes of restraining himself, he noted that Blood did look a little annoyed. "Something wrong?" he asked. Blood looked at him warningly. "You do realize this will be the most painful thing you ever experience, right? After this, all other pain will seem insignificant, if that gives you any hint. Just be prepared," was all he said before clearing a space in the living room. The array drawn was the most complex thing Naruto had ever seen, but as he moved to the center, he felt the enormous pressure that it created. He stood against the pressure, his right arm stretched out to the side. Blood sighed as his cloak burned away. He really didn't feel like performing this damned ritual. Then the array burned with a bloody red light as the energy began spiraling. Blood gave a dark smile. The ritual did allow him to unleash more than he was used to. Only someone with the power of the King of Hell could perform the ritual, and the previous king had done it to him. Blood put a hand on Naruto's shoulder and burned off his shirt, pumping so much demonic energy into the skin turned red and almost boiled. Naruto had braced himself, but he cried out as the fresh waves hit him. Blood focused the energy more and more until it formed a band around his shoulder and part of his torso. This meant he was almost done with that area. He added even more, solidifying it into a blood-red metal band that buried itself into Naruto's flesh, eliciting another scream from him. Blood removed his hand from the shoulder, but quickly grabbed Naruto's right wrist and began flooding it with arcanic energy. Instead of the normal, soothing feeling that it normally held for Naruto, it burned him worse than the demonic energy. The process was an exact replica of the shoulder, and although the band would be smaller, no less energy was added. The band formed and attached itself, but Blood had a few more things to do. He took the chains in his hand and began pumping them full of dragonic energies until runes began etching themselves into the links and the lengthened to fit Naruto's arm. Blood let go of the chains, letting them fly to the metal plates and attach themselves. This brought forth another scream from Naruto. They seemed to burn like fire not only on his skin, but he felt his energy being absorbed into the chains with a burning sensation. Then the pain stopped, so suddenly Naruto almost blacked out. Blood said words so old the very world seemed to question their meaning. Then he touched the chains. The blood and damage the heat had done were wiped clean from the chains, leaving them a bright silver. The plates on his arm also turned silver, shining in the twilight that crawled in the windows. Then the world went black as the ritual took its toll, and Naruto slipped into unconsciousness. Blood watched as he hit the floor, chains rattling. He then waved his hand, cleaning the living room of soot and blood before picking Naruto up and warped to the master bedroom, where he laid Naruto down and left. He was tired himself, but he needed to make sure Naruto actually survived this. He sank into the shadows, but never truly left. Naruto's mind. The sound of waves on a beach awoke him. He sat up and opened his eyes, looking at the ocean in front of him. He sat there for a long time, just staring at the endless waves. Then he felt it, like a pull on his very being, a call he couldn't ignore. He turned from the ocean and walked towards where the call brought him, casting a glance over his shoulder at the waves beckoning him to come back and sit on the sandy beach to meditate forever. He walked on, passing by Blood's castle, and ended up near the center of the island before the call seemed to cease. Before him stood what he was now, or what he was to become. A large red-skinned demon stood to his right, large wings coming from his back. He stood at almost 10 foot with huge horns coming from his head. He wore only ragged shorts, and flames danced over his broad form. At his side was a vorpal sword like Naruto's, only more flames, and it seemed even sharper. His onyx eyes stared at Naruto with apathy. To Naruto's left stood what he assumed to be a hound archon. He stood at roughly 6'9", and his muscular body was covered in a fine layer of blood-red fur. He was garbed in baggy pants tucked into his heavy boots and a white tunic with a holy coat over that. His dog-like head held pure white eyes that seemed to inspire Naruto, and along his back was a great sword of holy make. In the middle stood the more impressive of the three, a 50-foot dragon with lightning blue scales. He gazed at Naruto, flexing his large wings every now and then, staring with gray orbs. From just behind his nostrils to between his eyes protruded a jagged golden horn that sparked with electricity. His sharp claws tore through the ground when he flexed them, all in all a scary sight. There was an unspoken conversation between the four of them. The only sounds came from their breathing. The Archon walked off into a grove of trees. The demon strode off towards the beach. The dragon flew off into the skies, and Naruto walked back towards Castle Hellcry. Their meeting was short and silent, but Naruto now knew what these three were, what he would become if he fully embraced one aspect. And the hound doth howl into the night, fighting to return things to right. The bat flaps his wings, and the wind begins burning things. The lizard stares at the violent storm, the lightning giving him form. The path I carve will be followed by crows. For now nightfall comes where darkness goes. Naruto shook his head and laughed. I think blood is rubbing off on me. He looked over his shoulder, still chuckling slightly. He smiled and walked on, intent on beginning to make a place of meditation in his own mind for once. He stood in a small clearing, concentrating. Soon trees began growing around him, and a pool formed in the middle of the clearing. Naruto sighed, content on enjoying every moment he could because he knew as soon as he could move, he was going to have to train. A feral grin trailed its way across his face. That Hyuga kid didn't know who he was fucking with. 3 days later, Naruto was hoping that this ritual had been worth it, being unable to do anything but lay on his left side and, with concentration, get up to relieve himself. He was actually glad that Kin had finished her interrogation the day prior. She was a lifesaver while he was in the earlier stages. Still, she seemed nervous around him. She probably wasn't too sure that he wasn't going to rape her, and the seal's effect on her in that regard more than likely left her with a very confusing set of emotions. "Nay, Kin-chan," he called out, wondering if she could hear him in the living room. In a matter of moments, the door to the bedroom slowly opened, and Kin stepped in with a forced neutral face. "Yes, master," she asked, trying to disguise her dislike of the word. "Never say that again," Naruto said, a fire lighting inside of his chest. "Call me Naruto-sama, as in Lord Naruto, if you must, but I never want to hear you call me master, understood?" Kin was taken aback by the venom in his voice, but quickly nodded. There was an awkward silence for the girl, though Naruto quickly calmed himself and remembered why he had called her. "Could you bring me some water? I'm out," he said softly, inclining his head to the empty glass resting on the bedside table. Kin was silent as she walked over and took the empty glass, trying to avoid her master's gaze. As she left, she made sure the door was shut before letting out a breath she didn't know she was holding. She was still scared to death that he might rape her or kill her, but since the ritual her dreams had been filled by him. But it wasn't how she had imagined it. In the dreams, they were intimate, but it was more in the romantic sense. And he had been nice so far, despite the obvious pain he was in. "Maybe I'm being paranoid," she muttered as she filled the glass. If something was going to go sour, it should have already happened. The only rough spot had been the master thing a few moments prior. She shook her head and decided to at least try and be nice. She couldn't help but wonder why he had spared her, though. Why go through the trouble of keeping her alive? As she neared the door, she heard a dark voice from the other side. Naruto was talking to someone. Against her better judgment, she pressed her ear to the door and listened. "I don't see why you're being so nice to her. She is your slave, and more than that, she's a prisoner of war. Such leniency isn't becoming of a demon," the dark voice said, sending chills down Kin's spine. "She's human, not some sort of beast to be locked in a cage. I'm being nice to her because, unlike everyone else around me, if she starts to hate me, she can't leave. Call me soft, but I'm not one for emotional tortures," came Naruto's voice, defending Kin. "Well, she's your slave. I suppose it's up to you. Still, try not to grow too sentimental. I'd hate to see you hurt," Blood said sarcastically. "Were you hugged as a child?" "No." "That explains a lot. Anyway, can you go? Kin's standing outside, and I don't want her to have a heart attack when she sees you." Spoil sport. There was a loud whooshing sound before Naruto called her in. "You knew I was listening?" Kin asked as she set the water on the table. "Near the end anyway. Thank you for bringing the water," he said, giving her a soft smile. "You're welcome, Naruto-sama." There was a small pause as the two looked at each other, taking in details like they were meeting anew. "You need to relax. I might be a demon, but I'm not evil," Naruto said as he let his eyes drift shut. "I won't hurt you." Kin was silent as he seemingly fell asleep. She looked at his right arm, taking in the angry red skin and the silver metal. The ritual had woken her up the other day, the unearthly screams of agony. She smiled a little and walked out, knowing there were worse fates than being a servant to a kind demon. 1 week, for days later, hot springs. Naruto stared across the water at an old guy who was obviously peeping on the women's side of the springs. After listening to the old shit giggle for a few minutes, he decided enough was enough. He sneaked up behind him, forgoing any powers he had, and planted the hardest kick he could on that pervert's ass. Apparently, when enhanced muscles hit a distracted Sannin, it's enough to launch said ninja over a 10-foot fence. Naruto leaned against a tree as he listened to the sounds of someone getting the living shit kicked out of them, moving his finger in the air like he was conducting an orchestra. In truth, he was very accurate. Had one been able to see both at once, they might have thought he was actually controlling the fire murder. About 5 minutes later, he was sent flying over the fence, beaten and bloodied. He landed in front of Naruto, who in turn nudged him with his foot to see if he was alive enough to torment some more. To his delight, the man was still alive, which meant he could send him back over the wall. "Hey Gramps, you dead?" Naruto asked, half expecting him not to answer. It came as a full surprise when he jumped back, all of his injuries gone, and went through some quick hand signs. Confetti began falling as he did a weird dance that would scare small children. "Of course I'm okay. Don't you know who I am? I'm one of the Sannin, teacher of the Yondaime, and writer of the famed Ika series. I am Jiraiya, the Toad Sage," he yelled. As if to prove a point, he summoned a small toad. "Okay, so you're ancient, senile, you trained a dead guy, and you write porn. Oh yes, I tremble at your greatness. Now turn back towards the hot spring so I could get a clear shot." Naruto made a turning motion with his finger just to piss him off. Jiraiya stared at the boy. Most people at least bowed and showed a little respect even if they didn't want to. This kid just insulted him and told him to turn so he could kick him again. "Wait again? You kicked me into the springs," the old pervert yelled. Naruto yawned, bored since he wouldn't be able to kick him again, mainly due to the fact that the blood went back into the head on his neck. "Yeah, I did. For a Sannin, you really don't pay attention, do you? For the love of Hieronius, I'm a genin. And I not only got behind you without being noticed, but launched your ass into the air before you even realized what was going on. Really just the man." Naruto patted Jiraiya on the shoulder and turned, planning on leaving to get lunch, not planning on being stopped. "Kid, I was distracted, but you now have my full attention. So what's stopping me from kicking your ass for that little stunt you just pulled?" Jiraiya was just trying to intimidate Naruto a little. He knew who he was, and the Sandaime had asked him to come and train the boy a bit. The feral grin on the kid's face did worry him slightly. "Well, first off, I now have a clear shot at your nuts that would launch you back into the women's side. Secondly," said Naruto, pointing behind Jiraiya. He looked behind him to see Blood standing in his cloak, his eyes glowing from under his big hood. "Fair warning, I don't control him, so if he decides to maim you horribly, oh well." Blood grinned and sank into the shadows. Naruto would tell him when it come out sometimes just to freak people out. In several cases he did maim people, but Blood said, in his defense, that only 2 died and he only ate 1. It was also hard to argue/yell at the Lord of Hell. Although brief, Blood's appearance and exit unnerved Jiraiya, at least enough to raise his guard. He turned back to Naruto, who still had the remnants of a grin on his face. He had agreed to train the boy, but he had a feeling that this would take some doing. "All right, brat, you've piqued my interest," he said, trying to disarm some of the tension in the air. Naruto may have been cheery on the outside, but one look at his eyes revealed how ready he was to bolt should need be. "Oh joy," was his response. In truth, he was hoping this meant he could get some training out of the old pervert. "So what? You gonna train me now or something?" "I'm tempted to say, or something, but I made a promise to an old friend that entails me training you." Jiraiya went through some quick hand signs and summoned a toad of decent size. The toad opened its mouth and gave the scroll it held to Jiraiya, then disappeared. Jiraiya began walking off, motioning for Naruto to follow. 10 minutes later, a random stream. Jiraiya had laid the scroll out on the ground and crossed his arms. "Okay, bite your thumb and sign your name in blood on the contract. Then put your handprint at the space in bottom. After that, I'll show you how to summon toads," he said, starting to enter lecture mode. Naruto's eyes widened before a sadistic grin came to his face. Jiraiya cocked an eyebrow as Naruto concentrated, but both his eyebrows shot to his hairline as another summoning scroll appeared. Thanks for telling me how to make this damn thing work. Blood wouldn't tell me shit, and the spaces were confusing me, said Naruto as he opened the scroll and bit his thumb, letting a lot of blood out. He signed his name and left his handprint, but as he lifted his hand, a cold wind blew through the area. The scroll rolled itself up and disappeared, but that didn't concern Naruto. You, show me how to summon now. Jiraiya, I twitched at the lack of respect. I don't know. If you keep disrespecting me, I don't think I'll teach you anything, replied Jiraiya, trying to scare some respect into the little bastard. It didn't work. Either show me how to summon, or I'll have blood hold you still while I gather up all the women in the village, ninja and civilian, and tell them two things, where you are and that you spied on them while they were in the hot springs. Now, pick one, showing me how to summon or castration, he said, a feral grin on his face, fangs glinting. Normally, Jiraiya wouldn't be scared of Genin, but the cloaked thing that had shown up earlier worried him. That and the thought of village worth of women coming to kill him, or worse. He had to stop himself from clutching his nuts protectively. You are a decent negotiator, Brad. Fine, I'll show you the damn summoning. After that, it's up to you. Jiraiya grumbled out. If this wasn't for that promise to the Sandaime, then he would be more objective, but he was fairly well-boned on this one. He went through the hand signs slowly, so Naruto could see them before walking over to a tree and sitting at its base, taking out a bottle of sake to calm his nerves. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what came out of that contract. 5 hours later found Naruto just about to pass out from exhaustion. He simply couldn't build up enough energy to use the summoning. Jiraiya had began to formulate a plan to make him use the Kyuubi, but Naruto caught the look in his eye and ended that there. So what do you propose we do now? You've got a summoning contract you're not strong enough to use, and I'm out of sake, Jiraiya said, clearly annoyed. Naruto sent him a glare and wiped the sweat from his forehead. The cold chains felt wonderful. His eyes shot open. He looked at the chains and grabbed one of them before tearing it from its connection to his wrist. Then he felt a huge surge of energy and, spurred on by this burst, ran through the hand signs once more, slamming his right hand down on the ground. Kuchios no jutsu, he shouted as the area was covered by smoke. Jiraiya stood and got ready to fight should the summon prove hostile. Naruto struggled to remain standing as his energy was drained. By the time it stopped, he had only enough to move and function. Who has summoned me? A voice called from the smoke. As it cleared, they saw what had been summoned. It looked to be a wolf with a black pelt that bore blood-red symbols. It stood at about 5 feet at the shoulder, and that meant it was easier for you to see its eyes. They were as red as a funeral pyre and held the same amount of morbidity. Around its ankles were blood-red bands, each one bearing a demonic rune for wolf. Naruto found his voice and was actually surprised he had lost it in the drain. I summoned you, Naruto said before giving a bow with his hand over his heart, the palm facing outwards. It was a demon thing that blood hadn't gone into depth with, but he explained that it was a sign of respect for the other's honor and loyalty. My name is Naruto Namikaze, the vessel for the Lord of Hell. He gave me the contract to summon your kind, whatever you are. The wolf sighed and looked towards the rising moon. There was a pregnant pause before he spoke. So blood has awoken? Yes. He gave you a contract for a reason. You're nowhere near strong enough to summon our alpha, but I speak for my father. You have potential, the kind of potential to lead the Hellhounds into glorious battle once more. Normally, we would test you, but blood himself vouches for you. Summon me whenever you need to, but if at all possible, try to only do it in fights. I shall spread the word amongst the other clans as well. So till next we meet, young one. He bowed his head, and to his left a fiery portal opened up. He began walking to it, but stopped right before it. He turned his head to Naruto. Naruto, my name is Blodgarm. It helps in specific summonings to know the name, said Blodgarm as he walked through the portal. Naruto nodded and looked to Jiraiya, who was standing with his mouth hanging open. Trying to catch some flies there, Gramps? Close your mouth, Naruto said, trying to figure out if he had enough energy to make it home. Jiraiya closed his mouth and glared at Naruto. Would it kill you to show a little respect? And if you knew how long people have been searching for the Hellhound contract, you'd be a little more appreciative of the magnitude of this moment, Jiraiya replied, having trouble restraining himself. Naruto didn't respond. He merely watched as the chain he broke reattached itself to his wrist, looking as though it had never been broken. So that's how it works, Naruto thought, making a note of how much power he got. At the same time, he knew he could only handle so much energy, so he decided to limit himself to one chain, possibly two if he was in danger. His mental clock told him it was about 9 o'clock, and he had a team meeting the next day. He would need a lot of sleep to be able to function the next day. Yo, Iro-senin, I have a team meeting tomorrow. I'm going home. He turned to leave, but paused a moment. If I catch you peeking again, I will open a portal to hell and personally kick you into it. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow. They both knew he was stronger, but Naruto had sneaked up him earlier. He simply decided to keep his guard up, just in case. He cast a glance at the retreating form of the hybrid boy, pitying the boy's teacher. Kakashi was a jounin, but he was lazy and would underestimate Naruto. Looking towards the hot springs, he sighed. He didn't feel like peeking again tonight, so he strode off into town, heading for the pub. The next day, the bridge where Team 7 meets. Sasuke stood glaring at nothing in particular. Sakura was standing opposite of him with hearts in her eyes as she looked at him, and Kakashi was trying to figure out where Naruto was. At first, he thought Naruto might have gotten bored and gone home. After all, he was only 3 hours late. But Sasuke said that he got there first, and Naruto had never shown up. He would have normally left it alone, but Naruto was the reason he had called the meeting. During the preliminaries, he was impressed by the new Naruto, but the moves he used couldn't be copied by the Sharingan as he found out. So instead of copying them and teaching them to Sasuke, he would simply order Naruto to teach him. But in order to do that, he had to find him first. Okay, let's look around some of the other training grounds first, said Kakashi, taking out his book, also known as portable porn. Sasuke, Ed, and Sakura nodded, following Sasuke like he was some kind of god. To their credit, they actually put some effort into searching, looking all over the village. They asked around, but even the Hokage didn't know where the hybrid boy was. Defeated, they returned to their own training ground only to find something that irked them. Scratch that, pissed them off to no end. Naruto sat atop one of the training logs, reading a small book. He didn't even remotely notice them. He just flipped a page in the book. Kakashi, deciding to relieve a little anger and scare the boy, threw a shuriken at Naruto, intending for it to graze his cheek. He didn't intend for Naruto to pluck it out of the air and throw it back with enough speed that it sliced through Kakashi's porn before he could move it out of the way. Kakashi looked at the torn book in disbelief, tried to deny the book's destruction, but he only succeeded in falling to the ground in tears. "Get up, Hatake, you're embarrassing me," Naruto said as he got off of the log. The other three looked at him oddly. He had never called Kakashi that before. Said Jounin got up and looked at Naruto with an uneasy gaze. "Sakura," Kakashi said, getting the pink girl's attention. "You can go home now. I just need to talk with Naruto and Sasuke about something." Sakura nodded and walked off, following orders like a good soldier, or as some would put it, a weak-minded fool who didn't know how to think on her own. Naruto, however, narrowed his eyes, already not liking this. After Sakura was gone, Kakashi turned back to Naruto with an icy glare. He was met with a fiery one. "Naruto, after witnessing your techniques in the preliminaries, I have decided that in order to be better equipped to defeat his opponent, you must teach your moves to Sasuke. That's an order," Kakashi said, expecting the little bit of killing intent he was releasing while he was talking to be enough to convince Naruto to agree. "Hatake," Naruto said, glare still in place. "What?" he asked. Naruto flipped him off before continuing. "Go fuck yourself," he said with a small frown adorning his face, a sign that didn't bode well for Kakashi. Jiraiya looked at the scene from the bushes, watching the events with a bucket of popcorn and a soda. Kakashi was too stunned to say anything, and Sasuke was no different. Naruto let it sink in before continuing further. You preach teamwork like it's a holy scripture, yet the way you act like you only have one student is the equivalent of using that scripture to wipe your ass. I sacrificed something I'm not getting back for this power, and the deal was only open to me. Kakashi managed to recover in time to comment before he went on, though. Shut up, Naruto. You don't know what you're talking about. Naruto simply flipped him off once more, but took his other index finger and made it circle his middle finger. Sit and spin Hataki. I gave up my humanity for this. I'm not human anymore. I said that at the meeting, remember? Or were you too busy reading that gay porn you carry around? I bet the only reason Guy is your rival is so you can see him move around in that spandex suit. Naruto mused, trying to provoke the Jounin. Back to topic, the techniques I use are forbidden for human use. So once again, fuck you. If you want me to teach the emo bastard, then make me. Kakashi's eyebrow rose significantly, a Genin telling a Jounin to make him do something. Apparently you lost your sanity too. I'm a Jounin. Do you really think you can take me? Kakashi asked, trying to call Naruto's bluff. It would have worked a lot better if Naruto was bluffing. Kakashi might have been a Jounin, but Naruto was fully rested and Kakashi was lazy, predictable, and weak from years of inactivity other than reading that porn. And if things got bad, Naruto could pop a chain off and summon Bloodgarm for help. Not only do I plan to take you, but I also plan to send you head first into the ground and leave you there, Naruto replied, his Vorpal sword materializing in his right hand. Naruto charged, sword in position to take full advantage of the momentum. Kakashi dodged the swing easily, but he knew that was it, not after watching him fight the other day. He was right. Naruto let the swing take him full circle, but this time Kakashi had an elbow heading straight for his face. He was surprised by the speed of the attack, but leaned out of the way. What he missed was the Vorpal sword that tore a nasty gash across his chest. As he jumped back, swearing out of reflex, he realized his folly. Naruto had switched hands during the spin, taking the Jounin by surprise. Is that it? You're quite the liar, Naruto-san. I don't seem to be face down in the dirt. He taunted, using a time-tested strategy. Angry opponents are less effective. What he didn't realize was that, although insulting a demon's, dragon's, or archon's honor was an effective way of pissing them off, they only got better at fighting as their rage increased. Naruto's eyes turned a violent crimson, and the flames that covered the sword started burning hotter. Blood smirked from the depths of Naruto's mind as he dipped into his berserker state again. Dodge this, Naruto said, pulling his arm back. Kakashi's eyes widened as he threw the flaming sword at him at blinding speed. By sheer luck, he managed to sidestep in time, but Naruto hadn't been referring to the sword being dodged. The Jounin's vision went dark as the hybrid's knee smashed into his face. Kakashi flew back as Naruto landed, rage fading. As Hataki hit the dirt, Naruto gave a feral grin, his sword disappearing from its spot in the earth. He walked off, the grin never leaving his face. When he was gone, Sasuke let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. His dope teammate had just kicked the shit out of their sensei. He hadn't been so scared since the Uchiha massacre. He looked over to Kakashi and ran over to him, hefting him up to his back so he could get him to the hospital. 1 hour later, from atop the Hokage mountain, a pair of amethyst eyes gazed over the village. Naruto wasn't grinning anymore, but one could tell he was amused. The merger had changed his eye color to amethyst after the fight, a color he seemed to enjoy. He was thinking about putting some crystals into the meditation room, as the color of amethyst seemed to soothe him. Why not? He said out loud. He didn't turn as Jiraiya walked up beside him from behind him. Why not what? He asked, looking over the village like Naruto. Just thinking about crystals. I'm thinking about some amethyst for my house in general. Jiraiya cast him an odd glance, but shrugged him off. They might not have known each other long, but he knew enough to know not to press. It probably wasn't important anyway. He's going to remove you from his team, you know. Oh well, it was worth it. Did you see his face at the end? Priceless. Naruto started grinning again. Jiraiya looked to him and cocked an eyebrow. You knew I was watching? Yeah, when I went into berserker mode, I was able to sense everything within 50 yards. You were in the bushes laughing as he got pummeled. Well then, you find yourself teamless, yet studying under a Sannin. What would you call that? Naruto gave a short laugh. Is that an offer of apprenticeship I hear? I think you might be going soft there. Jiraiya just laughed in return and began walking off. So what time do you want me to meet you for training, Jiraiya-sensei? Jiraiya turned and smirked. He knew Naruto would take the apprenticeship, so he already had a schedule worked up for him. Same spot as the other day, show up at noon. We'll mainly be trying to figure out how to convert jutsu into techniques you can use and fine-tuning what you already know. Other than that, we'll take it easy. You don't want to have a bad injury during the finals. Naruto nodded and turned back to the village. Well then, see you tomorrow, Jiraiya. The old hermit smiled and walked off. The young boy had reminded him of Minato. He figured a night of drinking couldn't hurt, walking off towards the pub again. Naruto looked out over the village, his amethyst eyes gazing over the vastness of it until they were set upon the arena. A feral grin appeared on his face as he stared at it. In his mind, he was going over as many strategies as possible, and all he knew of Niji Hyuga. You shall lose Niji Hyuga, for you face hell itself. Sunlight poured into Naruto's bedroom from the window, causing him to roll over in order to escape the light that willed him to wake. He laid there for a half hour, trying to fall asleep once more, but to no avail. Damned ball of fire, he mumbled as he arose, stretching to remove the stiffness of sleep from his body. He yawned, his sharp teeth visible to the world for a moment before they were hidden again. Jiraiya had joked that if all else failed, he could bite a chunk out of Niji. Naruto had replied that he would probably do it for kicks anyway. He moved in front of the full-body mirror in his room and looked over his new form, not having a chance to prior. He was muscled now, but not grossly so. It looked like it balanced speed with power, though he knew that there was more strength to him than what first met the eye. He looked to his spiky red hair, noting that it was long and would get in the way unless bound. He decided to try tying it back like he had seen in a book once. He traced the metal that was bound to his shoulder, marveling at how he could actually feel his touch on the metal, and how it was bound to him perfectly. The chains made no noise unless he wanted them to, which he found relieving. A clinking ninja is a dead one. He opened his mouth and looked at his teeth. All of them seemed sharper now. He shrugged and scratched the back of his head, freezing when he felt two small horns, no more than an inch in length, coming from the back of his head. His eye twitched slightly, but it was better that the single horn his inner dragon had. He had a bad feeling it would have led to many unicorn jokes. A knock came from the door as he turned towards his bathroom. Groaning, he went to the door and opened it, his eyes widening when he saw Kin standing there. Or more specifically, what she was wearing. It was basically a French-made outfit, only a bit more revealing while still remaining respectable. Over the last few days, the two had become a lot closer. After Kin was settled in, she really took to the role of being the maid. One night, after Naruto finished cooking, they just started talking and their friendship took off. Now they joked around quite a bit and eventually found themselves in a few awkward situations. Still, they were only awkward because of the confusing feelings that were beginning to arise in the two of them. Kin had come to tell him that Jiraiya had arrived and was waiting in the living room, but she was too entranced by her master's practically naked form. The only thing preventing him from being considered naked were the sleep shorts he had on, and Kin was trying to restrain her mind before it wandered. Naruto-sama, she started, struggling to keep a straight voice. Naruto snapped out of his daze and looked at her face instead of the objects of interest below it. Jiraiya-sama arrived 10 minutes ago and is waiting for you in the living room. Naruto sighed and looked back in his room, or more specifically the clock on the wall that told him that it was 3 in the afternoon. He wasn't happy he had slept that long, but he had blown a lot of energy the day before. Shit. Well, tell him I'll be there after I shower. He almost turned away, but stopped himself and said one last thing to Kin. If he does anything pervy, tell me, and I'll castrate him with my blade. Kin nodded and walked off, making sure to swing her hips a little for her master. It had its intended effect, as when Naruto turned, he ran into the doorframe. He uttered a few swears and went to take his shower. As she walked away, she congratulated herself. She had always been one to decide things quickly, and she had decided that she wanted Naruto. At first, she thought it was just the seal, but now she was starting to see what a nice guy he was, and a relationship didn't seem too bad. Jiraiya sat in the living room, looking around at some of the paintings when Ken walked back in. He had to force back so many comments and thoughts that it gave him a headache, but he figured it was better than having Naruto taking swings at him with that sword. He might be a Sannin, but everyone got a lucky hit now and then, and where Naruto would be aiming, he didn't want to take the chance. About 15 minutes later, Naruto entered the room, his hair pulled back into a high ponytail that spiked in every direction with long spikes. Two bangs fell on either side of his face, covering his eyes slightly, kind of like Itachi's. He sat down opposite of Jiraiya, yawning in the process. Sorry for sleeping in. The fight with Kakashi must have taken more out of me than expected, Naruto said, genuinely sorry for not showing up. Jiraiya just nodded in acceptance. In all honesty, I expected you to sleep in. Not many genin could defeat their Jounin sensei without some repercussions. Oh, and he did request for you to be removed from his team, which the council approved. You should have seen their faces when I said you were my apprentice. He smiled and wished he had brought a camera to the event. Naruto gave a small laugh and looked out the window. I do have a question for your new partner, though. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. He would have asked how he knew blood was bound to him, but remembered Sarutobi. He nodded and seemed to zone out for a mere moment before returning to the land of the living. What do you want? Blood asked, stepping from the shadows. Jiraiya looked at the old entity, unfazed by his entrance this time around. I have a question for you. Do you know how humans use chakra to use jutsu and such? Jiraiya asked. Blood blinked a few times. He had expected a harder question. I understand the gist of it, but as I do not have any, I do not know the finer points. Why do you ask? I understand that his new energies are more wild than human chakra, but could they be used in the same manner? It could take years for him to use jutsu, but I may be able to help with his control of it. It would take more work, but the normal chakra exercises could be used for this. Blood's eye closed while Naruto's widened. Perhaps. Yes, it will work, but only for his demonic and archonic energies. Dragons are wild, and their power mimics that perfectly. Blood turned and began walking out, but was stopped by Naruto. But if I can't practice with it, then how am I to get better at controlling it? He asked, a confused look upon his face. Blood chuckled, but didn't turn. It is difficult to explain, so if you don't understand, oh well. You don't control your dragon power, you feel it. It is not based on control. That should be enough for you to understand, Blood said as he melted into the shadows. Naruto stood there, trying to understand. Feel it, don't seek to control it? But if he didn't control it, then it would be wasted energy, nothing more. He sighed and turned to the Toad Sage, but he shrugged. In true Jiraiya understood what he meant. It was one of those feel the energy and flow with it things. Shall we try it then? Jiraiya asked, motioning to one of the trees outside the window. Naruto groaned. This was going to lead to some splinters and bruises. 5 hours later, Naruto stared at the tree in defiance. It was torn up from the small explosions that happened when his control slipped. He had made it up the 40-foot tree, but he was told to do it again, and again he tried. Demonic energy flowed incredibly like chakra, but it was completely wild and volatile, leaving burns on the tree as well. It wasn't easy, but his control improved. He was now capable of storing up demonic energy and releasing it in a burst around him. It wasn't a big improvement, and the move had limited use, but it was enough. Naruto reached the top of the tree once more, taking a breath before trying something Blood had told him about. It was definitely a control exercise. You had to create a barrier of energy on the bottom of your feet like normal, but you also had to make a separate barrier right under them. The effect was something akin to sliding on ice, as Naruto soon found out. He wasn't prepared to shoot down the tree like he was snowboarding, but he kept the two barriers up as he went down. The one on the surface was the harder one to keep up. It had to move ahead of him and dissipate right behind him. He managed not to do a face plant at the bottom, but the waves of exhaustion hit him like a drunken rhino and had roughly the same effect because his ass was out cold. Jiraiya stood on the sidelines, smiling. The boy showed more potential than his father. He had the will to work, the determination to get it right, and the drive to do it as well. He picked him up and took him back inside, laying him on the couch. "Hey, Kin-san," he called into the house. She came out of the kitchen, her maid outfit replaced with lounging clothes with an apron over them. She looked at Jiraiya before looking at the couch. Her eyes widened, and she ran to her master's side. "Naruto-sama, are you all right?" she asked, worried. Jiraiya put a hand on her shoulder, causing her to look at him. "Take good care of him. He's going to need all the help he can get. He's a good kid, no matter what he is. He's fine, just exhausted, and I think he's out of demonic energy. It was probably the shock that hit him. Just make sure he rests, and when he wakes up, tell him he has tomorrow off on the condition he relaxes." He smiled and turned towards the door. "But Jiraiya-sama, why if he relaxes?" Ken asked, confused. Jiraiya turned his head and answered. "Because I'm not trying to kill him nor run him ragged. His match is far too close to experiment with his limits like that. Until his match is over and done with, I'll only be able to help him with his control exercises, unfortunately." He seemed annoyed. He couldn't teach him more in the current time, but he knew there was nothing he could do. He gave Ken a nod and walked out the door, shutting it behind him. Ken looked to her ragged master and sighed, brushing some of his hair out of his face before kissing him lightly on the forehead. She smiled before standing up and returning to the kitchen, deciding to make dinner so that he could eat when he awoke. Naruto felt weightless as he drifted into his mind. He opened his eyes to find them staring at his inner dragon. The great beast blinked in acknowledgement before walking off into the distance. Naruto found peace as he saw the dragon following its whims, like it was the best way to go through life. He looked to the sky and sighed before walking off to his oasis. He found the pool undisturbed and walked into the water, letting the coolness refresh him. He didn't understand it, though. Although it was his mind, this water shouldn't be this refreshing. It soothed him as much as real water would, and then some. A splash resonated throughout the area as Naruto laid back in the water, floating while staring at the cloud-dotted sky. He saw his dragon flying around in the sky, and as he laid there, he decided that after the Chunin exams, he would learn to fly. His head jerked to the right when he heard a twig snap, but he relaxed when he saw his demon standing by the waters. "I would recommend you focus your efforts on my powers and arcs. What you want will only come as instincts," he said, looking off into the distance. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Your archonic side. Surely you didn't think you would be calling us demon, dragon, and archon?" He seemed to be amused at the last part. Naruto looked back to the sky as his demon walked away. "What's your name, then?" "Zaraketh. And before you ask, no, I do not know the dragon's name," the newly dubbed Zaraketh said as he walked off. Naruto sighed and looked back to the sky, letting the calmness allow him to return to his body without effort. Normal world. Amethyst eyes opened and looked around the room lazily. He knew where he was. He might have drifted back to sleep if it weren't for the wonderful smell coming from the kitchen. He got up, stretching to further wake himself up. Walking into the kitchen awarded him with the sight of Kin making chicken stir-fry. Deciding to see what would happen when he did it, he moved up behind Kin and wrapped his arms around her waist, resting his chin on the top of her head. Her breath hitched, and he could practically feel her blush. He could tell she was trying to focus on the food. A smirk appeared on his face as he pressed himself to her back, knowing it was driving her crazy. "So what's cooking, Kin?" he asked, already knowing. In truth, he wanted to see if she could speak properly. "STIR-FF-RE, Inuyudo-sama," she stuttered out. He released his hold of her and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. "It smells wonderful. I'm going to take a shower before dinner, so there is no rush. When you're done, you may do whatever you wish," Naruto said, noticing that his voice was far more calm and smooth than normal. A fact he contributed to his shortage of demon energy. To preserve balance, his archonic energy had taken more influence over his body. Shrugging it off, he walked off towards the bathroom, hoping the hot water would cure his aching body. Kin stood still, frozen. As a female servant, she felt a physical need for her master. What he just did was almost like dangling meat in front of a hungry lion. She tried to focus on cooking, but every now and then her mind would slip back to her master. He had said she could do as she wished after she was done, and what she was planning would require her to lock her door and put up the soundproofing jutsu she knew. 20 minutes later, Naruto was walking through the house towards the dining room, taking his time. He was clad in baggy black pants and a white tank top, leisure clothes as he called them. He had found that when he concentrated, he could turn his fingernails into claws reminiscent of his dragons. He had also found that these claws were sharp enough to leave deep gouges in his marble countertops with very little pressure. He walked into the dining room to find a covered tray at the head of the table with a note attached. Naruto-sama, I finished dinner and decided to go to bed early. Jiraiya-sama said that you had to take tomorrow off, and since we need some more groceries and other things, I want to know if you wanted to go shopping with me tomorrow. Just tell me in the morning. Good night, master. Kin. The note had a chibi drawing of Kin giving the peace sign. Naruto chuckled and set the note aside and lifted the tray's cover to find the most delicious-looking stir-fry he'd ever seen, or smelled for that matter. He wolfed it down without a second thought, finding that it tasted as good as expected. He looked over to the stove to find some more of it, waiting there for him. That settles it. That girl is the chef from now on, he said as he tore through the rest of it. He was going to sleep well tonight. The next day, Kanaha Shopping Center. They had left fairly early, if only to avoid the mass of idiots. They were saving the groceries for last, instead visiting the local ninja weapon store to restock on kunai, shuriken, and a few other things. The store itself was simple in design. There were weapons on the walls, storage scrolls on the counter, a list of prices on the wall next to the cash register, and a door leading off into the back room. The guy at the counter had stringy brown hair that hung over some of his old face. He looked to be in his 50s at the least, but he wore the clothes of a blacksmith that denoted that he wasn't going to let his age stop him. He turned his head to his two customers and smiled. "So what can I do for you?" he asked, his voice aged yet strong. Naruto motioned for Kin to look around while he placed his orders. "I need 50 kunai and the same number of shuriken, 100 yards of ninja wire, and some exploding tags," Naruto said, putting a small pouch on the counter. The old man took it and emptied it into his hat to find several gems that could probably buy a store a few times over. "Done, but this is far too much for those supplies. Unless, of course, you're putting in a special order for something," he asked, a spark of hope igniting in his brown eyes. Naruto nodded and took a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Brown eyes widened as they looked over the designs, a whistle escaping his lips. "That explains the payment, but I'm afraid I don't have half of these things. If you agree to make it, I can arrange for more than enough of all the ore, bars, and gems to forge these." "Simple as that," Naruto said as he looked over a few of the weapons in the store. "The name's Desred, and if you can provide the materials, then you'll have your weapons. When can I expect them?" he asked, pocketing the gems and designs. Naruto grinned. This had went better than expected. "Tonight at about midnight. When can I expect my blades, Desred?" he asked in return, and in return he got a smirk from the old smith. "1 week. That should give you a day or two to get used to them before the finals, right?" With a nod for Naruto, they both turned and walked off, Naruto with Kin out the door and Desred into the back of the shop. "So where to now, Kin-chan?" Naruto asked, a bored tone in his voice. Kin blushed at the affectionate suffix, but she shrugged it off. "Well, we need a few groceries, nothing much though. Maybe a bag, or 2 actually," she responded. Naruto nodded in acknowledgement, but a thought struck him. "Do you have enough clothes?" "I don't think you have too many," he asked. The concern surprised her slightly, but she shook her head. "I have 2 sets of civilian clothes and 4 sets of ninja clothing in a sealing scroll, along with a maid outfit. That's all I have, really." She blushed slightly at mentioning the maid outfit in public, even if they were the only ones on the street. "Why do you have a maid outfit anyway?" Naruto asked, looking over to her with a raised eyebrow. The question had been irking him, but her statement had reminded him. Kin turned beet red and looked away, mumbling under her breath. What? She couldn't stand to face him while saying this, so she kept her face away, but managed to speak loud enough for him to hear. I'm kind of into roleplay, all right. To her surprise, Naruto burst out laughing. She looked over to find him grinning. Sounds good to me, Kin-chan, he said after a moment, adding a wink at the end. She blushed more and tried not to face him, but her mind did wander. After a few minutes off walking to the store, Naruto started sniffing the air like there was something very odd about it. Hey, Kin, do you smell anything? He asked quietly. She turned to him, blush gone, and shook her head. Naruto shrugged and went on. All right, I just thought I smelled something akin to honey and vanilla. Oh well, probably just my imagination. He just put on his grin again and kept walking, not realizing that he had been smelling Kin's arousal. She, however, did, and the blush returned. There's the store, Naruto said, pointing to a small building, almost hidden between two smaller ones. The store itself was fairly simple and one of the smaller ones in the village, but it was easy to find and usually had what someone would need. As they entered, Naruto explained that the owner was one of the few that bore him no ill will, actually being the one to supply him with decent food when he was young. Well, if it isn't Naruto, how you been, boy? Kai asked. He was an elderly man that looked ancient. He was bald, but while covered in wrinkles, his face was sharp. He was actually taller than most, standing at 6'3". Naruto smiled back at the man and turned to Kin for a moment. Kin-chan, could you please get what we need? It's been a while since Kai and I have been able to talk, he asked kindly. She smiled and nodded, turning and walking down one of the short aisles. Naruto walked over to the counter, gave Kai a handshake. No one knew where he came from, but he had always preferred to shake instead of formal bowing. So how you been? There's word going round that you made a pact with some unholy beast for power, Kai said with a knowing smile. Naruto laughed and shook his head. Nah, I made a pact with the King of Hell. He gave the power to protect that which I care about, and he made a hybrid. Kai nodded and lit his pipe, taking a drag before responding. Any human in there? Naruto shook his head, and Kai nodded and patted him on the shoulder. Good. Stupid questions, stupid problems, stupid answers, stupid race. True enough. How have you been? I'm 91. My joints hurt, business has been slow, and I'm slowly losing the ability to wipe my own ass. How are you? Kai deadpanned. I'm about to turn 17. I'm sore from training. My sensei is a pervert, and I'm retaining the ability to wipe my own ass, Naruto replied, getting a whack upside the head from the old shopkeep. Wise ass, he muttered. Who's the girl? Kin-chan. She's a friend, he said, trying to avoid calling her anything but. Chan? You sure she's just a friend? He joked. Watch it, Arrow Gigi. They would have continued their odd conversation if Kin hadn't walked up with the few things they needed. Kai smiled and took the items from her, tallying the cost and bagging them in a large brown bag. That'll be dash. Here. Naruto cut him off and put a few of the gems on the counter. Kai's eyes widened and the pipe almost fell from his mouth. Consider them a payment for helping me when I was a kid. Normally, this is where someone would say, oh no, I can't accept this, but I ain't normal, am I? He said jokingly as he pocketed the gems. He handed the bag to Naruto, who took it and walked out the door with Kin beside him. As they exited, Kai couldn't help but chuckle. The two made quite a pair. Once they were outside and a fair distance from the shop, however, Kin turned to her master with a raised eyebrow and a silent question. He's always been like that, was Naruto's only answer. Kin sighed and walked on. 10 minutes later, found them back at the Namake's manor, unpacking the groceries. Upon finishing, Kin stared towards the couch, but Naruto grabbed her arm in order to stop her. Answering her quizzical look, he motioned to her clothes, which only spurred another look. I'm going to regret this, but I need to get some new clothes. Do you want to come with me? I quite frankly have enough to buy the store several times over, so go nuts. Kin was a girl, but she tried to maintain a tough exterior at times, since she was a ninja. However, being told they could go on an unlimited shopping spree would break even some of the toughest barriers. Naruto was dragged out of the house by his arm, curious how Kin moved fast enough to actually catch him unaware. She pulled him down the street, having seen the clothing store on the way back to the house. On the way, they were given several dirty looks by the villagers that were starting to fill the streets. These looks were met by a demonic stare that would haunt them for the rest of their miserable lives. Luckily, they got to the store before Naruto could start mauling people, a thought that made Naruto wonder how much fun mauling people could be. Before he went back outside to find out, Kin pulled him further back into the store, depositing him in the men's department before running off to buy herself some clothes. What have I done? Naruto quietly asked himself as he looked around. He had ninja clothing down with Blood's ability to create new clothes from his energy, so this was mainly just a chance to get leisure clothes. He got a few jeans, a couple cargo pants, and a few khaki shorts. With these, he got a large variety of t-shirts with various sayings, mainly to piss people off. On a whim, he got a striped white and blue bucket hat. After looking at it in a small mirror, he grabbed a few more. Walking to the changing rooms, he saw Kin walk out of one in a black miniskirt and a white tank top. She was slightly surprised at the sight of her master, but she got over it. However, the slight smirk on Naruto's face worried her. Naruto-sama, what are you smirking at? She asked cautiously. Mind doing a little spin for me? He asked innocently, just kidding. Kin blushed, but she did as she was asked, taking slight pleasure in the fact that she had her master's full attention. She went back into the booth and changed back, having already tried the other 20 outfits she picked. Your turn, master, she said with a smile. Naruto blinked, but saw it as fair. He deposited all but a few things on a nearby counter and went in a booth. While he did this, Kin was trying to figure if she could peek on him while he changed and not get caught. Happy now, Naruto said as he emerged. He stood in black cargo pants and white shoes. The t-shirts he got were in a variety of sizes, ranging from form-fitting to very baggy, and this one was a blue form-fitting one with the words "I bite" written in black. His red hair spilled out from under the bucket hat since he had to take it down to put the hat on. It cast a shadow over his eyes, making it seem you were looking at two amethysts in the shadows. Do a little spin, Kin asked cutely. Naruto sighed and did a fast 360 on his heel, causing Kin to send him a mock glare. Fine, be that way. I did it that fast so you wouldn't stare at my ass, Naruto said as he walked back in. Kin's eyes widened, and she tried to stammer out a response but failed. He exited in his normal attire, but the bucket hat remained. Do you have everything you want? Yes, Naruto-sama, she responded, not looking at him out of slight shame. She jumped slightly when she felt Naruto's hand on her cheek. He gently made her look at him, smiling softly. Lighten up, Kin. I don't really care that you stare at my ass, he said in a light tone. He took a step back and flexed jokingly. Besides, not many women could resist the alluring charm of a demon's body. That did it. Kin hand to cover her mouth to stop herself from bursting out laughing. In truth, she liked the little pose he did, but the comedy of it overruled the arousal by far. Naruto gathered up the clothes he had picked, and, since she seemed to be incapable of carrying anything at the moment, some of the things that Kin had picked, he left a portion of it alone, mainly the bras and panties she had picked out of respect. Once she calmed down, she picked up what Naruto hadn't, with a slight blush, and inclined her head to the counter. Naruto nodded, trying not to look at the lacy underwear that she was trying to hide from his view. They walked over, setting the large pile of clothes on the counter. Will that be all? A kind-looking brunette behind the counter asked, ringing up the clothes. Yes, Naruto said, pulling out a few more gems. In truth, he could have just put it on credit, but not many questioned the value of a fist-sized emerald. Naruto quickly sealed all of the clothes into 2 scrolls, one for him and the other for Kin, pocketed them and started for the door, but stopped halfway. He pulled another gem out and threw it to Kin, who looked at it in confusion. I'm a little tired, and I've got everything I need. If you want to buy some more things, I thought you might like some money. If you go to another store, tell him to put it on my tab. Naruto said, turning to walk out of the store. What nice guy. Pity he's taken, the cashier said, resting her chin in her palm as she looked at Kin. What? She asked, not sure if she was implying what she thought she was. The cashier looked a little surprised. You mean you two aren't an item? Kind of weird for a guy to go shopping with a girl if they aren't dating. Is he gay? She asked, hoping he wasn't. She needed a boyfriend. We are an item, Kin said, lying through her teeth. She didn't know if Naruto would approve of the lie, but she wasn't going to let this woman think he was single. I just didn't hear what you said. The cashier seemed to buy it and apologized for the confusion. Kin waved it off and wondered what else she could buy. If it's not too bold of me, there's a store adjacent to this one that sells kinky clothing and things like that. Might spice up the bedroom if you catch my drift, the cashier said, winking. Kin blushed, but actually liked the idea, turning and leaving the store in favor of the one next to it. Naruto shuddered as he walked in the door of his manor. He looked around and shrugged, returning to setting the scrolls down and throwing his shoes off before flopping down on the couch. He tipped the hat down further to cover his eyes and tried for a little more sleep. Why do I have the feeling that? Nah, it's just my imagination, he said as he drifted off, an image of Kin in her maid outfit flashing through his mind as he fell asleep. Speaking of Kin, she walked through the door just as he fell asleep, a bag in her hand that just seemed to have an aura of kinky around it. She ran to her room and hastily put the outfits from the bag into her closet, hiding the bag under her bed. She gave them one last look before leaving her room and entering the living room to get the scroll that had her clothes. She went back to her room and put them away, glad that she had a huge closet and a larger dresser as well. So, can I talk you into making dinner? Naruto's voice came from the doorway. Kin jumped and whirled around to face him, forgetting that she had a pair of red lace panties in her hands. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Gonna wear those often. Kin had a confused look on her face before she realized what she was holding and quickly hid them behind her back. Pervert, she muttered. Hey, don't call me a pervert if you're going to show me your panties without me asking first. Now then, what would I have to do to persuade you to cook? He said in a playful tone. Kin paused for a moment and had to stop herself from going with her original idea, but this might be her only chance. I'll cook tonight, but she stopped to think. She really wanted to ask for sex, if only to stop her growing need for him, but it might backfire and make her need him even more. If she was going to be stuck serving him for life, then she might as well learn to love him. After the exams, you have to take me on a date. Naruto blinked a few times in surprise, half expecting her to have asked for sex. He wasn't nearly as dense as he portrayed sometimes, and blood had told him of the mark's effect on women. He gave a warm smile, though, and nodded. He'd been thinking of doing that anyway. Kin brightened and glomped him, much to the hybrid's surprise before running past him towards the kitchen, shouting something about the best dinner he'll ever have. Naruto looked down at his hands in curiosity before realizing Kin had deposited the panties in his hand by mistake. He brought them up in front of him and stretched them, finding that they were fairly transparent. Deciding that using them to mock Kin while she had a frying pan in reach wasn't a good idea, he threw them on the bed and walked out. He smiled as the scent of spices and meat hit his nose, growing ever stronger as he neared the kitchen. He didn't know how she had set up so fast, but Kin was simply attacking the task of making dinner. She looked to be making some sort of diced meat, but some rice was being prepared right beside it on the stove. Need any help? He asked, moving up beside her. Could you set the table? It'll be a little while before the food is done, but better to do it now, she asked of him, not taking her eyes off the meat, and she moved it around with a spatula to keep it from burning on one side. Yes, my lady, Naruto said in a joking tone, not noticing that Kin froze for a second when he said it. He went to the cabinet and took some plates down as Kin went back to cooking. She wasn't into being dominant, but the seemingly chaste chivalry turned her on for some reason. As he set the table, Naruto let his eyes drift to Kin. He managed not to look as harassed too long, but as he tore his eyes from her, he questioned his feelings for her. Sure, she was one of the few who knew much about him, and they were friends, but did he want more? He didn't exactly have a sex drive, and fighting was more important to him right now. But when he came home from training, he enjoyed the knowledge that Kin would be there, waiting for him with a smile. He had seen couples before, how they held each other, how they kissed and bickered. He wanted that. At the same time, though, he worried that it might be taking advantage of the seal. Kin, as she put a lid over the meat and lowered the temperature, was thinking on the same thing. Sure, the seal provided a desire for sex, but she knew she wanted more than that. She had been alone for most of her life, just like Naruto, and what she truly wanted was someone to hold her at the end of the day. She wanted to feel the love that she had gone without for a decade, and she wanted to be the one that Naruto could rely on to be there for him at the end of the day. Almost done, she said, mixing the meat with some vegetables. She then took the pan and the rice pot over to the table, resting them on pot holders so the table wouldn't burn. She went back to the counter and grabbed a large spoon, returning to the table with a smile. Self-serve, Naruto-kun. He took the spoon from her hand and put some rice on his plate before topping it with the meat and vegetable mix. As Kin sat down across from him, he looked at the spoon oddly, like he was trying to measure it for something. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? Kin asked, wondering if something actually was wrong or if he was planning something. Well, you said self-serve, but for the life of me, I can't see how I'm going to fit you on the spoon, he said in a playful tone, handing the spoon to her. Whether to get her own food or so she could see his point, she didn't know. I was all that Kin could stutter out as she took the spoon. She didn't know if he was just playing around or he was flirting with her. Either way, it was new for her. She quickly got her own food, blushing all the while. Naruto ate his food slowly, eyes never leaving Kin and the playful smirk never leaving his lips. They ate in silence, though Kin was starting to think that he was flirting before, and she wished she had reacted better. Is something wrong, Naruto-kun? She asked, trying to hide her blush. I didn't burn the meat, did I? The food was wonderful, he said, setting his chopsticks down. He stood up, took his empty plate in hand, and walked over to the sink. Kin realized she was full and followed suit, standing beside him at the sink while he washed off his plate. Kin bit her lip as she washed her plate off. No, her next question was going to sound horrible. Naruto-kun, you were flirting with me, weren't you? She asked, blush returning. Naruto put his plate in the dishwasher before turning to face Kin. And if I was, he asked, taking a step towards Kin. Then, I try and flirt back, she said, trying to keep a straight voice. She turned to face him and took a step towards him as well, leaving all of a foot between them. She decided to push her luck, reaching out with her left hand and letting it rest on his chest. But, she said, moving forward, I'm not sure I know how. Teach me. I'd love to, Naruto said, letting his arm encircle her as she pressed herself to him. As their faces neared, Kin smiled. This is probably the single most romantic moment of my life, she said, letting her eyes start to drift closed. Just before their lips touched, a loud knock came from the front door, making the two jump. Unfortunately, they ended up apart, and unfortunately for whomsoever was at the door, they were pissed. But damn it, Kin half shouted, walking over to the table and flopping down into the chair. Go ahead and answer the door, fucking moment's over, she grumbled. Naruto wasn't exactly pleased either. Luckily for Jiraiya, he was quick enough to tell Naruto where to go for training the next day and shun Shin away. A second slower, and he would have been missing his jugular. Naruto slammed the door and went back into the kitchen to tell Kin. It was just Jiraiya, he said, knowing Kin was a little more broken up than he was. She stood up and nodded, hiding her eyes as she left the kitchen. I'm going to bed, she muttered as she went past him. He almost stopped her as she went, but a quick cautioning from Blood stopped him. He turned from the stairway that would take him to their rooms, instead taking the hall that would take him to the room with the shrine. He burst through the door and shut it behind him, moving over to sit down in front of the shrine. Now the shrine was clearly marked to a specific deity. Blood had told him about all of the gods that he knew to exist, and he knew quite a few of them considering his power was that of a greater god. The shrine's main piece was an emblem etched into a stone slab. It was a X of 4 maces with a cross of spears intersecting it at the center on a blood-red full moon. All of the weapons were black, and at the very center was a shield of a simple design. Archons drew their strength from their faith, and demons were also capable of doing so. But if Naruto wished to do so as a demon, he would have to pick a separate deity. But for now, he was content with the one. Cord, the god of strength. The strength to battle, to protect. The strength of the body and of the mind. Blood had approved of the choice, knowing Cord to be a kind deity who smiled upon those who used their strength for the right reasons. He was also one of the few who didn't have a strict worshipping style, and a small prayer before a battle and thanks afterwards were all that he asked. Naruto would be fine with such a god, though he would have to pick his demon god very carefully if he picked at all. Still, the boy had the exams to look forward to, and such difficult choices were best left to times where such stresses were not frequent. Blood watched from the shadows as Naruto burnt a small offering of meat and asked for the deity's blessing in the trials that would come in his life. As if response, Cord's symbol glowed in the twilight of the room. Blood watched with amusement as Cord appeared atop the shrine, invisible to Naruto, and inhaled the smoke from the offering. The god looked Blood in the eyes and nodded before departing, his red cape consuming him and disappearing. I wonder if he realizes how much stronger faith will make him, he said quietly to himself. He shrugged and watched calmly as Naruto offered a small prayer before standing up and leaving for a good night's sleep. For some odd reason, Naruto felt calmer as he returned to his room, calmer and stronger, like there was an extra force within him now that helped him act. Naruto's mind. Zaraketh stood facing the oasis that Naruto had created, deep in thought. By choosing a deity for his Archon, then he had empowered Arc, thus making himself more Archon and Dragon than Demon. He knew Naruto would eventually pick a demonic deity for him, but until then he would be weaker than the other two, meaning he was of little use. A rumbling came from beside him as the dragon walked up beside him and stared into the clear waters. He will be a true hybrid, balanced, was all the Drake said before turning and walking off. His voice was that of thunder, but it was more of what it said that caused a spike of curiosity in the demon. He turned back the waters, knowing the dragon would tell him no more. Time would tell. Zaraketh turned from the waters and walked off, intent on finding Arc and warning him not to brag, which he would anyway. As he walked away, the dragon came back into the clearing and dipped his horn into the waters, letting his gray electricity dance through the calm waters before lifting his horn and leaving. He paused and looked at the sky, knowing that what he was doing would save many lives that were not ready to be ended. Not fond of these time skips, but it would be too repetitive not to do so. If you don't like it, you're welcome to put it into complaint box. It's at the bottom of Yellowstone's magma chamber. Have fun there. The day was here finally. The contestants stood into their booth, waiting for their matches. Everyone from all over Fire Country was there. Even the Kazekage had come. Kin had revealed Orochimaru's plans as best she could. As a precaution, Jiraiya stood beside Sarutobi as a personal guard. Kin didn't know much of the invasion, only that it would happen during the last part of the exams. But Orochimaru knew he wouldn't be able to fight Jiraiya at full power and Sarutobi. The invasion would have to be put off, but if the Shikaku Jinchuriki lost it, then there would be no choice. Kin herself was back at the manor, waiting for her master to return. The manor was reinforced with so many seals that she was probably the safest person in Konoha. She had given Naruto a quick peck on the cheek before he left, for luck she said. He hugged her and promised to come back in condition for the date that she was owed. Gema looked around with hidden excitement. He had never hated Naruto and believed that he deserved the power he got from the demon, even if it was disturbing. But he was mainly interested in the matchup, Neji Hyuga of the esteemed Hyuga clan against the Demon of the Leaves, as he had begun calling himself, Naruto Uzumaki. Gema had spoken to the Hokage about the title, but Sarutobi gained a perplexed look and merely answered. He said he did it to honor a man he admired in his birthplace. He didn't go into details, the aged man said, looking out the window with an odd expression. Niji stood tense. He had seen what Naruto could do, but he was fated to win this fight, just as Naruto was fated to lose. Once a loser, always a loser. But he was becoming increasingly annoyed, mainly because of the lack of opponent. Gama frowned at this as well. He had to call the match. He had barely opened his mouth when a hush went over the crowd and a cloaked figure walked in. Sarutobi almost stood in surprise, but he saw that the figure was too short to be blood, but the only one who would have a cloak of shadows would be. Yo, hope I'm not late. I got a little preoccupied. Naruto's voice came from under the hood. Genma smiled and nodded while Niji calmed down and got into stance. You're not late, but what exactly had you preoccupied? Genma asked. Naruto shuddered under the cloak. I decided to come here without the cloak. Didn't feel like having the dramatic effect. Therein lies my near-fatal mistake. Fangirls. Lots of fangirls. Maybe it was the hair, maybe my body, I don't know, but I'm not sure I want to take it off again. He said, a nervous chuckle at the end. Well, you may want to take it off. It'll either get ripped off or just be a hindrance, Gama offered, getting ready to start the match. Naruto sighed and swore in a dark-sounding language before he waved his hand and the cloak dissipated. His hair had been cut, now only slightly longer than it had been prior to the transformation. It spiked more now, though, and the spikes themselves were thinner but more numerous. His eyes were still amethyst in color, and right above them on his forehead rested his headband, the cloth black and long. He had on a sleeveless red trench coat that bore black flames at the bottom, and he wore it open. His muscled chest was now on display, and it was more than likely the reason he had been chased. He wore black ninja pants that were tucked into steel-plated boots. Iron greaves were attached to the boots. On his left thigh was his pouch that held his kunai and shuriken. He had a white belt that bore a skull-shaped buckle. His chained arm was now on display, and he heard many gasps of shock. He knew it was surprising to see for the first couple times. Ready when you are, he said, getting ready to fight. Niji smirked and decided to try a little mind game. Give up now, he said. You're fate to lose this fight. Right, still going to fight you, Naruto replied. Niji glared, adding a bit of killing intent for the next bit. I'm giving you one last chance. You are fated to lose this fight, Niji said. Naruto glared back annoyed. Fate this. Fate that. Destiny hit me with a wiffle ball bat. The crowd burst into laughter at Naruto's rhyme while Niji fumed. Neither contestant heard Ganma start the match, but they knew when to start fighting. They were off like rockets, trying to land the first blow. Niji quickly found that he needed to dodge, not block, and Naruto found out the same. Unfortunately, Niji had more experience, which let him find an opening that he quickly used. He landed a solid chakra strike to Naruto's chest that set him a few feet back, coughing. He looked up to find Niji on him once more, and he was in no position to dodge anything. Blow after blow rained down on Naruto, and none of them were light. Niji didn't have the Byakugan active, but he knew that he had hit all of the major chakra points. He jumped back and let Naruto hit the dirt. As I said, it was your fate to lose, Niji said. Gama sighed and got ready to call the match. Fate can kiss my demonic ass, Naruto yelled. Niji turned in time to get a fist to the face that sent him sprawling. Naruto was hunched over and panting, but he was definitely not giving up. Niji rose up with a look of shock on his face. Hey, Chow, I closed all of your main chakra points. Well, that's a wonderful strategy for opponents with chakra, isn't it? Your strikes may hurt, but I don't use chakra, so there is no point in targeting specific points. It won't do you any good, Naruto said before charging Niji. Niji dodged by leaping backwards, but Naruto continued with his assault. None of his blows connected, but after a few seconds of this assault, he leaped into the air, his fist pulled back for a devastating punch. Niji's eyes widened as he dodged in the nick of time. The impact had planted Naruto's fist in the ground. He looked up and was promptly drop-kicked in the face, Sparta-kicked. Naruto was launched back, skidding on his back for a good 10 feet, a cloud of dust rising from the skid. He staggered to his feet, leaning to the right, due to the weight of his arm. Naruto looked at Neji with rage, his injuries forgotten as he charged at the Hyuga with his fist cocked back once more. Neji jumped back, but found his back to the wall. He leaned to the side, the demonic fist rushing past his ear and buried itself in the wall up to Naruto's elbow. "Son of a bitch!" Naruto yelled, mainly because he knew how screwed he was. He turned his head as far as he could to see Neji glaring back with the Byakugan activated. "You're in my field of divination," he said as he got in a stance. "Hakuroku Jinshu." Neji closed the gap and began landing blows, unaware of the effect it had on Naruto. The attack was divine, which pushed back his demon's side, but as it withdrew, others arose. 2 palms. Naruto felt pain as his demon was assaulted. 4 palms. Neji continued, not seeing Naruto's eyes become slits. 8 palms. Naruto felt a primal rage boiling forth from his soul. 16 palms. Neji smirked. This would win him the fight. 32 palms. Gray replaced amethyst in Naruto's eyes. 64 palms. Neji finished the attack and backed away, thinking victory was his. Naruto's arm was still buried in the wall, and he was hunched over, but it was not from the pain of the attack. His fingernails lengthened into claws, his teeth became fangs, his eyes filled with primal rage, and the energy around him started to become tangible. A cloud of dust suddenly surrounded him, and Neji felt the weight of the energy pressing down on him. As the dust began to settle, he saw Naruto, but it wasn't exactly him either. This one was completely feral and pissed. To the surprise of all, he tore his arm from a wall and lightly dragged his right hand across the wall itself, grinning as deep gouges were left where his claws had been. Naruto charged him at higher speeds, his fist cocked back once more. Neji dodged by ducking under it, but he didn't have time to dodge the knee that was on a collision course with his chin. The blow launched him upwards where he was grabbed by the back of the shirt by Naruto and thrown higher. He tried to move, but found himself bound by ninja wire. Ow, Neji thought, the punch. He released ninja wire and got me. Then why did he throw me here? Neji's question was answered as he made contact with a web of wire that wrapped around him. Naruto gained a feral grin once more as he jumped up towards Neji, his left fist cocked back this time. Neji knew there would only be one way out of this one. "Kaiten!" he yelled as he began spinning midair, the chakra barrier knocking Naruto back and freeing him from the wires. The spinning sphere dissipated and Neji landed, ready for Naruto's next assault. Naruto had skid back a few feet, but he recovered quickly and rushed Neji once more with his right fist ready to slam into his target. Neji smirked and began spinning once more. Naruto roared and struck the barrier with such force that his fist broke through, clipping Neji hard enough to make him spin a few times in the wrong direction. This resulted in the Kaiten exploding in a burst of chakra. Neji was thrown airborne while smoke and dust covered the ground. With another roar, Naruto sprang from the dust, heading straight for Neji. Neji's eyes widened, for now he was the helpless one. As Naruto approached, he launched a kick at him, but it had no effect. They were now 30 feet in the air and falling as Neji planted 2 more ineffective chakra kicks, one to the chest and the other to the gut. Naruto shrugged it off and grabbed Neji's face as he fell past him with his right hand. Neji realized what was going on, but he was powerless as he was slammed face first into the ground by a pissed-off hybrid. The dust rose once more, and the crowd looked on in awe. Suddenly, Naruto was thrown from the cloud, Neji chasing him with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Naruto had gone back to normal, and he was in no better shape. The mid-air kicks had damaged some of his organs, nothing that his regeneration couldn't fix, but it was something he didn't have time for. Naruto was dodging for dear life. Another good hit, and it may actually kill him. "You're an idiot? Just thought you should know that," came Blood's voice from nowhere. It was so sudden that Naruto almost got hit by a palm strike aimed at his heart. He swore in demonic as he tried to figure out what his partner was talking about. "I'll give you a hint. It's shiny and on your right arm. Dumbass." Naruto had he the time, would have slapped his forehead at his own stupidity. Niji jabbed out with another palm strike to find a chain wrapped around his arm. He then found himself being thrown away from Naruto, using the chain to do so. He recovered in time to dodge the chain's next attack, but he didn't expect it to change directions immediately after it missed him. He dodged it for a few seconds before it separated into 7 different chains, all of them connected to the same spot on Naruto's wrist. They wrapped him in a cocoon, but the true pain came from the electrical current instead of the constriction. Niji was in pain, but he managed to gain enough sense to preform a Kaiten. As he spun, Naruto was spun around as well until he released the chains, resulting in him being thrown into the air. Niji stopped spinning and smirked, looking up at Naruto. At the same time, Naruto was smirking down at Niji, whose eyes widened. As Naruto fell, he began spinning at the same time as Niji. "Kaiten!" Niji yelled. "Demon's Riptide!" Naruto yelled. The blue dome of chakra was met by a falling sphere of red and black energy spinning in the opposite direction. The explosion bathed the arena in light and dust. Kagebooth. Sarutobi and Jiraiya sat with jaws wide open in awe. Naruto had not only broken a Kaiten, but had created a demonic version by only seeing it 3 times. It was incredible. Orochimaru, who sat disguised as the Kazekage, was seriously reconsidering picking the Uchiha. This boy was far stronger. He made a mental note to keep an eye on him. Arena floor. The dust cleared, revealing the 2 opponents. They had their hands locked together, trying to overpower the other with sheer brute strength. Naruto gained a feral grin once more as he gave a little and leaned backwards, taking Niji with him. Before they hit the ground, Naruto kicked Niji as hard as possible skyward. Naruto hit the dirt and Niji was 30 feet high again. Naruto inhaled deeply before releasing his arcing lightning. Niji managed to roll in the air, narrowly dodging the fatal bolt. Naruto, however, got up in a low stance, getting ready for the other's landing. Niji touched down directly in front of him as Naruto was swinging. The landing was slightly off, but Naruto managed to wrist bash Niji with the force of a hammered rhino, throwing him towards the wall. Niji was exactly a foot away from the wall when time seemed to slow down for him. Naruto appeared right in front of him, his foot in position to deliver a powerful kick to Niji's chest. "Payback's a bitch," was all he heard before the kick connected and he was knocked out cold and implanted into the wall. Silence. A man in the forest could have coughed, and everyone would have heard it. Those there were in disbelief. The demon of Konoha had just beat a prodigy of the Hyuga clan. Naruto staggered back to Genma. "Winner, Naruto Namikaze," Genma shouted. Those who supported him cheered with the rest of the crowd, eventually going along with it. Naruto held up his hand for silence. "Hear this, Kana, Asuna, Odo, and all others here. In the forest of death, I made a pact with the king of hell. In return for letting him use my body for a vessel, he purified me of human condition. He made me better than human." He began laughing insanely, talking through the laughs. "Here I stand, fools. I now carry the blood of the unholy demons, the heavenly archons, and the wild blood of dragons. Bring you mobs, your assassins. They will all end the same. I am Naruto Namikaze, the demon of the leaves." He disappeared in a swirl of black and red energy, stepping out of the shadows in the contestants' booth. No one noticed him, and he wanted it that way for now. The next matches were pretty anticlimactic compared to Naruto's, but they were given their due. But when the last Uchiha's match came, the effects of Naruto's match had worn off. Naruto watched with apathy upon his face. He didn't care who won. Sasuke had shown up with Kakashi in a swirl of leaves, but Naruto paid no mind. He was mentally going over the match. Insane Jinchuriki of the Ichibi versus the mentally unstable Uchiha. Naruto already knew how this would end. Now he would just wait to see how it would come pass. Sasuke, to his credit, had gotten stronger in the past month, and possibly more insane. Regardless, he started the match on the offensive, charging head-on. He got close enough to strike and did so, the sand raising and blocking the blow as expected. What was unexpected was Sasuke disappearing and trying to strike from behind only to have his blow blocked. This continued until Sasuke was simply running in a circle around the Jinchuriki. The sand, waiting for an attack, levitated from the ground until there was at least a 3-foot gap between it and the arena floor. A gap the emo prince utilized. He slid under it, and before it could respond, he landed several solid blows to his opponent, finally launching him backwards. The sand caught Gaara and helped him up. Sasuke was panting slightly, but he hit it well. An insane grin appeared on Gaara's face as the sand formed a dome around his form, his ultimate defense. Sasuke rushed in, trying to strike before it closed only to have to jump back or be skewered. Sasuke smirked as he ran back and up the wall away from Gaara. Once at a decent height, he crouched and began to do hand signs that Naruto recognized. He looked to Kakashi and shook his head. The man was an idiot. Suddenly, the sound of 1,000 birds filled the arena as Sasuke charged at Gaara with his Chidori. There was a silence as it pierced the dome. Then Gaara screamed. Sasuke bore a victorious smirk, but it was soon gone and he jumped back in pain, a demonic sand arm crushing his. Luckily for him, it had to detach after he got far enough away. Then everything happened too quick for most to follow. Feathers fell from the sky, and those in the stands soon fell into a deep sleep, save for the ninjas who quickly dispelled the genjutsu. They were quickly attacked by numerous sound and sand ninja, while Gaara was taken away by his siblings, which Sasuke followed. Orochimaru took Sarutobi to the top of the roof and had his henchmen set up a barrier, but not before Jiraiya got in. Kakashi ordered Sakura and Shikamaru to go aid Sasuke, who would be tracked by a summoned dog, Pakun, and Naruto followed. When he caught up to them, he was met with a less than friendly welcome. Naruto-san, what do you think you're doing? You weren't ordered to take part in this mission, Sakura screeched at him. She's right. Go back and help back in the main village area, Shikamaru ordered. The heavy aura that suddenly filled the air stopped further arguing. The Shikaku brat is mine. Get in my way and I'll kill you, he said angrily, letting the aura dissipate. There were no further arguments as the four jumped through the trees. As they jumped, though, Naruto looked to Pakun and Shikamaru, a bored look in his amethyst eyes. You do realize that we have a small group after us, right? He asked as they ran. Sakura paled considerably while Shikamaru nodded. You have a plan, then, Demon Boy? Shikamaru asked in turn. Actually, I do. Care to share it? He almost missed the feral gleam in Naruto's eyes. Boom! As if on cue, a massive explosion rocked the forest and screams were heard from behind them. Shikamaru looked at Naruto with wide eyes, while Sakura tried not to lose her footing from the shockwave. Naruto, what the fuck was that? He shouted. Explosions of that caliber generally had warnings. A ceiling tag full of demon energy. That shit is explosive, huh? He asked with a sadistic grin. Shikamaru dropped it, but as they neared a clearing, he noted the smell of soot, like the kind that came from normal explosive tags. They stopped for a moment to investigate, only to find the sand Kunoichi Temari, Gaara's older sister if memory served. She was unconscious and slightly singed, but otherwise fine as Naruto noted. He looked to Shikamaru. Shikamaru, you stay here and make sure she doesn't escape. Got it? He asked. Shikamaru glared at him. Why should I listen to you? Because if you don't stay here, that means you have to fight the insane Jinchuriki that has an even insaner demon. He will more than likely kill you. Take your pick, he said with an insane grin of his own. Shikamaru sighed and moved over by Temari. Naruto turned his gaze to Sakura. You are, at best, cannon fodder. If you want to live, stay here with Shikamaru, he said coldly as he jumped back into the trees. Sakura looked like she was about to burst into tears, but stayed. She looked over at Shikamaru. You don't think I'm cannon fodder, do you? She asked sadly. Shikamaru wisely refused to answer, knowing that his answer would have upset the girl further. With Naruto, Naruto watched in amusement as the last Uchiha got swatted around by a half-transformed Gaara. However, he had laid claim on fighting Gaara, and he would be damned if he let his royal emo-ness take all the fun. So in a fashion befitting a hybrid, he jumped into the fray and punted Sasuke away. Before Gaara could remotely begin to go on a rant about how he was going to kill him, Naruto was already charging the half-transformed boy, knowing that if the Tanuki got all the way out, he would be screwed. Gaara let out a bone-chilling battle cry before pulling one of his arms back. Sand Shuriken, he shouted as he lashed out with his arm, sending a hail of sand shuriken towards the charging hybrid. Naruto smirked and jumped over the volley of blades, thinking his opponent vulnerable after such an assault. His eyes widened when the half-transformed boy disappeared only to reappear in front of Naruto midair. Before Naruto could even utter a swear, Gaara grabbed him by the head and threw him into a tree. Damn it, Naruto groaned from his position in the tree. He looked up and was met with the sight of a full volley of sand shuriken flying towards him. Fuck me. Each and every one of them struck him with the force of a wrecking ball, and though the cuts he received were healed, the pain remained. However, another volley stuck him, and Naruto cursed himself for underestimating his opponent while the blast tore the tree from around him. He fell and managed to right himself in time to land on a thick branch that had escaped destruction below. From his crouched position, Naruto glared up at his opponent, rage beginning to become visible in his amethyst eyes. Those same eyes widened as Gaara appeared at the end of the branch he was on. The insane Jinchuriki charged Naruto while he looked up and grit his teeth. Fuck it, Naruto said to himself as he charged Gaara, intent on slowing him down. As they neared each other, they pulled back their fists, ready to throw their punches as hard as possible. As their fists neared, however, Gaara's sand shot forth from his fist and stuck Naruto hard, winding him and knocking him away. Before he could even touch the branch they were on, Gaara was already on Naruto, his newly formed tail sending the hybrid flying. As Naruto fell, Gaara sent yet another volley of shuriken towards him, but most missed due to the distance between the two combatants. Naruto looked over his shoulder at the upcoming branch below him and righted himself in time to embed his feet into the tree. He looked up in time to be struck through the branch by Gaara, lacing his hands together and pile-driving him. As he fell, Gaara followed, his face close enough to Naruto's that he could smell his rancid breath. Naruto grimaced and threw a right-legged kick to his ribs, followed by a left-handed uppercut, both of which had little effect. Then he threw a heavy punch with his chained arm, nailing Gaara in his forehead, causing a crack in his sand armor that was quickly healed. Gaara roared and backhanded Naruto away, further into the trees. Luckily, he managed to land lightly on a branch instead of implanting himself in it. He looked up to see Gaara fell towards him with his hands raised for another pile driver, but he failed to see Naruto's gray eyes. Naruto reached up with both of his hands and caught Gaara by his wrists, though the impact pushed his feet into the wood. Gaara paused and tried to register what had happened while Naruto gained a sadistic smirk. He picked his foot up and turned, pulling Gaara with him until he had turned completely before throwing him through the branch. He watched in amusement as he crashed through several more branches before righting himself and hitting the ground. Naruto didn't let the sadistic smirk fade as he ran to the end of the broken branch and did a gainer towards Gaara, stopping the rotation when his head was pointing towards Gaara and fell as fast as he could with his right hand ready to be swung. Gaara, in return, pulled back his fist and threw a punch as Naruto neared him, the fist connecting and driving Gaara into the ground slightly, but the sand once more shot forth and shot Naruto back. As Naruto flew back, his eyes lost all color, leaving them a glowing white as he righted himself and landed. He had awakened his Archon's might. Gaara spread his sand in a circle around him, preparing his defenses for an assault from a hybrid. Naruto only smirked, and a white glow consumed his hands as a greatsword formed in them. He pulled his lips back in a sadistic smile, baring his fangs as he took a step back and leaned back, launching the greatsword and making it spin like a drill. Gaara smirked as his sand rose and blocked the incoming sword, but due to its spin, some of the sand became wrapped around the blade. Naruto appeared beside it, his hand slamming into the pommel, and the effect was instant. The sand around the blade exploded in a circle around the blade, opening a huge hole in Gaara's defense, one that Naruto charged through. Gaara could only watch in fear as Naruto cleared the distance in a heartbeat, his right fist pulled all the way back. "Block this!" Naruto yelled as he struck Gaara with a fully charged Arcanic Haymaker. The blow struck Gaara in the face, sending him flying backward with incredible force, more than enough to send him through several trees. The sand tried to follow its master, but only moved so far, putting Naruto at the edge of the circle, the ring having moved around him. The sword remained in place, however, hovering in the air, while Naruto remained still with his fist still extended. As the dust settled, the sword hit the ground. That had taken place in the course of 2 seconds. Then a ragged scream tore through the forest as the sand seemed to increase, all of it moving to cover Gaara, forming the body of the Ichibi no Shikaku. From its forehead protruded Gaara, who quickly fell asleep after using a jutsu that Naruto couldn't hear. But he didn't concern himself with that. The giant Tanuki's eyes gained their color, and the great beast looked around in confusion for a moment, before it realized where it was. "Huh, I'm free to massacre. And I'm going to start with the village." Shikaku trailed off at the end with a sadistic smirk. He had forgotten the hybrid at his feet. Naruto's eyes regained their gray irises, the Archon mode fading after the brief assault. He glared up in defiance at the Shikaku, and his Berserker mode began to draw more strength from his inner selves to fuel it. He jumped up to the highest tree and threw a kunai at the Tanuki, in full knowledge of the fact that the kunai itself would do little to him. Shikaku felt a tiny pinprick in his arm and looked over to find a kunai in his forearm. He laughed and turned to Naruto. "I knew I was forgetting something. You thought a single kunai could hurt me? Hold still so I can put you out of your delusions," he said as he raised his arm that the kunai had struck. Boom, Naruto said, grinning as the demonic tag on the kunai exploded, the massive explosion tearing Shikaku's arm from his shoulder and turning the stump into glass. Naruto had to use some energy to stick to the tree, lest he be blown away, but he was pleased with himself for wounding a bijou. The Tanuki roared in both rage and pain before swiping at the hybrid. Naruto braced himself, knowing he couldn't dodge. The impact sent him flying through several trees, and he barely righted himself in time to move out of the way of the air bullet that was launched at him. The shock wave hit him, however, and knocked him higher into the air. Shikaku roared in rage as he swatted the airborne hybrid down to the forest floor, pleased with the sound of his impact. He moved over to where the boy had landed and raised his foot, getting ready to stomp him flat. Naruto got up and saw the giant foot above his head, and his eyes widened. Time seemed to slow as it came towards him, and he wondered if this was his end. Then his eyes narrowed in anger, such a rage that he had not felt before from the thought of just giving up. He lifted his arms and somehow stopped the foot, if only barely. "Think you're tough, huh? Well, take this your runt." Shikaku roared as he put all of his weight on the foot over Naruto. Naruto swore as his arms gave, and he was crushed under the Tanuki's foot. He felt himself falling from his body, but a red-furred hand pulled him back into it, and Naruto could have sworn he heard blood cussing him out. Any insults or comments were drowned out by the pain coursing through him, and he wondered how long he could hold out before he snapped. "Kid, you're about 10 seconds away from my boot up your ass. Stop whining about the pain and wake the redhead up. Do that, and the sandy asshole goes bye-bye." Blood's voice echoed within Naruto's skull. "Any suggestion on how I do that? Seeing as I'm currently under a fucking raccoon's foot," Naruto shouted back in his mind. "What happens when you superheat sand?" Blood asked after an annoyed sigh. Naruto was caught off guard by the question, but answered through another wave of pain. "Glass. Now then, how hot is lightning?" Blood made the last part sound amazingly like "my god, you're an idiot." How would you like to taste a sample of my power? Haven't I been using your power? Naruto asked wearily. Blood laughed. I merely changed all of your energies into what they are now and tripled your reserves. The fighting has been all you. Though you have only been tapping your dragon's berserker mode and your archonic rage a moment ago, I can use both of those and the demon rage at the same time. Now then, how would you like to taste MY power? Naruto let a feral smirk spread across his face. He knew this was going to bite him in the ass somehow, but the thought of stomping the Tanuki was too good to pass up. Well then, I shall be the medium of your wrath, Lord Blood, Naruto said in a mockingly formal tone. He could practically feel Blood smirk. One last piece of advice: memorize the feeling. One day you will have to harmonize your powers, and this will be that only time I can let you use my powers this century. Any more, and you may explode. How much am I getting? Naruto asked as power surged through his form, changing it. Blood let out a sadistic laugh. Not even 0.5%. Shikaku let some of his weight off of the foot he had used to crush the brat, feeling rather pleased with himself. Then his eyes widened in agony as pain coursed through his leg. He looked down in time to see a black form burst through his foot and tear a path up his leg, jumping back when he reached his waist, but instead of falling, the figure remained airborne by using a large set of black wings that looked fairly demonic. Where the figure had run up his leg was now glass, along with the hole in his foot, and the cut up his leg extended inwards about a foot if he was right. Die, Shikaku yelled, swinging his remaining arm at the figure. His eyes widened in shock when his fist was batted away and the point of contact became glass. He looked at the figure and took in the details, wondering who this damned fool was. Naruto was loving his wings. The feeling of flight was definitely to his liking. Blood's power had transformed him, and though it would wear off when his power was taken back, there would no doubt be little remainders. He was now 7 foot tall and built heavily like Blood, though like his human form, it was slightly leaner. His head had changed to that of wolf, and his horns now extended a foot behind his head. His eyes had returned to amethyst, but the color was darker and redder, like someone had poured blood over the crystal. His body was now covered in a coat of black fur that was longer than Blood's, but not enough to hide his form or muscles. The only different color parts were a shaggy white furred area extending from just under his throat to right above his waistline. The fur was slightly longer than the rest, 2 white lines going from under his eyes straight down, and a white diamond-shaped patch on his forehead. In the middle of said patch was an actual diamond that was about 1 inch across. A long and whip-like tail extended from behind him with hard scales and a blade-like protrusion from the tip, obviously dragonic. The large black wings were from his demon, and in between the bones of the wings were blood-red runes on the inside of the wings, 1 rune per gap. His hands and feet bore wicked claws. His clothes were all but gone. The only things remaining were a ragged pair of shorts, though they quickly repaired themselves to be long, black baggy pants, while a blood-red sash materialized around his waist and tightened. His chained arm now sported several spiked chains that weren't linked to his power, meaning more weapons. In short, badass. Such power. Is this truly what I will have at my disposal one day? Naruto muttered to himself, finding that his new mouth and jaws did little to affect his speaking. A day far from here, you aren't even close to having a fraction of my power. This form, however, will come sooner than you think. Now, then, tear him apart and remember the feeling. Blood ordered. Naruto grinned, baring his fangs and readying himself as gray electricity danced across his form. Blood had warned him that he could only retain the form for another 45 seconds before it would begin killing him. He intended to use every second of it. Besides, it wouldn't be much fun if he simply woke Gaara up. No, he had to repay the giant sand bastard for stepping on him. Sand and lightning. He said as energy condensed behind him, and he used it as a springboard to shoot through Shikaku, causing him to roar in pain and leaving a hole of glass in his stomach. Before he could even turn to attack, Naruto had shot through him again. This repeated itself over the course of 20 seconds, leaving Shikaku with a torso and legs filled with glass. Makes glass. He, Naruto chuckled as Shikaku swung at him, it turning into full-blown laughter when he passed through the hand and leaving another glass hole in him. He looked at Shikaku with a sadistic smirk. Sweet dreams. He rushed Shikaku and planted an incredible haymaker in the Tanuki's muzzle, causing shock waves to travel throughout his body. These caused all of the glass to shatter to dust, but it left Shikaku as a falling head. Naruto zoomed in again and kicked Gaara from his place in Shikaku's forehead, but before the demon could retreat, Naruto kicked the head higher, acting on instinct and binding the soul of the demon to the head. Part of his mind absently noted that Gaara lived through this, meaning that he could free Jinchuriki once he got this strong. 5 seconds left. Naruto inhaled and spat out a cloud of electricity somehow, but before he could ponder how he had done it, it turned the Shikaku's head into glass. He rushed the head and kicked it towards the ground as his power faded. The head flew down and speared itself on a tree, stuck there forever, and within was the spirit of the Shikaku. If it broke, then so did his soul. Naruto cried out in agony as a fire consumed him and left him back in his normal form, about 150 feet from the ground. Naruto's eyes widened when he realized he wasn't falling, but instead gliding. The hell? He questioned himself as he looked over his shoulder to see the wings had remained, though they were a dark gray now and were smaller. He was thankful they remained, but he didn't really know how to operate them, meaning he was stuck gliding in a straight line. On the way down, he noticed the tail had also remained, though instead of the impressive 10-foot it was now only about 4 feet long, and the spikes and spines were gone, leaving him with a gray-scaled tail. His hand hesitantly went to his forehead, but to his relief, the diamond was gone. He went to scratch the back of his head, mindful of his wings, only to find his horns were now about 4 inches long. He grumpily noted that they pointed back and up slightly. Shikamaru stood with his mouth open at the sight that he had just witnessed. In truth, he had never had anything against Naruto, and the only reason he had been slightly cold before was due to Kakashi not telling Naruto to go along. And when he did anyway, he flat out told Shikamaru what to do. He was fairly glad that, after that display of power, however brief, he was not on Naruto's shit list for prior transgressions. Sakura had fainted when Naruto had punted Sasuke out of the fray, though it was more the after effect that caused her to faint. Shikamaru wasn't sure if Naruto had intentionally done it, but he had kicked Sasuke in such a way that he crashed into Sakura, lips first. They also landed in a way that made Sasuke, who was unconscious from the crash through a tree before the one into Sakura, put his hand on Sakura's bust, or lack thereof, and squeezed slightly from the post-punt twitching. So she passed out quite happily under the delusion that Sasuke was awake and doing that. Shikamaru had been distracted by thought of how this would bite the Uchiha in the ass that he didn't notice Temari escaping until it was too late. He almost went after her, but thought better of it. Temari had caught her brother once Naruto had kicked him from his demon and ran off the escape with Kankuro and their sensei before they were caught and executed. She cast a fearful look towards the gliding form of Naruto, somehow knowing that he was letting them escape. Returning to Naruto, he landed in the clearing where Shikamaru was and collapsed to his knees upon landing, panting and spitting out blood. He was mildly surprised when Shikamaru ran up beside him and pulled out a first aid kit. "Not going soft on me, are you?" Naruto asked weakly. The drain had been immense. "Troublesome, but if you hadn't stopped the Shikaku, it would have destroyed the leaf. For that you have my thanks," Shikamaru said solemnly. He quickly bandaged Naruto's torso, which still bore gashes from the sand shurikens, and gave him both a food pill and a solider pill so he could stand on his own. "What happened to those two?" Naruto asked, motioning to Sakura and Sasuke, both in the same position they had been in before. Naruto had motioned with his chain arm and had noticed that one of the spiked chains had remained. "You punted Sasuke out of battle and lips first into Sakura after going through a tree. Wait, you did punt him, right?" Shikamaru asked after a moment, not sure how Naruto had gotten him out of battle given the distance. "Yep, punted his ass in a random direction. Good shot, though." Definitely. Think we should get a camera? Why? Shikamaru questioned, helping the hybrid off the ground. Naruto smirked and pointed at the two. So I can torment Sasuke forever with a picture and thought of pink-haired Uchiha babies, Naruto said sadistically. Good plan, but for now we should get back to Konoha and help out. I think the fighting is over. Naruto cast Shikamaru an odd glance, seeming a lot older than he was, and replied, the fighting will never be over. I know what you mean, though. I saw a few groups of sound and sand ninja running while I was gliding. Let's get back and report. You're carrying the pinkette, though. Shikamaru sighed, but complied, not feeling like drawing Naruto's ire. Then he remembered that she wasn't actually hurt. He nudged her with his foot. Wake up, Sakura, or we're leaving you, he said with no response. He let a slight smirk appear on his face when an idea struck him. Sakura, Sasuke is stripping. Sakura bolted to her feet, dropping the Uchiha on the ground and waking him up as well. Well now, since you're both up and finished making nice little pink-haired Uchiha babies, Shikamaru said, trying to restrain his laughter, and he heard Naruto doing the same. We need to return to Konoha, since the fighting is over. Oh, and Sasuke, you can thank Naruto for saving you from that. Sasuke, after he was doing blanching from what Shikamaru had said, looked to where he was pointing and his eyes widened. He was pointing to the impaled head of the Shikaku, its face scrunched up in agony. Then what Shikamaru had said reached him, and he glared at Naruto. How dare you interrupt my fight? He yelled, moving over and getting in Naruto's face. It was at this moment that he realized three things, one of which irked him to no end. First was that Naruto was taller than him, meaning he had to stand on his toes slightly to glare at him properly. Secondly, Naruto had grown wings and a tail along with bearing small horns. Thirdly, Naruto was stronger. This was proved when he punched Sasuke in the face, knocking him out. You, Pinky, Naruto said with some irritation. Sakura looked indignant at the name, but gave her attention to Naruto, if only because he was fairly intimidating now. You gotta drag your fuck buddy back to the village. Shikamaru, you stay with her so a rogue Nin doesn't kill her. I don't feel like being yelled at for her incompetence. Shikamaru nodded and let the hybrid run off towards the village, knowing from his tone that he wanted to be alone for a little. Probably wants to come to grips with the new features, Shikamaru muttered to himself. He helped Sakura pick up Sasuke, knowing that the girl would start complaining after a while if he didn't. Naruto walked towards the village with a steady gait, not really caring as his clothes reformed. The pants and sash remained, but the pants gained several pockets and combat boots formed. A gray tank top formed on his torso with a red trench coat forming over that, with a sleeve of the left arm that was fairly loose and ended about mid-forearm. The coat itself bore black flames at the bottom and had chain designs of the same color, but between the holes for his wings was the symbol of cord. He wasn't disturbed by the changes. If anything, they sort of thrilled him, but he simply couldn't help but think something was amiss. He absently let his wings fold around him, making it like an odd cloak of sorts, though he only let the cover up to his arms, leaving his chest visible. His tail kept itself from dragging and appeared fairly prehensile, and the scales were thin enough for him to fluid in all sorts of ways. The blade that had been on it had disappeared, though, but he didn't really care about that. He let one hand go up to his horns and felt them, finding that they seemed segmented, with each segment possessing a ridge and the final one pointing out to make the tip. He let his arm fall and lifted his right in front of him, looking at the new spiked chain that adorned it. The links were more of a diamond shape, the outward points making the spikes. He gave up in investigating the changes, deciding he would have time later. But what was bothering him was also his tenant silence. Normally, Blood didn't talk a lot, but the pure silence that rung out through his mind was slightly bothering. Blood? Are you there? Naruto asked within his mind. There was a weary sigh before Blood answered. Yes, I am here. Forgive the silence, but many died today, and I have to send them to the afterlife to be judged. I don't need to leave your body to do it, but I will most likely be silent for a few hours. It has been a very long time since I have done this, it's slightly nostalgic. The Lord of Hell said calmly, if a bit happily. His favorite part of his job was dragging the screaming souls to hell, but he could go a little longer without the luxury. In truth, he was trying to avoid telling Naruto who he had just sent, if only because he wasn't sure of what would happen when he did. Naruto walked into the village, noting that aside from the blood and a few damages, the village was fine, save for a section of the wall that had been demolished. He saw several repair crew already at work on the wall, and others were taking bodies away while others cleaned up the streets. He walked towards the arena, not really caring that people were staring at him. It was in bad shape by the look of it, but the Kage booth had taken the most damage. How the fuck did they get a forest up there? Naruto asked himself, and he jumped up to the normal seats before walking towards a mini forest. As he neared, he saw Jiraiya atop the roof, kneeling beside someone. Naruto's eyes widened, and he shot toward the roof, using his wings to give his jump extra distance. He landed at the other side of the roof and ran forward. Jiraiya looked over with a kunai in hand, but stopped himself when he saw it was Naruto, though it took him a moment due to the wings and tail. He turned back to look at the person that laid in front of him, a smile on the old man's unmoving features. Naruto went to the other side and fell to his knees, staring at the unmoving face of the person who had practically raised him. "Gramps," Naruto silently pleaded, feeling tears begin to build. He looked at Jiraiya, who put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Naruto laughed, but his drooping wings and tail and body language betrayed his true feelings. "Look at me, a demon and a dragon getting ready to cry," he said lightly. "Tears are nothing to be ashamed of, Naruto. Race has no meaning right now. Let it out," Jiraiya said in a tone that denoted his title of the Toad Sage. Naruto smiled, and the tears flowed down his cheeks, though he made no noise. "How did he die?" Naruto asked after a moment. Jiraiya let a small smile grace his face. He could at least tell him that. "He died a shinobi's death. He used the same jutsu your father used to seal Orochimaru's arms, so he would never be able to do jutsu again. But before that, the snake had resurrected the Shodame and Nidame and sent them to attack us. I defeated them. But in doing so, I couldn't get to Sarutobi in time to stop the Kusanagi from impaling him before he could seal more of the bastard." Naruto was silent for a moment before looking up at Jiraiya, his eyes turning a slight crimson, but it was quickly suppressed by the boy. He looked back at the body. "I will kill Orochimaru. I swear to you, Sarutobi, I will kill the bastard for killing you. But I won't let it consume me, so you can rest in peace." Naruto paused for a moment and looked up at Jiraiya, his eyes calm. "Jiraiya-sensei, did Sarutobi have a religion?" "Never really aligned himself with one to my knowledge," Jiraiya replied, slightly caught off guard by the question. Naruto smiled and pricked his finger on a nearby kunai, letting the blood flow for a moment before expertly drawing Cord's mark on the breastplate that Sarutobi wore. "For the strength that you gave others in life, may the Iron Lord grant you safe passage to the celestial gates. For the strength you had in life, may you be strong enough to find your lost loved ones there. For using that strength for the right reasons, may you gain happiness eternal. Farewell, Hiruzen Sarutobi, rest in peace." Jiraiya was surprised at how priestly Naruto had sounded when he had said the prayer. "I wasn't aware that you had a religion. Dare I ask who this Iron Lord is?" he said after a few minutes, so as not to ruin the moment. Naruto smiled and stood, offering a hand to help Jiraiya up, which he declined in favor of standing himself. "Cord, the god of strength. The good kind of strength," Naruto said simply, his wings folding back around him as he looked over the village. "Naruto, why do you love this village? After all that has been done to you?" Jiraiya asked, moving to stand beside Naruto at the edge of the roof. "I love the village, not necessarily the villagers. The ideals, they're what I cherish. But still, I have a feeling that I will enjoy making everyone admit that they were wrong about me. This place was special to both my father and Sarutobi, so I will protect it for them, even if I have to actually become Hokage to do it." No more was said for long, while as they both thought about what he had just said. Naruto still had a few tears on his face, but he didn't seem to care while Jiraiya just looked over the village. After a while, he patted Naruto on the shoulder, getting his attention. Naruto, what are your feelings for Kin? Naruto almost fell from the roof at this question. He almost answered but stopped himself, thinking about it for a moment. I love her, he answered. Then go to her. She's probably worried about you. To her, you're more than a master. Now go. I'll come get you for the funeral, and if anything else comes up. Naruto nodded, knowing of Kin's feelings for him. He ran off on one end to the roof, using his wings to glide in the direction of his manor. Jiraiya watched him fly off and looked back to the village, noting that the sun was about to set. Don't waste your chance at the girl you love, Naruto, especially when she loves you as well. Jiraiya said to no one in particular, don't waste your chance like this old fool. With Naruto had found out how to fly a little better, figuring out how to catch updrafts to gain altitude and fold his wings to dive. As he flew, he heard several of the civilians that were beginning to come back to the streets from the shelters call him some kind of death spirit. He laughed at the comparison, but kept flying. Soon his front door was in sight, and he dived down, slowing his descent when he neared the ground and managed to land without killing himself. He opened the door and stepped in, shucking his boots and walking into the living room, not expecting to almost be bowled over by Kin when she latched onto him, her arms around his torso and squeezing tight. He hugged her back, unintentionally putting his new wings around her as well. Her face was buried in his chest, sobbing slightly, and he let her continue, gently rubbing her back and whispering calming things into her ears. She finally calmed down and looked up into his eyes. I was so worried, she said, still hiccuping. I'm here now, Kin. You can calm yourself. I'm sorry, though, for worrying you, he said soothingly, his wings wrapping around her protectively. It was then that she noticed the wings, but instead of being shocked or repulsed, she moved her hand to touch one. The membrane was leathery, but soft, and the bones didn't feel bad when they pressed against her back. In truth, this sort of embrace was something of a dream for her. If you like the wings that much, how do you feel about tails? He said jokingly, removing one of his wings and bringing his tail up for her to see. As expected, she touched it, finding that if you pet it in the direction of the scales, that it was smooth, but going in the opposite direction, you'd end up pricking yourself. You're still Naruto-kun to me, she said tenderly, going back to their embrace. Naruto returned it, but pulled back after a minute or two. Kin-chan, I don't suppose you would mind if I bathed, would you? I got knocked through several trees and shot myself through a bijou several times, so a hot bath sounds very tempting right now, he said honestly. Kin let a wiry smile grace her features before taking Naruto's hand and leading him gently towards the bathroom. One condition, she said as they stood outside of the door. Naruto raised an eyebrow, but motioned for her to continue. I get to bathe with you. To her surprise, Naruto smiled before leaning down and kissing her on the cheek. Sounds good to me, Kin-chan, he said as he walked in, starting to remove his trench coat. Kin stood stunned for a moment, having expected a bit of resistance. She smiled and walked in as well, shutting the door behind her. Nothing sexual, of course. I just thought you might need help with your wings, she said hastily as she moved beside Naruto as he shucked his trench coat, finding that his wings moved through the material like water. He smiled at her and nodded. Thank you for everything, Naruto said quietly, removing his shirt. Kin turned the knob above the tub, letting hot water flow in. It's all right, she said. No, it's not, Naruto said, making Kin turn around to face him out of confusion. You've been so kind to me. I had to thank you, he said, knowing he wasn't making this sound as good as it did in his head. Naruto-kun, Kin said at a loss for words. She stepped over to him and hugged him, trying not to focus on the feeling of his bare chest. She let go after a moment and took a step back. Come on, the water's hot, and it'll take some of the soreness from your muscles. Naruto smiled at her and nodded, though he did pause for a moment. Are you going to turn around, or are you going to watch? He asked as he undid his pants. Kin's face turned beet red as she stuttered and whirled around, desperately wanting to whirl around at the sound of cloth hitting the floor. "Excuse me, my lady," he said from right beside her. She sidestepped, letting him by, though she couldn't put stare at his ass as he got into the tub. The tub is like a small pool in size, like 9 feet minus 9 inches and 4 feet deep, built-in benches around the inside. He waded over to the far side and sat down, though in a way that Kin couldn't see anything. "Enjoying the show?" he asked playfully, noticing she was staring. Kin jumped slightly, but quickly diverted her eyes. "Kin, I don't care if you look at me. I wouldn't have agreed to let you bathe with me if I wasn't all right with you seeing me nude." "Still," she said, really wanting to look. Naruto sighed and decided to go for a dirty trick that would let the girl indulge. "You can't wash my wings if you're not in the tub, and you'll have to undress to get it. I'm going to see you naked and more than likely stare at your sexy body. So why don't you go ahead and look?" he said, finding that he sounded a little more seductive than what he had intended. Kin froze, but slowly turned her eyes to Naruto's own amethyst orbs. A blush adorned her face and confusion in her eyes. "You think I'm sexy?" she asked, feeling odd when she asked. "I could be very poetic about how I view you, but yes, I think you're very sexy, Kin-chan," he said, a soft smile on his face. "Could you close your eyes until I get in the water?" she asked, taking the bottom of her shirt in hand. When Naruto let his eyes shut, she took off her clothes, taking a quick look in the mirror. She was lean from her kunoichi training, and she had enough muscle for it to have been seen. She looked at her C-cup, knowing that it barely qualified as such, and was slightly flushed to think Naruto found it sexy. She lowered herself into the water, gasping slightly when the hot liquid touched her crotch. She saw Naruto's eyes twitch, but they remained closed. She waded over to him, noting that her breasts were only marginally above the water's surface, making them stand out. "Oh, okay, you can open your eyes now," she said, waiting for his eyes to open before she started looking. The twin gems were visible once more, and as soon as they were, Kin felt a wave of self-consciousness wash over her. She folded her arms over her chest and looked away, blushing. "Kin, why do you act so ashamed of your body?" Naruto asked, moving over to her. I don't know," she said softly. "Kin, look at me," he said, taking a step back. Kin knew he didn't mean his eyes, and felt her blush growing as she turned her gaze to his body. She took in every detail she could, but tore her eyes away before they looked below the surface. "Kin, I don't mind eyes on me, so long as they're yours." That pushed her over the edge. Weeks of curiosity and longing suddenly sprung forth, forcing her to look, and look she did. She gasped when she saw his member through the water, erect from the heat. The ripples on the surface distorted it a little, but it looked to be 10 inches long and decently thick. "Sorry about that. Pleasant water, sexy naked woman in front of me. Not a grand combination for decency," Naruto joked, scratching the back of his head. He watched as Kin let her arms fall, letting him see all of her. "I don't see what you were so worried about. You're beautiful, Kin-chan," he said, resting his hand on her shoulder, giving a comforting squeeze. "Really?" she asked, looking into his eyes. He nodded, smiling softly. "I know this is the point where a romantic embrace would be good, but considering the hard-on," he joked, eliciting a giggle from the smaller girl. "It's all right. You can hug me later," she said. She reached over and grabbed a bottle of body wash from the small alcove that held it, and poured a little into her hands. "Now let's see about washing those wings." Naruto smiled as he sat down on the bench within the tub, extending his left wing to Kin. She steeled herself and pressed her hands to the leathery membrane, finding that it didn't give it all. After a few moments of simply moving her hands in circles, she put some pressure on her fingertips as she went, finding that she could actually feel his pulse through the membrane. When she was done, she rinsed off the suds and moved on to the next wing, seeing that Naruto was rinsing off his hair as she went by. The next wing was done soon enough, and while Kin had finished his wings, Naruto had washed his hair and the rest of his body as well as he could have. Allow me to repay you, he said, playful tone back in place. Before Kin could ask what he meant, she found herself sitting sideways on the bench with Naruto behind her. What are you? Oh, she moaned out as Naruto's hand started kneading her shoulders. He had never given a back massage before, but from the sound of it, he was doing fine. He kept going until he had gotten her entire back, letting his hands drift away after that. Even, he asked, getting a nod. I took a shower earlier, so my hair's clean and everything. Can we get out now? She asked, starting to feel the water get cold. Naruto laughed and nodded, standing up and helping Kin out as well. As they dried off, Naruto paused for a moment, wondering if he should ask what he wanted to. Nay, Kin-chan, he asked quietly, not sure of his words. Yes, Naruto-kun, she replied, turning to face him, wrapped in her towel. After dinner, I'm going to sleep. Would you, that is, Sai, would you sleep with me tonight? I think I'll need the company, he asked, his tone sounding sullen. Kin walked over and put a hand on his shoulder, looking into his amethyst eyes. Had it been any other tone, she would have thought he meant sex, but this was... Naruto-kun, are you all right? She asked, suppressing the urge to kiss him. Sir Tobijiji died today, he said, having previously explained his attachment to the old Kage. Kin immediately felt bad for asking, but nodded. I'll sleep with you tonight. Now go get dressed. Stew's for dinner, and it should be done now, she said, leaning up and lightly kissing his cheek. A few minutes later saw them both in the kitchen, eating the delicious stew that Kin had made in silence. Kin, do you plan to continue your ninja career? Naruto asked, taking their bowls over to the sink and rinsing them out. The question actually caught the girl off guard, but she already had the answer. No, in Odo, you were either a ninja or a lab experiment. Now that I'm here, I just want to be a civilian, she said, stopping herself from adding the rest of her current plan. Good. I wouldn't want to worry about you, he said sincerely. He set the 2 bowls in the dishwasher before turning to her with a soft smile. He took a step towards her, but out of nowhere he zoned out, freezing in place. Kin almost jumped up to see what was wrong, but he suddenly came back to his senses. He blinked a few times before closing his eyes in concentration. A whooshing sound came from his back as his wings seemed to go inside of his back, leaving 2 small, tribal wing tattoos in their place. His eyes opened, and he looked over his shoulder, finding the wings gone. Sorry for the lack of warning. Blood just told me that sleeping with wings requires some practice. So he told me how to retract the wings. The tail stays, though, he muttered, looking at his tail as it lazily dragged across the floor. So, ready to crash? He asked, trying not to sound like an ass. Yeah, Kin said, trying not to sound eager. The 2 walked upstairs together, finding themselves holding hand by the time they got to the top. They both blushed, but neither tried to break the contact. Kin's heart skipped a beat as he opened the door to his room, mainly upon seeing the bed. They were both in the clothing they intended to sleep in, so they simply walked over to the bed. Naruto let go of Kin and let her get in the massive bed first, walking over to the other side before getting in. They rolled to face each other, smiling at each other in the dark. Every now and then, they would move a little closer to the middle, until they could feel the other's breath. Naruto made a decision then and there, wrapping his arm around Kin. The chain one is under the pillows, and pulling her closer. Kin-chan, he said, looking into her brown eyes. He could feel the heat from her blush. And Naruto-kun, she asked, heat skipping a beat as their faces drew closer. I love you. Their lips met, and Kin felt a wave of warmth spread through her from the kiss. She wrapped her arms around Naruto and pressed into the kiss, tried to put all of her love for him into the action. Eventually, some of her lust won out, and she let her tongue slid past her lips. Naruto's seemed to stiffen for a moment before they let her tongue pass. She felt his tentatively slid into her mouth, explored her mouth just as she explored his. He tasted of some sort of faint spice, but she loved it, intensifying the kiss. To him, she tasted faintly sweet, and upon her increased aggression, he returned the passion. They knew that going any further would be bad, given Naruto's fragile state at this point, and they separated, a thin trail of saliva connecting then for a moment. I love you too, Naruto-kun, she said, burying her face in his chest. And there they lay, basking in the love of the other while falling into the best sleep they had ever known, resting in the arms of their lover. As much fun as it is to sit here and struggle against the gag reflex, Jiraiya is at the door. He said he needed to speak with you, Naruto, Blood said from the shadows, not bothering to fully form. Naruto groaned and rolled out of bed, much to the ire of his girlfriend. Just Norm, come back to bed, King groaned out, still half asleep. Naruto finished materializing his clothes, just as Blood had shown him a little after the exams. He leaned down and kissed her on the lips before whispering back. It's not like I'm going on some month-long quest for a new Hokage. Take your time waking up. I'll have breakfast ready when you do, he said softly. Kin sighed, but there was a trace of a smile on her lips as she curled up under the blankets. Naruto turned and walked out of the room, nodding at the glowing red orbs that were Blood's eyes. They disappeared when Naruto left the room, only to appear with the rest of the King of Hell just as his vessel walked into the living room. Did he mention what he wanted? Naruto asked as he prepared to greet his guest. The aged king shrugged and summoned his usual throne of bones in the middle of the floor once again. Naruto shook his head and opened the door. As expected, Jiraiya stood there, but in place of the usual look of mild amusement or disinterest that he normally had, there was a look of grim seriousness. Hey kid, got any alcohol? He asked, walking past the student. Naruto shut the door and lead his mentor to the couch before asking his questions. All right, what happened? They asked me to be Hokage, Jiraiya said, his face distant and grim. There was silence. Naruto's eyes were wide and his mouth was slightly open. The funeral of the Sandaime was still fresh in his mind, and this news was a bit like salt in a healing wound. You? Why the hell would they ask you? Naruto asked, still sounding disbelieving. He flopped down beside Jiraiya, but it was Blood that answered. Think about it. He is technically the strongest and most experienced ninja in Konoha. No one can compete with the Sannin in those regards, but only Jiraiya is really affiliated with Konoha anymore. Tsunade, the slug Sannin, is roaming the country, losing bets left and right, and Orochimaru is fairly close to being made into a snakeskin wallet. Jiraiya nodded, but then hung his head. Yeah, but the problem is I bullshitted my way out of it. I have a spy network, and I used it then and there to save my ass, but now they want me to go find Tsunade. So, can't be that hard to find her, right? Naruto asked, half wondering if half the rumors about the slug Sannin were true. You don't understand. Finding her is easy. Convincing her to come back will utter hell. Actually, I'd rather be in hell right now. Any openings? Jiraiya asked Blood. Well, we have a spot open for Tormentor in the Pit of the Damned, but you still have a purpose in life. That, and my brother would be quite upset if I dragged you to hell. He's actually got a spot reserved for you in heaven. Your brother is the king of heaven? Naruto asked, eyes wide. Blood nodded. Yes, Hector and I are opposites in many ways. I am a demon, dragon, and archon, or unholy with some holy, while he is a celestial elf with a fallen angel side, or holy with a little unholy. I digress. We are getting off track? You're going to live, Jiraiya. But for the record, why would you rather be in hell? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. There are women in hell, most of them in high-ranking positions. So yes, hell hath a fury like a woman scorned. You know what I mean? I think a little more detail as to why she is scorned would be of better use. Naruto interjected before things got out of hand. Jiraiya sighed. Her little brother and a past lover died in the service of Konoha. Ever since then, she has distanced herself to the best of her ability. That, and, well, we sort of have a bit of history. History? What did you do? Peek on her in the baths? Naruto asked. Remember what I told you on the roof after the invasion? The reason I pushed for you to go home was because I didn't want to see my student make the same mistake I did and miss out on the happiness couples have. I knew you two were drifting together, but I decided to push a bit. I'm glad you did, but what exactly happened between you and Tsunade? It's a long story. We had a thing when we were younger, and I decided to play hard to get, a little too hard. I got drunk and ended up in bed with a waitress. Tsunade came to check on me and saw the two of us. Well, she sort of burst into tears and ran out. I tried to explain myself, but every time I try, she storms out. And for some reason, the conversation always ends up there. Naruto was silent as he contemplated this information. Well, I see what you mean by you'd rather be in hell. They really shouldn't have picked you to get her, but at the same time, they didn't know. Damn. Naruto paused for a moment before standing up and walking into the kitchen. Jiraiya heard the sound of pans clattering and a few eggs cracking before Naruto called back to them. Kin's going to kill me. Jiraiya got up and walked into the kitchen, leaning against the wall as his student cooked. Why? Because I told her I wasn't going on some escapade to find the next Hokage. I'll take her some breakfast and explain it then, he said, throwing a few strips of bacon in the pan. You don't need to come, kid. It's my mission. Yeah, but given your history, it will take forever. I'm an unknown factor to her, and we both know of my, what's the word? Zealotry. Thou art a zealot when it comes to Konoha, Blood said, smirking from the shadows. Thank you. We both know of my zealotry. If anyone can convince her that the will of fire still burns, then I'm the one, Naruto said confidently, scrambling the eggs. Now then, that topic is settled. Any other conversations you'd like to have over breakfast? Actually, I do have one concerning the giant raccoon head that's impaled on one of the trees out in the forest. Care to explain? Jiraiya asked, sitting down. That was more or less my doing. In essence, Naruto tore the shikaku from Gaara and sealed it in the head of the beast. Then he exhaled air that was charged with electricity, which served to superheat the sand into glass. The head will eventually shatter, and with it the shikaku will die. Speaking of that, you never explained how that worked. I don't understand how air could have done that, electricity or no, Naruto asked, putting a plate down in front of Jiraiya, who hastily dug in. It's rather complicated, but it was your intent that altered the form of your breath weapon without changing its effects. Intent? Jiraiya asked through a mouthful of bacon and eggs. Blood nodded. Intent is a powerful thing. Just make sure you know what yours is before you do something reckless with your powers. They listen to your subconscious much more than what should be necessary. Naruto nodded and went back to the stove to prepare another plate. When he got the chance, he liked to surprise his girlfriend with breakfast in bed. I know it's been a month since the invasion, but part of me hoped that they would hold off on getting a new Hokage so soon. Open wounds and all that, Jiraiya said to Blood, who merely grunted. Both life and the afterlife rarely coincide with the wishes of the living or dead, respectively. It is best to simply suck it up and march forward. Then when you're alone, cry your heart out. I don't mean to sound rude, but I can't see you crying. I cry tears so hot they set anything ablaze when they touch it. But the last time I shed tears for an emotional reason was about... Actually, I don't remember. Still, I occasionally make myself cry just so I can watch shit burn around me. The flames are an odd shade of gray when I cry them into existence. That's odd. No more was said for a while, and only the sound of sizzling bacon filled the air. After a few minutes, Naruto loaded up another plate and grabbed a tray before walking back to the room he and Kin now shared, humming a merry tune. Jiraiya looked to Blood after the sound of a door shutting reached his ears. So how are they? His response was a raised eyebrow, or at least Blood's equivalent. Well, are they happy? Jiraiya asked, trying to find the words. Incredibly. For once, I think I might have found someone who would actually storm hell to save their love. Actually, let me rephrase that a little, as Naruto and Kin would probably succeed in the endeavor. Since you can't die there, tenacity and persistence counts for a lot. Good. I'm glad that it's working out for them. You don't want him to go, do you? If Orochimaru wants his arms healed, he'll try Tsunade. I doubt it will work if only because she know Orochimaru killed Sarutobi. But if Naruto goes with me and sees the snake, his vow to kill him might end in his own demise. I don't know Kin that well, but I don't want to be the one to tell her that the man she loved was killed on my watch. If I think the situation has progressed too far, then I'll kill the bastard. You needn't worry about Naruto's well-being. Besides, his dragon is becoming restless. It will soon surface, and then Orochimaru will truly have to worry. There are 6 people I'm scared of Jiraiya, and 2 of them are dragons. I am quite thankful that they are on my side, just as you will be thankful Naruto is on your side. With that, the king of hell disappeared into the shadows. Jiraiya sat slightly disturbed. What sort of entities could scare the king of hell? He shuddered to think what they were capable of. After a few minutes, a feminine shout of "What?" reached his ears. Naruto must have just told Kin the news. A few more indistinguishable shouts followed, from both of them by the sound of it. He heard a door slam open and heard the sound of feet hitting the floorboards, storming to the kitchen. Behind them was the clinking of Naruto's chains. Kin rounded the corner and glared at the toad Sannin, who withered a bit under her gaze. Naruto appeared shortly after, though his vision was fixed on his girlfriend. "I'm going too," Kin said, her tone begging Jiraiya to try and contradict her. "No, you're not. It's too dangerous, and there are way too many unknown factors. You're going to stay here where it's safe," Naruto said, his tone not leaving any room for argument from anyone but Kin. "Do you have any idea how much I worried about you during the invasion? That was only a few hours, and I could hear the fighting. If I'm stuck in here for a few months with no idea whatsoever about how or where you are, I'll lose my mind. I'm going with you," she shouted, getting up in her boyfriend's face. "Kin-chan, do not make me pull rank on you," Naruto said, his tone starting to show how much he didn't want to say that. Kin's eyes widened in shock before they narrowed. She pulled back her hand and slapped Naruto with enough force to make his head turn. "I can't believe you would say that. Do you have any idea how much that hurts? I'm just worried about the man I love, and he threatens to give an order I can't refuse that will make me worry and fret for at least a month." She grabbed the front of his shirt and brought his face down to her level. "Please, I'm not asking just to defy you. I just want to know that you're safe." She let go of his shirt and wrapped her arms around his chest, burying her face into his shirt, and started to cry. Naruto was stunned for a moment by the sudden change, but regret became obvious in his eyes. He wrapped his arms around her and led her over to the couch. He sat down and whispered comforts in her ear as she cried it out. "Kin, how do you think that felt?" he asked, cupping her cheek. "I love you. Being away from you is painful, and I worry when I'm gone. But how do you think I feel? I would have to constantly worry if you were there, always have to be on guard for an attack. I hate even mentioning rank to you, but I want you to be safe." He kissed the top of her head and stroked her hair as gently as he could. "Then let me go with you," she said, looking up at his amethyst eyes. "Jiraiya will be there too, and he's one of the strongest ninja in the world. And if you're going to worry either way, at least pick the way you can worry while you hold me. Sieg, Fine. But please, if there is a fight, you must promise that you will get far away from it," he said resolutely. He wasn't going to let her go with any less than that promise, no matter how much it hurt. "I have some training, sniff," Kin said, drying her eyes. "Please, just promise me that, and you can go," he said, his eyes pleading. "All right, love, I promise," she said, moving up and kissing him. She pulled back and got to her feet before going down the hall to pack. "Sometimes I wonder how we can go from fighting to a tearful aftermath to loving each other more than ever," Naruto said to himself more than anyone. Jiraiya had watched the entire exchange and felt a tug at his heart when he wondered if that's what he and Tsunade could have had. "Hey Gaki, tell your girlfriend that she doesn't need to get everything together today. We're leaving 2 days from now," he said as he walked to the door. He knew the two could probably use the alone time. "Why 2 days?" Naruto asked from the couch. Jiraiya turned and tapped his temple. "Think, boy, use that demonic brain. I'm going to use my spy network and try to see if I can find any leads about Tsunade's whereabouts." I actually only know that she's in Fire Country, but it's a lot of ground to cover, and if I can narrow it down, then I intend to do so. I already have everything ready if we must leave early. Kim will more than likely be ready within an hour. So if there are any hot leads, then don't be afraid to come here and tell us, Naruto said, as he got off the couch and walked over to his sensei. Are you going to be all right during this mission? I'm not going to let your past get in the way of Kin's safety. I don't know much about Tsunade, but any rogue needs along the way had best not be of any concern. I am not above going berserk and killing everything in a mile radius to make sure she is safe. The only problem will occur if the conversation turns to the past when Tsunade and I speak. Other than that, I can guarantee that Kin will be safe, though I must commend you. That was a wise thing to make her promise to at least provide some safety, Jiraiya said, patting the hybrid on the shoulder. All right, I'll be back in 2 days to tell you any news. Then we'll leave out of whatever gate is the quickest to the destination. With that, Jiraiya opened the door and stepped out, leaving the hybrid to his thoughts. 2 days? Bloody hell, he swore. Well, it definitely isn't white with sparkles, Blood said from the shadows, chuckling at his own joke. Naruto shook his head. Naruto, come here, I need your help, Kin shouted. Naruto noted that her voice wasn't urgent, so he didn't dash off, but he still walked a little faster than he normally would. He walked into their room to see Kin standing in front of her closet, her hands in front of her and her back to him. When she moved into his room, he took one of the small adjacent rooms and turned it into a spare closet for her. What do you need? He asked, moving up behind her. She turned around hesitantly and showed Naruto her wrists and the pink fuzzy handcuffs that bound them together. He paused and felt the urge to either chuckle or take advantage of the situation. I'm stuck, she said, embarrassment heavy in her tone. The key is on the top shelf, and I can't reach it with the freaking cuffs on. Naruto nodded and went into the closet, reaching up onto the top shelf. His hand found a key, and he grabbed it. This it? He asked, moving back to his love and showing her the key. She nodded, taking it from him and unlocking the cuffs. Why do you even have those? He asked as she deposited them on a nearby table. Lemon start. That is, she stuttered out, not really wanting to tell him the truth. He had been accepting of her kink of dressing up as a maid when she had to clean, but she hadn't exactly explained all of her kinks, and she didn't want to risk one of them weirding him out. Be honest, why do you have them? He asked again, hugging her from behind and pressing himself to her. It was a dirty trick on his part, but he was curious, and she probably wouldn't tell him unless he teased it out of her. How honest? She asked, straining to keep her voice straight. Naruto leaned down and nibbled slightly on her ear. Just tell me the truth, he said softly in her ear, the airflow making her shiver. I have tea them, so why you could use TH them on me. Naruto can... She moaned out slightly. She had almost called him master. She was surprised when he didn't stop after she answered. He instead moved one of his hands to her stomach. And how exactly would I use them? He asked, rubbing small circles on her abdomen with his fingers. Normally, he was against starting stuff like this and ending it, but he figured that going just a little farther might help as an apology to his lover. He'd end it before anything major happened, but he was going to give Kin what she wanted for the time being. What? She asked, shocked. He stared, nibbling her ear again for a moment before he answered, the circles of his fingers going steadily lower until her was starting to touch the waist of her pants. How would you want me to use them on you? He asked again, this time intentionally blowing on her ear a little. Master, she whimpered. Naruto paused for a fraction of a second before he continued his ministrations. She didn't say it the way the word normally aggravated him. She said it more like the kind she wanted in the bedroom, full of lust and yearning. He wasn't exactly sure if he could bring himself to be that dominant when he had taken care to ask for Kin's approval at almost every turn since she was bonded to him. Such a shift in control, from even a heavily one-sided, would be odd even if it was only behind closed doors. Tell your master what you want him to do with these, he said, reaching out with his tail and holding the cuffs in front of Kin while his other hand lightly cupped her left breast. He had no idea what he was doing, But if it made her happy, then winging it was an option. I want T to be C-cuffed to the bed and master, she said, giving into the desire. Naruto looked at the bed while he continued rubbing and nibbling. There were 4 pillars, one on each corner, that went up to the ceiling. The headboard had a few bar-like designs in it as well. Either the pillars or the headboard could have the cuffs put around them without using one of the cuffs. That way he could get both her hands. He moved toward the bed, making sure not to move fast enough to trip Kin. He wondered if this was starting to bridge into the too far zone, but he heard another moan from his lover, and that thought went out the window. He took the cuffs in his hand that had just been groping her. "Give me your arm," he said, and she complied quickly. He attached one of the cuffs and put it around the pillar at the foot of the bed. "Put out your other arm." She did, and he placed the other cuff on that wrist, leaving her attached to the bed. He removed his hand from her stomach and took a step back. "Tell me, what do you think I should do now that I have you helpless?" he asked, letting his tail run down her spine. She shivered and turned as far as she could to see him. "Why you can do whatever why you want of me, master," she responded, her tone submissive. Naruto inwardly cursed. He had hoped that he could just do what she asked and be done. Still, if she wanted a bit of kink, then he could oblige. He concentrated for a moment, and his trench coat and shirt dissolved in a shower of energy, leaving him in his black pants only. He moved up beside her and ran a finger down her spine, though when he got to her ass he cupped it roughly and squeezed slightly, getting a gasp and a moan from her. I think that was fairly naughty of you to get caught up in your own cuffs and have to call me to come save you," he whispered into her ear, squeezing her rump once more. "I am sorry, it won't happen again," she whimpered out. She thought she knew where her lover was going with this, and she prayed she was right. "It doesn't matter if it doesn't happen again. What matters is you did it just now, and naughty girls need to be disciplined," he purred into her ear. "Now bend over and take your punishment." Kin did so hesitantly, having to work the cuffs down the pillar until she was bent over low with her ass stuck out. She felt Naruto grab it once more roughly before he brought his hand up for a moment. Then he brought it back down. We connected with her as she let out a gasp and an almost silent moan. He made sure not to do it too hard in case she didn't like it, but he had to admit it was sort of fun. When his hand came down for the 10th time, he stopped and ran another finger down her spine, watching as she shivered. "Do you think that was an adequate punishment? Or do you think you deserve more?" he asked huskily, his mouth centimeters from her ear. "And more, master, and harder. I've been a bad girl," she said, moans intermingled with words. "Harder? I think I'm hitting plenty hard, but maybe it's just these pants that are softening the blow," he said, hooking a finger under the waistband and pulling down. Kin quietly gasped as the air hit her bare flesh, though Naruto left her black panties on. "Much better." He brought his hand down on her ass again, but this time the sound of flesh smacking flesh sounded off, and Kin both gasped and moaned a little louder. He raised his hand again, this time bringing it down with much more force. Kin cried out when it struck, but she made no complaints as he kept that level of impact for the next few hits. Naruto was glad he had discovered the spike chain could be removed, because it would be scratching her ass every time he brought his hand down if he hadn't taken it off the night prior. "That's enough. I think you learned your lesson," he said, once more leaning close to her ear. This time he was roughly groping her ass while he did it. "In fact, for taking your punishment like a good girl, I think you deserve a reward." "Thank you, master," Kin said as he undid one side of the cuffs. "Get on the bed and lay on your back," he commanded. She did, but she had to take care not put a lot of weight on her abused ass just yet. He took her arms and put them above her head, cuffing her to the headboard. Then he moved below her, taking the pants that were still hanging onto her ankle and threw them into the floor. He took a quick look at his claws and decided that he didn't want to cut her there of all places. "Spread your legs," he told her. She complied nervously, not sure where he was going with that. She had thought he would end it after he spanked her, but it seemed like he was going farther. He moved up a little, running one claw gently over the damp spot on the panties. He repeated it a few times, listening to the increasing volume of her moans before he slowly pulled them off, taking care to let his claws gently run over the inside of her thighs without cutting her. She moaned as intended. "Time for your reward, for being such a good girl and taking the punishment," he said, putting an emphasis on good girl. He leaned down and put his hands on her thighs to keep them apart. Then he let his long tongue come out and slowly licked up her wet entrance. She gasped and bucked, her legs trying to come together out of reflex. Naruto kept them apart and dragged his tongue up her once more, finding her taste to his liking. He couldn't quite place it, but it was heavenly. He tormented her like that for a few more minutes, stopping when she was about to come and starting a few moments after. He grew bored of that and smirked at the thought of the finale. Glancing up, he saw Kin had her head thrown back and was breathing heavily, but he could have sworn he saw a small trail of drool from the corner of her mouth. He made sure he wouldn't accidentally take her virginity with his tongue by shortening it a bit, and then he let it slowly slid into her, each minor motion making her buck. When it was in far enough, he started to probe around, enjoying himself. His tongue flicked something, though, and Kin bucked violently, gasping and moaning even louder than before. "Master, gonna come," she cried. Naruto didn't stop as he did before, instead continuing and letting her reach orgasm. She made several loud noises that he really couldn't identify as her walls constricted around his tongue, and he got a mouthful of her sweet nectar. When he was sure she was done, he let go of her thighs and brought his tongue back. He savored her taste as her rose back to a sitting position, swallowing the small amount of liquid after a moment. Kin had her eyes rolled back in her head, and she was still panting fairly hard, but she was happier than she had been in a while, or at least on a bigger high. Having Naruto go along with the dominance thing and spank her had been wonderful, but the reward for being a good girl was beyond what she had expected. She not only didn't think he would actually do it, but she didn't think she would come that hard either. Naruto moved up, placing his hands on either side of his lover, and leaned down. He pressed his lips to hers and slipped his tongue into her mouth, running it over hers and letting her taste herself. She moaned into the kiss and tried to press up to deepen it, but the cuffs prevented her from doing so. "Master, can you uncuff me?" she asked timidly, not entirely sure if she didn't want him to ignore the request and eat her again. His response was to reach up and undo the cuffs, but he didn't move beyond that. Thank you, master," she moaned as he moved one hand to start kneading her breast while his lips went back to hers. She let her hands weave into his hair, but then she let one trail down his chest, running over his toned muscles and stopping only for a moment at his pants before they went below his waistline. "I didn't say that you could do that. Are you trying to get punished again?" he asked, pinching her nipple through the thin material of her shirt since she didn't have a bra. As much as Kin wanted to say yes, she shook her head and let her hand brush against his hard member. "No, master, but now I have to be a good servant and make you feel good," she said cutely, gently gripping him and squeezing. She couldn't help the blush that spread across her cheeks. He was huge by the feel of it. He wasn't going to argue, but he wasn't planning on penetrating her. Oral and kinky foreplay were fine, but he wanted to save the next step for a time when it wasn't 11:26 in the morning. He removed her hand and moved back a bit, sitting down. He'd let her do the rest on her own. Kin crawled towards him, closing the small gap and putting herself between his slightly spread legs. She put her hand on his crotch and rubbed his member through the fabric, roughly palming him. It was interesting at first, but it quickly grew old. He cupped her face and made her look at him. "It is not wise to tease a demon," he said, making no other remarks. She could use her imagination to figure out the rest. Sorry, master. I'll let me make it up to you," she said, a cute smile on her face as she proclaimed the last part. She gripped the waist of his pants and slid them down until they were free of his body. She almost threw them away, but they burst into a shower of red sparks when they left her hand. She turned back to the task at hand, and her heart skipped a beat. It was the second time she had seen him without clothes, but the first time had been distorted by water. She didn't have a ruler, but her guess in a bath had been fairly accurate because he looked roughly 10 inches long and thicker than anything she had expected. She pushed away her thoughts and gripped him, using the other arm to help steady herself. She moved her hand up him, adding a bit of pressure until she got a grunt from him. She decided not to tease him much longer and held his rod back, exposing the underside to her. She moved closer and let her tongue flick across the base before she licked slowly up the underside. She went back to the bottom and licked up again, this time licking a bit to the side. She did this 4 more times. Finally, she stopped when she got to the top, swirling her tongue around the tip. She moved her head back and got ready, all while her hand was still jerking him. She relaxed and went down, opening her mouth a little. Where her lips met the tip, she opened further and moved down until she had the whole head in her mouth. She gently sucked on it and was surprised to hear an almost silent gasp from her master. Inspired, she took it a little deeper until it hit the back of her throat. If it went any further, she would have to fight the gag reflex, and she didn't want to ruin the moment. Still sucking slightly, she started bobbing up and down, her hand taking care of what her mouth couldn't. When she was sure she could balance without the help, her left hand came forward and cupped his balls, gently rolling them. She was taking extra care not to squeeze at all. She liked pain, but she didn't know if Naruto did, and it was a very bad place to find out. At random intervals, he would make a noise akin to a grunt or a barely audible moan, and she sped up when they started coming closer. After a loud grunt, he grabbed the back of her head and started pushing her a little faster and rougher. It startled her at first, but she just took it in stride and let him force her while she carried on. "Kin, holy hell," he shouted at the end. Kim wasn't sure what he was shouting about until he bucked slightly and he exploded in her mouth. He let go, so she didn't have to take it all, but she stayed attached, trying to take all of him. To her surprise, he came in great quantity, having to swallow a mouthful before her mouth was half filled again. When he was done, he fell back, landing on his back, and was breathing heavily. Kin moved back up to the tip and sucked the last few drops out before removing herself from him completely. She took a moment to actually study the taste and found it salty, but it seemed to have some sort of spice taste to it as well, more than likely due to his inhuman sides. It was also thick and somewhat had to swallow, but she managed. Lemon end. That was... holy shit. Is that what an orgasm is like? Naruto asked through pants, his tone somewhat amazed. Kin was the one who was shocked, though. He shouldn't still be trying to recover, unless he... Naruto-kun, I don't really know how to ask this, but how often do you? Well, she made sure he was looking and made a quick jerking motion over her own crotch. Jerk off? Never. Didn't see the point, he said, head falling back to the bed. Kin moved beside him and laid down, wrapping her arms around one of his. She knew they were done, so she completely dropped her slave persona. Never? I guess that explains why you haven't moved yet, she said, looking into his amethyst eyes. She moved up and kissed him, not adding any tongue, because she knew her mouth still tasted like his cum, and she wasn't going to experiment any further with his kinks. Thank you, though, for going along with the whole master thing. It was really sweet and really sexy, she admitted. Just don't get used to calling me master outside of the bedroom. I tolerate it because I know it will make you happy in here, he replied, starting to regain feeling in his legs. Happy comes from the afterglow. The master thing just turns me on, she said, snuggling into his side. I guess this sort of covers it for an apology for this morning, he asked hesitantly, not sure if he would be able to walk after a second round. It was a pleasant feeling, but the inability to move for any length of time wasn't appealing. A bit of penetrating with that seal club you call a dick might have been nice, but I'm not going to push, she said, starting to trace small circles onto his chest. I know you're saving that for a more romantic time, but I want to tell you this now. If you can keep up that master thing, then I can wait. Deal, but just remember Blood's warning. Too much of this and my demon side will start to overshadow the other two, he warned, putting his arm around his smaller girlfriend. You have to do it at least twice a month, she pleaded. You don't even have to make me come. Just do something kinky with me, please. Kin, I have little problem making you come. In fact, at the level I enjoy it, I may just make it a hobby. I might make you work a bit harder to get to me, but something kinky say, once a week and making you come repeatedly is something you don't have to try and convince me to do. It just can't be a daily thing. Naruto rolled on his side to face her and pressed his forehead to hers. Now then, I don't know about you, but I remember a certain girlfriend asking me to come back to bed with her, he said, getting up and picking her up bridal style. He pulled back the covers with his tail and deposited her under the covers before he joined her. Wait just a second, she said, pulling her shirt off and throwing it with her pants and panties on the floor. There we go, much better. What was the point of that? Now we're even. I was going to feel bad if I had clothes, and you didn't, she explained, wrapping her arms around his torso and making sure she was pressing her breasts into him. He sighed and put his arms around her as well, though he debated a moment and rolled over, taking Kin with him. She looked confused until he slid his chained arm under the pillows. That was going to be uncomfortable after a while, he explained. He was probably the only one who could stand the chains while he slept. He needed to keep them under the pillows because if Kin rolled onto them, she would wake up and complain. Hey, Naruto-kun, can I ask you something? Kin asked as the pair started to fade to sleep. Her lover grunted in response. Does this mean we could be a little more teasing during the day? Define teasing. Can I expect to be cleaning or something and have you grab my ass or something while not paying attention? His response was to laugh and kiss her forehead. Maybe. Oh, come on and tell me. The suspense will drive me insane, she groaned. She gasped and jumped when Naruto slid his hand down her side and squeezed her ass. What do you think? 2 days later, West Konoha Gate. Jiraiya stood at the gates, waiting for his student and his girlfriend. He uneasily held a Chunin vest under his left arm, wondering how Naruto would take to the news. The council had, in light of the exam and the following invasion, recently sent out the orders for promotions. There wasn't any fancy induction ceremony given the still hectic state of the village right now, and he doubted that Naruto would mind the promotion. Hell, if it weren't for the fact he wasn't experienced enough, then he would have recommended his apprentice for Jounin rank. It was the bullshit the council was about to throw on Naruto's plate when things calmed down that worried him, and he doubted Tsunade could stop it. Hell, he knew most of the Shinobi Council would normally be against it, but after the death toll had been calculated from the invasion, even they might be backed into a corner on this one. Though the more he thought on it, it was Kin's wrath they should fear. He figured people would die regardless of which got mad, or, Kami forbid, they both lost it. As if on cue, the couple appeared on the road that lead out of Konoha. Hey Gaki, what took you so long? Jiraiya called out, hoping that he was in a fair mood. He was not looking forward to spending a month of so on the road with a moody demon and his girlfriend. Just had to check and make sure we had everything. We decided to seal a few extra things into a scroll, Naruto replied when he was in talking range. The extras were mainly the kinky things Kin had stored up. They had agreed that finding Tsunade was top priority, but if the chance presented itself, better to have it and not need it than to not have it and really want it. Extras? Jiraiya asked. He knew Naruto was the sort to only bring what was needed, and Kin was much the same from what he had gleaned from his many visits. What exactly qualified as extras? Just a few extra clothes and such. We don't know how long we'll be gone and all. Better safe than sorry, Kin said calmly, praying you bought it. It wasn't that big of a lie. They were technically clothes, though Kin wouldn't wear half of them in public. Right, well I can't argue with that, Jiraiya said, having a feeling he knew what was actually in the scroll. Oh, and Naruto, congratulations, you're a Chunin, he said, tossing the vest to the surprised hybrid. Naruto took a moment before donning it, leaving it open. To his surprise, it fit well over his trench coat, but the color needed to be altered. Black always worked. What? No sake, Naruto half joked as he moved around in the vest a little. Kin was looking him over and half wondered if she could talk him into letting her pick his clothing for a while. Maybe when we get to the town where Tsunade is. Speaking of her, she's in a merchant town about 4 hours west. We need to get moving now, Jiraiya said, adjusting the straps of his own pack. Kin, how fast can you move? I relied on my bells to immobilize opponents because I can't go too fast. I can run for long periods of time, either, she admitted, hanging her head slightly. Can you carry her? Jiraiya asked, his head turning to Naruto. The hybrid was unsurprised by the question, and before his black-haired girlfriend could respond, he swept her up off her feet. It will not be a problem, Naruto said, kin in his arms bridal style. Said girl blushed at the contact, but wasn't complaining. Besides, it could be considered practice. Kin blushed at the implication, and Jiraiya pretended not to hear him. Naruto leaned down and kissed Kin before he nodded to Jiraiya. The Toad Sage returned the gesture and took off, using the jumps ninja were famous for to move faster. Naruto followed as best as he could, but as he went on he noticed that he was moving slowly. Not because of Kin or a fault of his own, but compared to Jiraiya, he was slow. The old man had to stop more than once to let the hybrid catch up. Naruto knew he had incredible endurance, but if he couldn't move fast enough, then he was screwed. He remembered what the King of Hell had told him concerning this, but it did little to settle his discomfort. Flashback. You aren't meant to be fast. The whole point of the combined endurance of the three races that we possess is to give us the ability to charge through or shrug off any attack. Charging in with a sword and screaming like a berserker are perfectly acceptable methods. I'm a ninja, screaming like anything is going to get me killed, he argued back. Blood chuckled darkly. You just got to repeat yourself, aren't you? Riddle it out, it's not that complicated. Dense skin, thick muscles, a strong tail, and very destructive powers. Naruto sighed and picked up his swords again, going through the berserker-like motions with them. For all the aggravation it caused, Blood's advice did make sense. Flashback end. Naruto-kun, what's wrong? You've been zoned out with that angry expression on your face for a few minutes. Kin asked from his arms, concerned for her boyfriend. I'm too slow, he said, loud enough to catch Jiraiya's ear. The Toad Sannin stopped and turned to his apprentice. There's not a lot I can do about that. Speed is something that takes time to build, and your build is meant to accommodate power, he explained. Naruto sighed and set Kin down. Blood said as much. I'm supposed to be able to shrug off just about anything and still charge forward, shouting like a berserker, Naruto complained. His tail was twitching angrily behind him, making small ruts in the ground. Well, if you can't work on speed, then why don't you just make sure that all it takes is one hit, Kin suggested. Naruto and Jiraiya turned to her with halfway surprised looks. That might work, but he still has to be able to catch up with enemies to hit them, Jiraiya said. It was a good point, though. That might actually work, Naruto muttered. What? My endurance, healing, and sheer toughness. Ninja fights don't last long, because while devastating jutsu can end fights, they use up incredible amounts of chakra. If I can shrug them off or just flat out ignore them, then the enemy will be too tired to dodge, Naruto explained, though his brow furrowed. The only problem is that almost none of my moves are instantly fatal, regardless of strength. I don't know about that. The demon's riptide and your Vorpal sword look pretty fatal, Kin said, having seen both while her master trained. Naruto shook his head. The riptide requires me to be airborne. Too easy to dodge it. The sword is lethal, but since it's ethereal, I can't put a whole lot of force behind it. Blood had me make my two new swords, but they're so big I can barely use them right. My holy greatsword looked like a one-time thing. I can't summon it again for some reason. Jiraiya listened to his student's plight and decided it was best to speak while walking. Come on, we can keep this up, but we can't lose much more time standing still, he said, beginning down the road once more. Couldn't you summon a hellhound to maneuver the enemy into a trap? If they're occupied with the hellhound, then you can definitely get at least one blow in, Kin suggested. Summons take massive amounts of chakra. In Naruto's case, it's a huge drain on all three of his energies. It's possible for them to bind unto someone as a sort of familiar, and then the two will share a pool of energy, but the process is a well-kept secret amongst the summons, Jiraiya explained, though a new thought was forming. Naruto was his son after all. He thought on the pros and cons of teaching him the Rasengan, and decided that it would at least give him an element of surprise should Orochimaru appear. Naruto, he said, cutting into the teen's conversations. When he knew he had his apprentice's attention, he continued, I can't do anything for your speed issue, but I have something that might help in surprising the opponent. Do you know that the fourth taught me the Rasengan? The Rasengan? Isn't that supposed to be one of the strongest jutsu in the world? Ken asked. It is if properly used. It is difficult to master, but in theory, since your energy is still able to be manipulated, you can still use it, Jiraiya explained. How so? It's pure manipulation. It can't be copied by the Sharingan either. Naruto was silent for a minute or so before nodding. He hadn't been able to learn anything out of his father's library due to his inability to use chakra, so he wasn't going to pass this up. He did, however, like the idea of binding a summon to him. Jiraiya, do you have a familiar? He asked suddenly. The Sannin raised an eyebrow, but shook his head. Do you know the benefits of having one? There are a few. The first, like I said, is a shared chakra pool. All the chakra from both people is shared. This is a blessing and a curse, as while the summons have much more chakra, they also use quite a bit. Also, the two will be able to hear the other's thoughts, and will be able to access the other's memory. There are rumors of physical changes, but those are few and far between. The few I have met that do have familiars tend to look a little more wild. I'm not hearing a downside so far, Naruto admitted. There is one, a shared life. If one dies, so does the other, but one can't die if the other doesn't. It's complicated, and Gamabunta didn't explain entirely, but I think that if someone is mortally wounded, then they can live if their partner does. But if they are outright killed, then they both go. Given that most summons return to the summon's realm before a fatal blow hits, most have very reckless fighting styles. Naruto nodded and began thinking on the pros and cons of it. He had only ever summoned Bloodgarm once, and that was the only time he ever summoned in general. Suddenly summoning one and asking for it to be his familiar would grind the wrong way for the Hellhounds. At the same time, though, starting to summon them more might be a good idea. If he did make a summon his familiar, then it would be a good start to at least know a few of the summons. Jiraiya, I'm going to start summoning Hellhounds. That way Kin will have a ride, and I can build my reserves. I think talking to a few of them would be good as well. The familiar bit caught your attention, huh? Yes. And when can we start on the Rasengan training? He asked, getting ready to summon. When we get to town, there are a few things we need that I don't have, was his simple reply. He wouldn't admit it, but the hellhound that had been summoned before had unnerved him greatly. Kuchios, Naruto shouted, slamming his bloody hand down. Jiraiya felt the rush of energy and smoke blow past him, and he slowly turned around to see what his apprentice had called forth from hell. Who has summoned me forth from my fiery home? A deep voice called from the smoke. When it cleared, the three saw a hellhound that was clearly not Bloodgarm. It was smaller than the other hound, but it was still 4 foot at the shoulder. This one was much broader, though, and long canines poked out from his black lips. His pelt was rust red, though a few black spots were littered through the fur. His tail was short, and for some odd reason, there was a demonic greatsword across his back. I have Naruto Namake's Vessel of the King of Hell, Naruto said, pre-forming the demon's bow. Ah, the one Bloodgarm spoke of. I imagined you taller. The hound snorted and bowed its head to the hybrid. Naruto noticed it had a nasty scar running down the right side of its face. I'm Gartia. I see no enemies, nor do I smell blood. Why have you summoned me? Summoning your kind takes massive energy. I did it to help build my reserves, and because I believe that I need to get to know some of you better. If we're to fight side by side one day, I would like to know who is on my side. Naruto said. He decided he could just carry Kin. He doubted this hound would let her ride him. Indeed. We are in the middle of a road, though. Are you traveling? Yes. We're looking for an old teammate of my sensei's. I thought that the trip could be used for training purposes as well. The hound laughed, a booming bark-like noise. It shook its head and inclined it towards the road ahead. Let's go then. You may ask of me what you wish. I can tell there are a great many things you do not know of the Hellhounds. Naruto nodded and began walking again. Garthil followed close beside him, and Jiraiya on Naruto's other side. Kin moved up beside her boyfriend, but did so on the opposite side of Garthil. This was the first time she had seen a hellhound. First off, how do you fight in general? Garthil laughed again and smiled, his fangs gleaming. I guess Blodgarm didn't tell you jack shit, did he? This is going to be fun. The hound began lecturing the young hybrid on the many ways hellhounds could conduct combat. It was for the most part similar to his style, slow but incredibly powerful. Most hellhounds fight in packs, so our slower styles aren't that much of a hindrance. Zombie tactics, Garthil said, breaking out into barking laughter at his own joke. When he realized he was the only one laughing, he looked around, slightly confused. What? Zombie tactics? You know, slow-moving, but they win by numbers? This world has no sense of humor, or it hasn't been through a zombie apocalypse yet. Asterisk cough, asterisk, could we get back on topic? I have to fight foes that are very quick, slow, and steady is going to get me killed. Naruto said, sweat dropping. If I die, then Kin-chan will be pissed. He motioned to Kin, hoping the hound could take a hint and get to the point. So she's your mate? Both Kin and Naruto were thrown for a loop by the simple question. They were boyfriend and girlfriend right now, but there wasn't really an option of going back, so all they could do was go forward. Yes, Naruto said, smiling softly at Kin, who returned the smile while wrapping her arm around his and resting her head on his shoulder. Well, you know what they say, first comes love, then comes tequila, then comes the broken condom, then the wedding in a cheap chapel, the birth of an unwanted puppy, the long, violent fights that the puppy's parents have over his existence, then the beatings, then the abandonment of the puppy in some dark alley, leaving him cold, alone, and wondering what he did wrong. Garthil said, starting to choke up at the end. The other three stopped and gave the hound questioning looks as he started crying. Why? I never did anything wrong, sob. Why did you leave me? Are you going to be okay, Garthil? Naruto asked, putting a hand on the hound's shoulder. I sniff. I could really use a hug right now, he said, drying his eyes with the back of his paw. He took a few deep breaths before speaking, though it still sounded like he was biting back tears. I'm gonna head back to hell and, sharpen my sword. Just summon another hound, and they'll pick up where I left off. With that, the apparently troubled hound poofed away, leaving them wondering if he meant the next hound would talk about weapons and fighting or Garthil's abandonment issues. Okay, let's hope that isn't a requirement to be a hellhound. I have my own issues, and I don't need a hellhound talking to me like I'm a shrink, Naruto said, getting ready to summon another. Most hounds are perfectly right in the head, but some of them have tricky pasts. Garthil has abandonment issues. Loshan was raped by his sister, and Blodgarm used to be a drug dealer. Blood said, materializing behind Naruto. Well, all aboard for the wacko basket, Naruto muttered, getting an odd look from Kin. Wacko basket. Wacko basket, loony bin, the funny farm, quack shack, happy hotel, mental care facility, same thing, love, he said, leaning down and kissing her forehead. Dare I ask why you know so many wonderful euphemisms for a mental institute? Jiraiya asked, not sure if he wanted the answer. I was a little suicidal as a child, and they sent me to the wacko basket a couple times, was the cheerful reply. Now, then, can I have my arm back for a moment, Kin-chan? She let go of his arm, giving him a mock glare while doing so. Kuchios, Blodgarm, Naruto shouted, slamming his hand to the dirt after running through the seals. Once the cloud dissipated, the three could see the massive hellhound standing in an almost battle-ready position. Once he looked around, he slowly rose from the crouch, though he looked a little annoyed as he turned his eyes to Naruto. Didn't I tell you to only summon me in battle? He said, clearly not happy with the lack of carnage. Naruto shrugged. You told me to try, he said, try not to sound like a prick. Having an irate hellhound yelling at you didn't sound like fun. Be calm, Blodgarm. Naruto wishes to know how the hellhounds fight. He had summoned Garthil a moment ago, but he had another one of his episodes, Blood said from behind the hound, making the beast jump. Greetings, Lord Blood, he said, bowing to the King of Hell. I must say, though, there are better hounds to summon for lectures on fighting styles. Garthil and I both use unorthodox methods. Unorthodox as in, what exactly? Naruto asked. We are capable of entering a werewolf-like state, allowing us to use weaponry. I prefer to fight in my hound form first, moving on to hybrid if the fight is too difficult. Garthil usually starts off in hybrid form, so he can start swinging that sword of his, Blodgarm explained as they started walking again. In general, though, we focus on power, both offensive and defensive. We end up sacrificing speed, but the veteran hound can shrug off damn near anything, and if they get their jaws around you, game over. Why the hell is slow and steady always the answer? Naruto asked, defeated. Kin sighed and put her arm around her boyfriend, giving a reassuring squeeze. It works, that's why. I suggest you start training your strength and endurance now. Blood said, smirking. Summon Yui Noda and Guaizvern. Must I? You know I can barely life one, let alone both. Naruto said, hoping to reason with Blood. Exactly. Sieg, Fina. Kin, Jiraiya, Blodgarm. Some space if you would, Naruto asked, closing his eyes and starting to channel energy. He took a simple stance, legs spread slightly and arms out to the sides, hands open. Come to me. In a burst of sparks, red in his right hand and white in the left, two massive swords appeared in his waiting hands. After grabbing them, however, the tip fell to the ground, the obvious weight doing so. As Naruto panted from the loss of energy, Jiraiya and Kin took a look at his swords. The one in his right hand was a real piece of work, looking to be 6 feet long from pommel to tip. The hilt was black and had a black leather grip, and the pommel looked to be 2 demon claws holding a ruby. The blade was blood red and was odd in design. The sharpened edges, as it was double-sided, were pitch black and looked jagged. The blade itself was 10 inches across and 4.5 feet long, while the handle took up the other 1.5 foot. Yui Noda. The one in his left hand was much the opposite. Its hilt looked to be made out some sort of white metal and bore golden designs. Its handle was wrapped in white leather, and the pommel looked to be 2 angel wings wrapping around a sapphire. The blade looked to be made of silver, and numerous gold designs ran through the metal, making the wide, straight blade look a little whimsical. Its dimensions were identical to the other sword. Guaizvern. All right, now what? Naruto asked, knowing that Blood wouldn't stop at making him summon the swords. The ancient hybrid gained an evil grin, amplified by his canine maw, and aimed his right hand at Naruto, palm open. A visible distortion in the air shot out in a wave, washing over Naruto, who nearly hit the ground. What the hell? He shouted, straining to keep a grip on his swords. I've increased the weight of your clothing by 10-fold and doubled the weight of your swords. However, every time a sword touches the ground, everything will have its weight doubled. This can happen an infinite number of times, Blood said, hand falling back into his cloak. So you want me to go the rest of the way like this? Naruto asked, straining to keep the swords off the ground. Yes, but I can assure you that you'll be running. Blodgarm, you are to carry Kin. Jiraiya, I trust you can keep up? Blood said, air starting to distort around him. Blood, I'm not sure I can walk, let alone run. Why are you looking at me like that? He paled as the hybrid pulled a flaming trident from his cloak and barely managed to move out of the way in time to avoid being impaled. He looked back at Blood to see him holding another one. I smell bacon. I smell pork. Run, little piggy. How about a fork? Blood shouted, laughing insanely as he hurled the trident at Naruto. What the hell is wrong with you? Naruto shouted, jumping back. He almost fell flat on his back from the sheer weight of his swords, but he realized his folly in a heartbeat. He strained and put all of his might into holding up the swords, after having let one nick the dirt. Blood, Kin shouted, scared for her boyfriend's life. I'm not going to kill him, but you'll be amazed what he can live through, was the insane reply as another trident flew at the hybrid. It isn't wise to interrupt Lord Blood's fun, my lady, Blodgarm said from beside her, kneeling so she could climb up onto his back. She did so hesitantly, but her eyes remained trained on Blood and her boyfriend as they ran off, one hurling tridents, and the other trying not to die while carrying almost more weight than he could bear. I have to admit, if he doesn't die, this will definitely leave Naruto stronger and sore as hell, Jiraiya said as he and Blodgarm ran to catch up with the two hybrids. The Hellhound looked over at the Sannin as they ran, a raised brow. This causes you unrest? As his teacher, you feel that you should be doing more? Blodgarm asked, barely noticing the pull on his fur as Kin held on by his mane. Yes, but I'm not sure there's much I can teach him. Beyond the Rasengan, I don't really have anything he can use, Jiraiya said, hearing a loud swear from his apprentice. I don't have the balls to do this sort of training with him. Quite frankly, and Blood doesn't give a shit. Perhaps, if that is your concern, you should focus on strategy and combat tactics. Lord Blood can withstand anything and is undefeated in battle. Naruto will not be so resilient for quite some time. If you wish to teach him something that might save his life, then teach him when to charge in and from what direction. Do you understand what I mean? Jiraiya pondered it for a moment. In all truth, until Naruto figured out how to use jutsu with his new energies, he was stuck being under Blood's tutelage for techniques. But he didn't need anything more than a couple of brain cells to learn some strategy, and, if nothing else, Jiraiya was a decent strategist. I do, and I will, provided he lives through this. Jiraiya's sweat dropped after having heard another insane cackle from the King of Hell. He won't really kill Naruto, will he? Blodgarm Kin asked nervously from the Hellhound's back. As long as he doesn't stand still, Naruto will be fine, Blodgarm said. But how can you be sure? It's sort of taboo to speak of it in hell, but since we're in the human world and only you two can hear me, Blodgarm said, pausing to look around, as if making sure no one was listening in as they ran after the twin hybrids. Lord Blood has very shitty aim when it comes to projectiles, be it arrows or spears. If it's connected to him, then he'll never miss. But if it leaves his hand, it's unpredictable. I actually saw him try to throw something forward, only for it to fly out of his hand backwards, and it hit the Hellion Elite that was about 30 meters behind him. Wow, that takes skill, Jiraiya said, sarcasm dripping from his words. Lord Hector, the King of Heaven and Lord Blood's brother, doesn't suffer from the same aversion. His primary weapon is a longbow, and he's never missed. What aggravates Lord Blood is the fact that Lord Hector is also very skilled in melee combat, though he doesn't have the raw strength that Lord Blood has. But if he's got such bad aim, why does it look like he's almost hitting Naruto? Kin asked, wincing as another trident almost took his arm off. He's locked on to Naruto's astral cord, and that's what he's throwing the tridents at. If a demon or an angel lock onto an opponent's astral cord, their attacks become guided, and their chances of hitting skyrocket. Still, it takes a very powerful demon to lock on to an astral cord in the midst of battle, let alone attack it. Attacking an astral cord? Why is this starting to sound like some badly written fantasy story? Jiraiya asked, looking at the Hellhound. If you can sever an opponent's astral cord, you separate their spirit from their body. In short, you kill them. However, they can still fight a little in spirit form, and can only be hurt by things that target the incorporeal, but their influence is very limited. If you can sever their cord and kill their ghost, then that's it. They die and lose their chance to be judged. They get thrown into limbo for eternity. That does not sound like a pleasant fate, Jiraiya remarked, starting to worry for his student. Kin had tightened her grip on Blodgarm's mane, and it hadn't gone unnoticed by the Hound. Lord Blood isn't attacking his astral cord. He's just using it as a sort of guide. If one of them hits Naruto, it'll hit his physical body. That's not very reassuring, Kin shouted, almost ready to cry. Kin, he survived being stepped on by the Ichibi and being treated like a rag doll by the same Bijou a few minutes before. I don't think a trident will kill him, Jiraiya said, keeping his eyes on the two. It would take them a little longer to get to the town, given the serpentine patterns that Blood and Naruto were running, but with any luck the result would be worthwhile. 4 hours later. That's good enough for now. We'll pick up where we left off when you leave for the next town, Blood said, deciding that continuing the training in a town would cause unnecessary problems. They were about a mile from the town, and with it resting well within sight, he disappeared into the shadows. Ow, was all that Naruto could say as he fell onto his back, the weight enchantments gone from his swords and clothes. It didn't necessarily make anything feel light, though. Naruto-kun, Kin shouted, getting off of Blodgarm and running over to her boyfriend's side. Jiraiya watched as she checked him over for injuries, fussing over the few scratches he had. He felt a slight tug at his heart and quickly turned away. Someone has relationship issues, Blodgarm chuckled, walking over to the old man. Did a past mate scar you, or have you never found one? It's complicated and probably too old to heal. Let's just say that when I see them, I curse my own stupidity and my nature. If I hadn't been such a womanizer when I was younger, Tsunade might have stayed in Kana, Jiraiya said, looking into the forest. So you wish to have many mates when you were young, we all do. If you are worried that it is your nature to try and bed every woman you see, then try to focus all the charm required to do so on this Tsunade. You know, hellhounds give shitty love advice, Jiraiya said jokingly. Blodgarm shrugged. Time heals all wounds, but fire can stop them from bleeding. It's a proverb in hell that can be taken two ways. One is for the torturers, so I won't go into it. The second way is taken as such. You can wait and watch it get worse, or you can suck it up and fix it then, Blodgarm said, thinking of the things he had done in his past and how long he had waited to fix them. Regardless, I have been here plenty long, and I doubt the locals will appreciate my aesthetic qualities. Farewell. And with that, Blodgarm disappeared in a poof of smoke, leaving Jiraiya alone. He let the Hellhound's words sink in, though he had to remind himself that they did have a mission. He turned around to see Naruto, standing up, using Yoinoda as a sort of twist it had been sent back to wherever it had come from, and Kin stood to his left, making sure he didn't hurt himself. Let's just get to a hotel, Kin-chan. Right now, I just want to lay down, he said, completely wiped out from having evaded blood for 3 hours while carrying the load he was. Okay, let's go then. Are you ready, Jiraiya? Kin asked, looking over to the Sannin. As I'll ever be, I suppose. I don't know if she'll be here, but she'll be close if not. He said half of him wanted to just get it over with, and the other half wanted to go hide in a brothel. Come on then. A bed and a shower sound like heaven right now, Naruto said, and he limped towards the merchant town. Kin walked beside him and, after making sure Jiraiya was a few feet away, turned her head to Naruto with a coy smile. Why did that sound like an invitation to me? She asked, giving him a quick peck on the cheek. He chuckled as Jiraiya caught up to the two, having completely missed what Kin said. Maybe, maybe not. Let's see if I can move after the shower, he said, trying to be ambiguous as possible. Dare I ask? Jiraiya asked, not taking his eyes off of the approaching gates. Kin just asked if I wanted to see the town. I would like a shower first, and I doubt I'll want to leave our room after that, he said calmly, if a little strained. His muscles were starting to really ache. I trust that you're paying for your own room. I'm only paying for one room, he said. In truth, he wasn't too worried about the two being in the same room, but he wasn't going to pay to have them in a separate room. Naruto had deep enough pockets to see that plan through. Yes, I'm paying for a room that I intend to share with Kin. I trust that you'll keep to your room, he said, not entirely trusting the pervert. He knew that Ica Paradise was how he made most of his money, and he wouldn't put it past the pervert to peek on them to make a few scenes for a book. I might knock and see how you're progressing with the Rasengan after I give you the first step every once in a while, but I doubt you'll see me beyond that, he said. Oh yeah, almost forgot about that. Didn't you say you needed something for the training? Kin asked, hoping this wouldn't cut into other things. We'll pick a hotel and get our rooms first, then I'll go out and get what I need. I'll drop them off and give you the basics, then I'm gone till dawn, he said, trying to emphasize the amount of space he was giving them. Cammy, even my tail is sore. Did he make the scales weigh more too? Naruto complained with a twitching eye. Kin covered her mouth to suppress a giggle. Wasn't every day you heard someone complain about a sore tail? Then a sort of devious smirk appeared on her face. Naruto-kun, she said in a sickly sweet voice, drawing his attention. Could you do me a favor? I just had an idea, and I need you to remind me if I forget when we get to the hotel. Okay, what's the idea? He asked, to sort of get the hint. Just remind me about the idea, and I'll remember, okay? She gave him a kiss and a sweet smile, knowing not to bring too much up in front of Jiraiya. You know, I have the distinct impression that you aren't going to be able to walk tomorrow. Blood joked from the depths of Naruto's mind. It'll be half your fault. Not with what she's thinking. With that, Blood withdrew into the depths once more, leaving Naruto to question what idea Kin just had, and if it would test his flexibility. As they walked into the town, they saw that some sort of festival was going on, and the festivities somehow distracted enough people that Naruto's tail and sword went unnoticed. As they wove through the crowd, they noticed that Naruto seemed to be growing increasingly agitated, twitching at the slightest touch. Naruto-kun, are you all right? Kin asked, resting her hand on his shoulder. Something's here, he said, half zoned out. Jay, just get me to the hotel. They picked up the pace after that, finding a decent hotel with vacancies much quicker than they expected. Jiraiya paid for his room and got the key before leaving to find what was needed for the Rasengan training. We want a room, Naruto said, struggling to stand straight. The lady behind the counter looked like she was questioning his sobriety, but looked down at the room list. All we have available are single bedrooms. Is that all right? It's fine. It's just been a long day, Kin said, putting her arm around Naruto. We just want to relax. The lady nodded and got the key, giving it to Kin while Naruto set the money on the counter. Are you all right? Really? You're starting to scare me, Naruto-kun, Kin said as she led him to the room. Once they were in the door, Naruto let Uenoda disappear and let himself fall onto the bed, a half-gone expression on his face. A demon is nearby, one that escaped from hell. It's Naruto's instincts, driving him to find and kill the demon. It's a bit beyond his abilities, though. I'll take care of it, came Blood's voice from the shadows, though he never manifested. After a minute, Naruto seemed to snap out of the trance and sat up, looking tired. That was unpleasant, Naruto said, letting Kin embrace him. Are you all right now? She asked, sitting in his lap. He looked into her eyes and cupped her cheek, a light smile on his face. Still sore as hell, but I'm fine otherwise, he said, kissing her. When he pulled back, she sighed and got off of his lap. What's wrong? Go ahead and take your shower. If you can move after it, we're going to try out my idea, she said, turning and smiling seductively at the end. Naruto knew he wasn't going to be able to move, but part of him wondered if Kin would care. He got off of the bed, letting his clothes disappear in a shower of red sparks, and giving Kin a good view of his body. Cammy, she said, though the tone caught Naruto's attention. It wasn't the nice-ass tone she normally had when he was naked, but more like a, oh my god, what happened tone. What is it? He asked, turning to face her. Her eyebrows damn near shot to her hairline, making Naruto worry slightly. What's wrong? Go look in the mirror. I think I'm going to give Blood a thank you card, she said, tone returning to nice ass. With an eyebrow raised, he walked into the bathroom and stood in front of the full-body mirror, letting his jaw drop upon doing so. His muscles had gotten noticeably more toned and a little bigger as well. He flexed a few muscles, surprised at the sudden growth. If nothing else, I know how to train a demon, Blood said from the shadows. Archons and demons develop muscles very quickly, which is why you can see the changes so soon. Your dragon side will prevent you from ever losing said muscles and will speed the healing process. You should be able to move tomorrow. If you can, then the next demon is yours. Next demon, Naruto half groaned. How else do you expect to improve your rank? Archons gain status by how many evil beings they slay. Demons increase in rank and power by killing other demons. It's killing two birds with one sword. Don't you mean two birds with one stone? Naruto asked. Well, if you want to try killing him with a stone, go for it. It had better be a big rock. I mean, a big-ass rock, just a huge fucking rock. Blood. Are you high or something? Naruto asked, finding the highbird's words slightly comedic. Battle high. It'll pass. Wasn't even a real battle. What did you do? Dropped a rock on him. A big rock. A big-ass rock. Just a huge fucking rock. Yep. Kin was a little confused as to the seriousness of the conversation. She couldn't tell if Blood was kidding or not, but she at least knew that Naruto was joking. Or was he? Blood's presence disappeared, and Naruto looked himself over once more in the mirror before moving to the shower and stepping inside. Kin sighed and sat down on the bed, looking at the three scrolls that carried everything they had brought with them. One was Naruto's, one was hers, and one was mainly her kinky clothing, handcuffs, a can of whipped cream, and a few other items. You know, Jiraiya is hiding something from you too, Blood said, bone throne materializing with the king of hell in the middle of the room. He thinks that he'll avoid your wrath if he doesn't tell you too, and lets the council do it. I, as a humble bystander, cannot allow such an injustice. The gaudy bone throne just screams humble, Kin said, used to the hybrid's random appearances at this point. What is Jiraiya keeping from us, though? Now, why would I tell you that when I can, just as easily, watch you beat it out of Jiraiya? What happened to not letting this injustice slide? The injustice was keeping it from you two entirely. If you want to know the specifics, ask and or beat Jiraiya. With that, the king of hell went away in a burst of fire, leaving nothing but a scorch mark and an irritated Kin. About 10 minutes later. That was needed, Naruto said contently, walking out of the bathroom in a pair of shorts. He walked over to the bed and flopped down beside his girlfriend. As it turns out, I can move. What did you want to do? Never mind that. We could try another time. Jiraiya is hiding something from us, Kin said, a pensive look on her face as she rested her head on Naruto's chest. So Blood told you to? Don't suppose he gave you any hints? He asked, stroking her hair. Nope, was the simple reply, though it was accompanied by Kin's arms encircling Naruto's torso. As if on cue, a knock sounded at the door, and upon Naruto's positive reply, in stepped Jiraiya. He was carrying a large bag with him, which he set on the table. I have what we need. Are you ready, Naruto? Jiraiya asked, reaching into the bag and pulling out a water balloon. Yeah, but I do have one question first, he said, getting up into a sitting position. Kin let go and stood up, Naruto following her example as they both approached the Sannin. Blood told us you were trying to hide something from us, and I would appreciate it if you would come clean before I have to resummon Yonoda, Naruto said, tone falsely compassionate. I have no idea what he means. I would never hide important information like that from you, Jiraiya defended, realizing his folly when he saw the flash in both of their eyes. Important information? Like what? Naruto said, tail twitching. Kin was cracking her knuckles, seeming to suddenly exemplify, hell hath no fury like a woman's scorn. Jiraiya started backing up slowly, trying to negotiate with the two. They followed him every step of the way, ignoring his words. He eventually tripping over one of Kin's shoes, leaving him on his ass with a serrated sword at his throat. Jiraiya-san, I can assure you that telling us will result in less pain than not telling us, Kin said, twitching. She knew this was important if Jiraiya was so scared to mention it. So tell us, before I go to the bathhouse, and tell the women there that you peeked on them, and then tell them where you are. Jiraiya gulped, not sure if he was more worried about Kin's threat or Naruto's sword. Apparently, these two had issues with secrets. Alright, but just know that I had no say in this, and there's no way I can change the council's decision, he said, hoping to save himself. He blinked as Naruto sent his sword away, looking down at his sensei with a raised brow. Now see, if you defended yourself with that to start with, we wouldn't have gotten to this point. So tell us, now that you know your ass is safe, Naruto said, folding his arms. You fall under the Clan Restoration Act, and you have 2 months to meet the requirements before the council steps in, he said, wincing and shielding his face. Silence. Utter silence. Ken didn't know what he was talking about, but a quick look at the shocked/empty look on Naruto's face meant that he did. Naruto-kun, what's the Clan Restoration Act? She asked, leading him over to the bed so he could sit. When a clan is close to being wiped out, especially if they have a favorably bloodline, the remaining males fall under the CRA, or Clan Restoration Act. In short, they have to take multiple wives with a minimum of 2, he said, not really liking the situation. He loved Kin, and he didn't want anyone else. Kin took on a broken look, feeling like something had just shattered inside. She knew she wouldn't lose him, but the thought of sharing him like some twisted toy made her sick. And you basically have 2 months to find another girl that would be willing to bear your children. If you don't, the council will basically send a whore, Jiraiya said. As much fun as threesomes were, they worked best if kept a one night, only for the sex or a thing. He personally didn't like the act, finding that it made women look like nothing more than breeding machines. Smut writer he might have been, sexist he was not. But that's not fair, Kin said on the verge of tears. Naruto wrapped his arms around her and let her cry into his chest. Kin-chan, I promise that whatever happens, I won't love you any less, and I won't abandon you, he said, letting his wings appear and wrap around her as well. We can leave Konoha if you want, he offered, ignoring Jiraiya's shocked look. Oh really? Kin asked, drying her eyes. But after all you've said and done for Konoha, you'd leave, just like that, for me? I would, he said, gently kissing her. They let their lips separate, and Kin rested her head in the crook of his neck, bathing in the love and affection. We'll stay and give this a chance, she said after a moment, looking up at Naruto's amethyst eyes. There has to be at least one girl that I could stand letting you impregnate in Konoha, she said jokingly, drawing a smile from her lover. Actually, she doesn't have to be from Konoha. She just has to be willing and able, so to speak. She could be a civilian from this town, for all the council cares. The twisted bastards just want a bunch of mini-demons running around, Jiraiya said, no small amount of disgust in his voice. Still, I can't say I envy the situation. If you're committed to one woman, I think everyone should leave it the hell alone, tradition and politics be damned. Wow, that's the most non-perverted thing I think I've ever heard you say, Kin said, getting a laugh from Naruto and an indignant look from the Toad Sannin. Thanks, I'll take that as a compliment, he said, looking out the window at the fading light. We'll do the Rasengan training tomorrow. I think you two have enough bullshit to sort through for one night. He turned and left, wisely leaving the two alone. As the door shut, Kin slid from Naruto's embrace and walked over to the door, locking it. Kin, what are you doing? Naruto asked, eyes following the swing of her hips as walked back. She straddled his lap and began to lightly kiss his throat, slowly trailing them up until their lips met. Work your magic, master, she said, sliding into a submissive tone. Make me forget everything, just for tonight. All I want to think about is you, she moaned, pressing herself to him. Wish granted, Kin-chan, he said, letting a soft smile slid onto his face as he cupped her cheek. Tomorrow you'll remember why you forgot tonight. He leaned down and pressed his lips to hers, letting the raw emotion and lust of the moment seep into the kiss. Her lips all but sprang out of the way as his tongue slid forward, slowly roaming her mouth as his hands undressed her. The world blurred for the two, leaving them naked on the bed, Kin under Naruto and lips still. He ended the kiss and smiled softly at his lover, who seemed to be enjoying the nice master thing as much as the punishing one. He moved down slightly, kissing her throat and slowly trailing down her body. When he was finally faced with her dripping entrance, he looked up to her red face and smiled. Now, Kin-chan, let's make you forget, if only for tonight. And cut. Wonderful job, everyone. Take 5. Hopefully not another 5-ish months. Hee hee. Sorry for ending it there, but it's sort of the point of them having sex there. Letting kin forget the CRA for the night. And what's the point if all of you know what happened? Besides, there was already one lemon. Perverts.